Hello, everybody. This week on the Tim and Josh Show, Josh and I interview Marshal Younger, the showrunner of Adventures in Odyssey.
It's the Tim and Josh Show, starring Josh and Tim, and it's starting right now.
Hello.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you so much for being on the show.
Why, sure.
I am Timothy. So
Hi.
hi. So Grandpa Josh, my co-host Josh, he's not actually
Okay.
old. He's uh
Okay.
he's running a little bit late on because he has his day job, so he might be
Okay.
in 5 or 10 minutes into the interview. But yeah, how
That sounds fun.
the first question is, how did you come up with the idea for Kidsbro, and how did you decide on the topic of economics?
So I had written a screenplay, and I went through a phase where I wrote a bunch of screenplays, and I think this one in particular I wrote in grad school, and nothing ever came of it. It'll never see the light of day. But my friend read it, and the premise of it was it was a love story. It was kind of a romantic comedy, but there was a part of it where kids were creating their own. They were making their own movie, and there was a director, and it was like 10-year-old kids, but it was toward the beginning, and my friend, like, his eyes lit up when he was reading it because he said, "Oh, wow, this is gonna be cool because it's gonna be like everything is controlled by kids." But then it did. But then the movie went in a completely different direction and didn't do that. And
Oh,
so, and he was disappointed. He was going, "Oh, wow, I really would have enjoyed that." It was heading in the direction I really liked. So it struck me. Well, yeah, what if things were run by kids? And then I thought, well, this might be a good way to teach about government and economics and the law and those kinds of things. It wasn't specifically economics that I wanted to focus on, but that was a big part of it. Teaching kids about interest and journalism. There was a journalist in that's one of the characters, and there was a police woman, a police girl, and so it's teaching about the law and also about history too, because there's some references to wars, and there's a reference to communism versus capitalism, and just teaching those kind of basic things they would find in history books, but just a kind of a fun way to teach and educate that. So that's where it came from.
so the original Kidsbro story. Oh, wait a minute. Let me pause really quick. I
Oh,
see Josh is on. Hey,
somebody,
Josh,
yep.
you there? Okay. Well,
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
yes, I
there
can
he
hear
is.
you. We would love to see you. Are you driving or something?
No, I just got home. Hold on. Bear
Okay.
with me.
Okay. So, Marshall Younger, this is Grandpa Josh. Grandpa Josh, Marshall
Hi,
Young.
Josh.
Hi,
Nice to
nice to
meet you.
meet you.
Yeah, you don't look like a grandpa.
Oh, it's my
Maybe you
nickname
are.
from college.
Okay. Did you look older than you were in college?
Well, I'm an old soul in heart. I love
Ah,
newspapers and love watching the news and all this stuff and
well, that's cool.
essentially all your grandpa things. And so my
Then
friends
I, I,
started
I
calling
think
me Grandpa Josh.
that sounds like a compliment. Then that's a fun thing to be.
Yeah.
I take it.
Yeah.
So, Josh, we were just talking to him about his Kids Bro books. He's written 4 Kids Bro books, so I was just asking him questions about that. We're one question in, but did you have anything else to say to
Yeah,
introduce yourself?
they were not originally had nothing to do with Odyssey at first. I didn't even publish it with Focus on the Family. It was another publisher, and they bought the whole series, and then they ended up stopping after book one. So they were kind enough to give me back the rights to it, and so I pitched it to Focus on the Family, and then Odysseyized it, and so now we've got Wit and Rodney and Eugene are in some parts of it, but yeah, it was really it became a spinoff of Odyssey, but I didn't intend that at the beginning.
What was the time gap between that from like you publishing it with the other publisher and then you pitching it to Focus on the Family? Was it years? Was it months? Was it
Oh,
like,
it was definitely years. It was I'm guessing maybe 5 6 years
okay,
in between. Yeah, from the time that I got the rights back to the time of it actually being published by Focus, it was quite a long time, maybe 5 6 years probably.
okay.
Yeah.
What were the most notable changes besides the location that happened
Mm.
between book one? So, did you have a bunch of them written out first and then they just didn't get released, or did you just have the first one, you transitioned, and then you wrote others after?
I had I had written at least the first two, and maybe part of the third when the other publisher decided not to publish the rest of them. So I stopped, and then when I pitched the series, then I wrote the third and fourth one.
There was a lot of because I actually found an original copy of the one through the other publisher. I found it
Oh,
on, and
yeah,
I,
the with the purple cover,
yes,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
a purple cover. There was a lot of like character changes. There was some characters had completely different personalities and different character changes. What was the reason behind that? Was it just like now that I've been had time for that to marinate for a couple of years, I just want to change this, make it a little bit different, or
It might have been some of that. It might also have been my editor asking for certain things.
uh,
There were certain directions of some characters that they didn't quite care for, and so they said, could you go this way? Could you go that way? And I was amenable to anything at that point. I was fine. That was my first actual book that I'd ever written. So whatever, I figured they'd know better than I would. So they asked me to change a few things, and I did, and I think it worked out well.
what was the inspiration behind each individual idea of the story? So you had the first one, the rise and fall of the Kidsborian Empire. It sounds a lot like the screenplay that you were talking about writing, where kids were making.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. So that was coming. So it started with number one was Battle for Control, and then Rise and Fall of the Kidsborian Empire, and then Creek War, and then the Risky Reunion. And so and you've got the through line of Ryan's background throughout the four, and so I wanted to make sure I had some build up throughout. It was it happened way faster in the original story, is
Mhm.
that all of this came out about his father and all that. All of it came out earlier, but then I kind of stretched out a little bit more when it came to the four books. But it really came from, okay, what kinds of things can I teach here? And so one book is about, is the Creek War is about conflict, and also that had a lot to do because there was Kidsborough, and then there was Bettertown, and Bettertown was communist,
Yeah.
and Kidsborough was capitalist, and the differences there, just the difference in what that was. And then you had and the making of the movie was a lot about cooperation and kind of humbling yourself and saying, okay, I need to be collaborative with this. I can't just take over. And then there's war, and there's and of course economics and the government, and there's kind of a mystery in each one a little bit, and the newspaper reporter can investigates and those kinds of things, and there's a detective that doesn't really know what he's doing, it was really just I picked the books just based on, okay, what do I want to teach,
Right.
essentially what I want to educate kids on.
Two questions. Out of the four books, which one is your favorite, and who was your favorite character to write for in the four books?
Okay, so for a long time, I don't know if I'd still say this, or maybe I would. For a long time, I would say that the Creek War, which is book 3, is the best thing I've ever written, ever. Even Odyssey, because I think it has a nice build, and stakes are raised, and then there's just some nice moments toward the end. So Creek War, I'm really proud of. My favorite character was always Alice, the police officer, who would just be so belligerent and bully people, and she was just so no nonsense. It wasn't that she bullied people; it was that she was just no nonsense. She's not going to put up with anything, and she's going to she's following the law. The law is her god, and so I thought she was a fun character to write for.
So you have the four Kidsborough books, but you also have a three-parter episode in the True Chronicles about
Yes.
Kidsborough. So
Yes.
those two stories have slightly conflicting, like,
They did about the origin of Kidsborough and all that. Yes, there
right.
it is a little bit different, and it was really just to make it more doable in audio drama format. So we had to change a few things. We had to change some of the characters a little bit. I would have loved to do more Kidsborough episodes, but the differences between Kidsborough and Odyssey is these I would always send outlines for new Kidsborough episodes, and I did. I had one about freedom of speech and various things, and I thought that they worked, but the notes that I would get back from the rest of the team were, well, if there's so much conflict in Kidsborough, why don't the kids just stay home? You
Mm.
know, because which is a legitimate question.
Uh-huh.
Why do they bother with Kidsborough?
Yeah.
But it really it doesn't understand the essence of Kidsborough, which is these kids want to make this place work.
Hmm.
They're trying hard. They know that there's conflict, but they want to be on their own. And they want to fix problems themselves. But it doesn't really, it's just not consistent with the Odyssey world exactly. And
Yeah.
so I can never get things passed by the team.
And that makes me a little sad. But with the two different stories, which one is part of the mainstream Odyssey universe? Which one's canon and which one is its own thing?
Mm.
If there are actual contradictions, then it would be the episodes. The episodes would be canon. But officially, officially the Kidsborough is canon.
Okay. Okay.
So, but you're right. There are some differences.
So does Ryan in the, I guess you already answered this question, but does Ryan in the audio drama also have the backstory with his before, like in California, like before he
I
came?
would say yes. I mean, it's never mentioned, right?
Right.
It's never mentioned in the episodes,
Oh.
but I'd say yes. Yeah. And if I'd have been able to do some more, maybe that would have come out. But
This is such an evil question. I have to ask it though. So
okay.
there's a bit of a love triangle at the end of the four books between Jill, Ryan, and I want to say her name was Lauren, his like secretary or something. So
Oh, right.
yeah,
Yeah.
so as the author, after those four books, which one does he end up with?
Oh, Ryan ends up with Jill. He has to. He,
Oh,
it's got to be Jill.
yeah,
It's
man,
got
that
to be Jill. They have the nice moment. I don't know if I can't remember which book it is. They have a really nice moment where they kind of connect, and that would have, you know, I don't know if we would have ever seen any romance come alive, but yeah, Ryan's got to be with Jill.
okay. Well, that actually makes me very happy to hear. Got that confirmed after all these years of wondering.
Wow.
Uh,
The
okay.
confirmation you've been waiting for, Tim.
Yes, I know. I just reread it in preparation. Speaking of Ryan's love life, in the so right, so
Speaking of,
some
this
of
is going to be
the
a great question. I can already tell.
no. So the Kidsborough characters have kind of taken on a life of their own in Odyssey,
Some of them, yeah,
yeah, Nelson and Ryan. So Ryan has pursued the non-believer Jules Kendall. And so
right.
I'm just wondering, as the creator of that character, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that's in character for him, or is that ever going to be like brought up in an episode, the fact that he pursued a non-believer? Does he know?
Yeah, yeah. It's a little problematic that he went after Jules, and I think he sees something in her that maybe no other people don't see in
Mm.
her. But still, you're right. It is a little problematic that he's setting himself to be unequally yoked
Yeah.
there with Jules. But yeah, but Jules is a charmer. I mean, she's I think he does kind of like her. So
I know, but my boy, I felt betrayed when I heard that. I was like, no. Does he like
betrayed because of Ryan or because of Buck?
I felt betrayed because of Ryan because
Okay.
I'm like, what? He would do this? Does he know
He
that there's a
he
verse?
should know better. You're right. He should know better. He should
Oh,
know better than pursue a non-Christian. But you know what? But here's the thing. If I think he probably had hope for her that she would one day become a Christian,
Mm.
and so maybe he made the mistake of doing the evangelism dating.
oh.
So
We've seen a lot
I
of
don't.
that.
I'm sorry. What, Josh?
I said we've seen some of that happen in our
Yeah, yeah.
lifetime.
But I don't think he would have actually officially dated her or gotten serious with her unless she became a believer.
Okay.
Yeah, I
I
think he would have dumped her at some point if she refused to do that.
do you think that's ever going to be addressed in the
No,
mainstream?
I don't think so.
Oh,
I don't think so. I don't know if there's anything. I shouldn't say never. But I don't think there's really any future for Ryan and Jules.
oh my
But
goodness. Okay, well, good.
I'm
Good.
sorry to disappoint you.
No, no, no. I'm happy he doesn't end up with Jules. I would be very upset. I'm like, no, because he belongs.
I mean, I love the character of Ryan and the guy who plays him, Adam Wiley.
Mhm.
I mean, he's got to be in his 30s, maybe even 40s at this point. But he still sounds a lot like a teenager. I love the actor. The actor is fantastic, and I love working with him. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Ryan again, but I don't know if we're gonna go into the romance with the Jules thing.
So you already kind of answered this a little bit,
Okay.
but if you got to write a fifth Kidsborough book, would you, and what would it be?
Oh, absolutely. I would love to write some more, but I don't know if I'll ever, it's got to be commissioned by Focus on the Family. They have to say, hey, can you write some more? And I honestly I don't even know how well they did, how well they sold. So Focus might say, well, why would we put any more money into this bomb? I really I don't know, but I'd love to write some, and I would love to write that freedom of speech episode book.
Would like Jill, I guess, would that be kind of like a journalism?
Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, and I wrote a whole outline, but it was rejected.
Oh man. I'm hoping that one day we'll get a return to Odyssey, like, or Teenage Ryan returns to.
I'd love to do that, or even as a spinoff or something like that. But
So how does that process work where I guess my question is, what are the similarities when you present a project for a book and when you present a project for an audio drama? Are there similarities or are they completely different ball games?
Well, first of all, I work with the team, for the audio drama team all the time. So that's a lot easier. I mean, I could just say, in a meeting, I could say, hey, I want to do an episode about this, 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 and this, and this is what happens. And then, they might say, yeah, we like that, go for it. Whereas if I was doing a book, I'd have to do a whole proposal.
Gotcha.
With all the characters and do several pages, 5-6 pages of what happens here, maybe even a chapter by chapter outline before they would even consider it. But the audio team, they know what I can do, and so they'll say, yeah, go for it, go ahead and go write an outline for it. So
Speaking of Adventures in Odyssey, we're transitioning to the Adventures in Odyssey questions here.
okay.
So you're now the showrunner for Adventures in Odyssey. What has it been like transitioning from being a writer and now having that extra duty? What do those extra duties entail, and what has the transition been like?
So the showrunner is in charge of the overall direction of the episodes, the characters, the storylines. So when we have every year we have a writers meeting that lasts a week, and we all get in a room and we figure out what the next 24 episodes are. Everybody comes in with their own ideas. And so I'm in charge of that meeting, and I'm in charge of, okay, this is it. And I'm the one who has the last call on, okay, we're going to do this one, and we'll do this one, but let's make this tweak. We're not going to do that one. That's my area. And then all scripts, whether they come in by freelance writers or staff writers, they all come through me. And then I do final edits. Yeah, and then I'm in charge of the overall direction. Okay, so I'm in charge of where do we want to take Jules in the next 2 years. Where do we want to take Buck? What do we want to do with all these characters? And so that's my call.
Out of all the Adventures in Odyssey episodes you've written ever, which is your favorite? And which is your favorite episode you've written since becoming showrunner?
The answer to that is the same episode.
Oh,
because I wrote a show a few years ago. It was in we called it the Olivia Faith arc, where Olivia begins to question her own faith. And my favorite episode in that is called The Lost One. It was a two-parter. And the reason that's my favorite is because it's very personal to me. There's someone in my life that kind of had that situation where they began to question their faith, and they lost faith, and they even wasn't sure that they believed in God. And so it was very, I put a lot of my own experience into it, watching that person kind of travel in a direction that really hurt me. It was hard to watch it. And so I wanted to depict that, and we chose Olivia to be the person to do it and to go through that, and that ended up being a very, very important episode for me.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I think that's probably just about every person's favorite episode is something that they can relate to. I think that one is really, really cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And we had to tread very lightly on those shows because the thing that I did not want when I wrote those was to have kids that have never even thought about the possibility of God not existing, then questioning it. I didn't want people to listen to that and then, oh, suddenly I'm questioning my faith.
Yeah.
And so we had to be very careful, and we had to answer all theological questions as best we could within the context of every single show. And I think we accomplished that. We still got some letters from people saying my kid wasn't questioning until now, which broke my heart. But I think by the end of the whole series, I think people were satisfied, and I thought it was important because I think so many people go through that time where they're just not sure, and they're asking these kinds of questions, and they need to know what the answers are. They need to have a foundation of faith in their lives that they can go back to when these questions are raised, when they're faced with doubts. So I think it was a very important show for me. I'm glad we did it, even though there was some pushback on it from some people in the audience, some parents, especially parents of small kids. And that's why we put a parental warning at the beginning of it. Said there's some really deep issues here that your kid might not be ready for. Please listen to it with them, or don't let them listen to it, or preview it, first before. But that we can't count on that. Sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. But anyway, I'm really proud of it.
And giving pushback to the people who gave you pushback, it's better, I think, for them to get this kind of like exposure to the other arguments within the world of Odyssey than to be 18 years old, never have even met somebody who didn't believe in God, and then is like, whoa.
I agree with that. And I was like that when I went to college. I went to the same church my whole life because my dad's a preacher, and I didn't know that there were other things to believe. I mean, I knew that there were people that weren't Christians and they weren't believers at all, but I didn't know, I didn't know the arguments about whether or not there was a God, those kinds of things. And when I went to college, I was shell shocked. I didn't know that this existed, and so I had to work through it on my own. And maybe these shows would help with that.
Going off what was your favorite episode? Who's your favorite character of all time? Out of all the
I love Wooten. I love writing for Wooten. He's just so random, and he doesn't have to make sense except to himself. And so you don't have to obey all the rules of logic with him. When people make notes on it, when the team makes notes on stuff, it's always, I don't think this character would say that. Well, with Wooten, you have no idea what he's going to say. He will say anything at any time for any reason. And I've really caught on. I feel like I've caught on to the rhythm of who Wooten is, and plus I love working with Jess Harnell, who plays him, is the actor who plays him. Just an incredible talent. And one of the big names in Hollywood voiceover. He has hundreds and hundreds of credits. Yeah, and he's very, very respected. And anyway, he can do anything. So I love working with him. He also ad libs a lot. If he will do it. He'll do the script as written one time, and then the second take he'll ad lib some things, and then the third take he'll go off, and usually it's brilliant. So
I'm going into a lot of the favorites right now, but what is your favorite episode that was written by another writer?
Well, it has to be, and this is probably my favorite episode of all time, even over all of mine, is The Time Has Come with Eugene becoming a Christian. Just brilliant, such a beautiful moment when he becomes a Christian and everybody's around him. And it's just, I think Paul McCusker just nailed that show so much. Still, it still brings me to tears every time I listen to it. So yeah. And it's, plus, I mean, it's such an impactful episode. We've gotten letters from people who said, I became a Christian when Eugene became a Christian, because
Wow.
for whatever reason, there's so many people that relate to him. And so, yeah, that one, I love Wooten and Eugene and Katrina's wedding, for better or for worse. Love that show. I love Family Values, Phil Lollar's with the Rathbones and the Johnsons going for Family of the Year. That's a hilarious show. Well, anyway, yeah, those are some of my favorites.
That is something about the Eugene character. I loved Will Ryan as Eugene. He's my favorite character, I think, of all time.
Yeah, you agree with a lot of people.
So at the 1000th live show, I might be wrong about this, but I think somebody leaked that there was going to be another animated Adventures in Odyssey show. Is that
It
right?
wasn't it wasn't leaked. It was actually announced at the
Okay,
at
okay.
the live show. Yeah. So we're working on that now. So there's going to be a feature film.
Oh, no way.
It's going to be a feature film that'll be in theaters. I think it'll probably be a limited release, but it'll be in theaters. Now, don't quote me on this, but they're looking at May of next year.
Oh,
Okay.
goodness.
Uh,
That's awesome.
so there's a feature. It's a 90-minute feature, and Dave Arnold's writing that one, or it has written that one. It's already been recorded. The voice actors have been
Yeah.
recorded, and then it's going to be a series after that, which will so 13 episodes after the feature, and then don't quote me on this either because this has not even been decided yet, but we may still give it to Netflix or sell it to Netflix or Hulu or something like that. So it'll be a series on one of those
Oh my
platforms.
goodness. Is there anything you can tell us about the plot, or is it all under wraps for right now?
Well, I'll tell you one. I'll tell you one thing about it, and that is that it takes place when the Whitakers first come to Odyssey. It's a prequel to the radio show. So Jenny's still alive.
Oh
Uh,
man.
yeah, and
Oh,
so there you go.
I'll take it. That is great. Okay.
Yeah.
What is your favorite writing that you've done outside of Odyssey and Kidsborough?
Um, when there was a period of time when I wasn't on staff for Focus, and so I was a freelance writer, and so I dabbled in a whole bunch of things. I wrote some movies, I wrote some TV, I wrote some plays and books and magazine articles, all sorts of stuff. And and I do love writing screenplays, and I've written a couple that I'm really proud of. I've had six that have actually been produced, feature length movies. Six that have been produced. Two of them I'm proud of. The other four not so much. But yeah, there's one of them is a romantic comedy, and then the other one is a faith-based comedy. The romantic comedy is called The Matchbreaker. I think it's on Amazon Prime.
Matchbreak.
Okay.
Okay.
The Matchbreaker. Yeah, don't quote me on that either, but I think it's on Amazon Prime. And the other one is called Heaven Bound, which is the faith-based comedy, and that
I know
one
that one.
might be on PureFlix.
Is that the one where there's like a dog and like does it
Yeah.
die? And it also has the guy who wrote Wooten in it.
Yes. Yeah.
I
He was my
know
writing
that.
partner. He's my writing partner. Yeah.
I know that movie. I didn't know that you wrote it. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
really? Oh,
Yeah.
fantastic.
Wow. Wow. What do you know? Okay. How much do you write in a day?
It depends on what you call writing.
Mm.
Because if I'm not working on my own stuff, then I'm looking through and making notes and coming up with ideas for other people's stuff. So
Mhm.
if you call that writing, then I write every day, several hours in a day. So yeah, if I'm writing my own script, if I have like a solid outline and I'm going to script, I can usually finish a first draft in 3 or 4 days
Oh wow.
of my own stuff. But actually, most of my time is not writing my own stuff. It's looking at other people's stuff.
Mm. That's another question I had. How do you give feedback to what other people have written without being a jerk?
Without being a jerk. Is that
Yeah.
what you said? Yeah, I mean, we have a shorthand now on the team that we can get away with stuff. We're never harsh. We never say, "How could you be so stupid?" We can't do no. We don't say things like that. But we say, I think this would work better. I think this, and a lot of times there's a discussion. I get there are plenty of times when the writers will push back and say, "I don't agree with this note," and then we talk it through and we figure out either a compromise or I decide, "Oh, you know what, you're right. That is better," or they'll say, "Yeah, you're right. That's better." It's just the advantage of working with these people for so long
Mhm.
is
Mm.
that you just have a mutual respect for each other, and
Hmm.
no matter what we say, they understand that I'm only trying to do the best show that we can possibly do, and I understand that they're trying to do the best show that we can possibly do, and we're working together to make just as fantastic of a product as we can make. Um, and so people don't take things personally. I do have to be more careful with people that are like new writers. My language, not that my language is harsh with anybody else, but I do watch the way I say things. So I mean, so you just have to parse your words a little bit. But everybody also, it's also because everybody's really professional, and we understand not everything works that we're going to write down.
How much feedback is typically given to each episode? Is it like, oh wow, I only had to make 2 notes that entire script, great job? Or is it kind of like it's typically 10 plus notes every episode? Or
Okay, the average, I would say that on a 30-page script, and okay, let me go back a little bit. So if say Kathy Buchanan writes a script and sends it in, I'll send it off to Dave Arnold, I'll send it off to Nathan Hubler, and I'll read it myself. And a lot of times Abby Geiger, who's our new writer, I'll send it to her as well. And I'll say, would you make notes on this? When I get it back, it's not at all unusual to get 100 notes on a 30-page script.
oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's in a lot of time now a lot of times people have the same note, and some of the notes are also, oh, this is a really good joke. We sprinkle those in if we're impressed by something. But yeah, 100 notes is not unusual at all. It's just, I mean, people just really parse it, and they look at the lines very carefully, and they think,
Mhm.
okay, yeah, I'm not quite sure that joke works. Let's try to come up with something else. What we try to do when we're making notes is that we try to make suggestions. Okay, this doesn't quite work, but maybe you could go in this direction. It's a lot. It makes it a lot go down a little easier if it's not just wrong, 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 wrong. It's yeah, this doesn't quite work, but maybe you could switch it to this. So it's part of, again, that's part of being a team and trying to work together.
How do you write emotional scenes, like scenes that are supposed to draw out an emotion?
The thing that I've found is the more details you get into, the more emotional you can get over it. Let me explain that a little bit further. I've watched a lot of like faith-based movies and faith-based just material, and the trap that I feel like a lot of them get into is that everybody just says exactly what's on their minds, and they say out loud, "I'm so sad because he left. I can't," and people are more subtle than that usually. And so getting into detail, it's like I was trying to come up with an example right off the top of my head. I could barely get up this morning or something like that. It's describing the experience as opposed to telling the experience. And I think that's the key to really emotional things is to what are the details of it. But I feel like that in movies that I really love, I feel like it's what was somebody's last words, as opposed to how they died. What were they thinking of? What was on their minds? What do people say? I'm very fascinated with what people say on their deathbeds, because that shows what's important to them. And I don't know, it's just that's what I try to emphasize with new writers that come in is don't tell me what this person is feeling. Show me what this person is feeling by their actions, details in their lives that show us something about their mental state.
So with leading a team in writing, let's say again, there's another aspiring writer and they want to lead a team like you are. What are some just little popcorn advice for doing that?
Yeah. So you get the team. The most collaborative part of writing an episode or a storyline is at the beginning. Okay, so that's where you brainstorm, you come together, and you don't shoot down ideas immediately. That come out. You say, okay, oh, that's good. Let's get it all out, because that's when you're just inventing and anything goes. You get to the point where you're weeding out the bad ideas, and you're keeping the good ones, and then you get it down to what is a coherent episode. But at the beginning, let people be who they are and let them throw things out. And then you let people work on their own. The way we do it with Odyssey is that like I said, we have a writers meeting every year. And then the writers go off on their own. We don't collaborate on outlines. We don't sit in front of a whiteboard and figure out an outline together. No, the writer does it themselves, and then they bring their outline back to the team, and they give their notes on that. So there are just pivotal points where you come back in and give your opinions on their stuff. But other than that, let them create on their own. because I mean I'm a big believer that the person who comes up with the idea should be driving it most of the
Mm,
way.
Right.
There are and there does come times when it feels like, okay, this writer did a great job up to this point, but then they kind of lost their way in the last scene, something like that, where you have to kind of take over and say, okay, I rewrote that last scene. Let me know what you think. But like I said before, everybody's trying to get the best show out there possible. So don't get to the point where you're micromanaging, you're dictating things. You let the writer create. That's what they're here there for. That's what they're good at. That's why they were hired.
mm,
But then you have specific points that you come back into the process and help them out whenever they need. And also, and the other thing is, make sure that everybody is feels free to brainstorm at any moment, because people get stuck. Everybody gets stuck. I get stuck all the time. Get writer's block. And it's wonderful to be able to say, hey, can you go to a conference room with me and brainstorm just for a few minutes on how I can get out of this situation. As showrunner, I've tried to make people comfortable in doing that and being able to say, okay, I'm stuck. Can you come and help me? And then we'll go off and we'll figure it out. So yeah.
So most writers don't get anywhere. So what do you think is the number one thing that keeps people from succeeding in the realm of writing?
Giving up before they're good at their craft, not
Mm.
putting in the work, being good at their craft. Because it just takes time, and there's a lot of writing to do. I've probably 12 to 15 full length screenplays that I've written that are in my attic that will never see the light of day. No one will ever
mm,
produce it. I chalk that up as practice.
Yeah.
It's been disappointing every time when it goes nowhere, but it also some of these scripts we send to people, and then they say, well, I don't want to do your idea, but you're a decent writer, maybe you could do this project. And
Mm.
that's how I've gotten several screenplays, because I would write their idea as opposed to my idea. But got to be good at your craft. Steve Martin says something really interesting. People come up to him and they say, well, I want to get into movie making or whatever. And
mhm,
what is your advice? Thinking that he's going to say, well, first of all, you need to get an agent, and then you got to do this, take these steps. And
mhm,
he always says, no, be so good that they can't ignore you.
mm,
So it's a matter of getting good at your craft and putting in the work and reading books on it, and following the rules. You got to know the rules before you can break the rules. Following the rules and just creating and creating and creating, and also doing different genres. That'd be my other piece of advice, is to not get stuck in one genre, not get stuck in one type of writing. If you want to be a writer, write all sorts of different things. Write poetry, write a journal, write short stories, write scripts, write TV scripts, whatever. Write everything that you can, because you never know where the opportunities are going to come out. And
mm,
actually, I've told this story hundreds of times, so you may already know it. But the way that I got my job at Focus for Adventures in Odyssey, I was at Regent University in Virginia Beach, Virginia. I was doing doing grad school there, and I had determined, I was a script and screenwriting major, and I determined to take every advantage of every opportunity that I could to write. And there were bulletin boards all over the place, all over Regent, in the hallways, saying, hey, we need writers for this movie. We need writers for this television show. We need writers for this play. There were way more directors than there were writers at
Mm.
Regent. And so there were all these opportunities. And it was this one that said, hey, we need a writer for an audio drama. And I had never heard an audio drama in my life, much less written one.
Mm.
But I said, I'm going to take advantage of every opportunity that I can. And I was the only one that submitted anything, because nobody knew anything about audio drama. And it was produced, and they brought in actors and they did sound effects and music and all that. And it was sent to Paul McCusker. The guy who produced it sent it to Paul McCusker to try to get a job for himself. And then Paul had to write this guy and say, hey, we're not interested in you, but who wrote the script? So that's how I got my job with Odyssey. And it was because I didn't limit myself to what
mm,
the type of writing that I was doing.
Mm.
And now I have my dream job. This is a dream job, working for this organization, and doing something that I love, and working with great people, fantastic people. It's a dream job. So
Speaking of like directing, transitioning to directing advice, Did you start directing when you came to Adventures in Odyssey, or did you do other form of directing before then? And what is some basic directing advice that you would give?
I think before I came to Odyssey, I may have directed plays and you know, like church plays. And I had my friends and I was the first one in my neighborhood to get a video camera,
Mhm.
and this was in the 80s. Okay, so I was the first, and so we made movies. My friends and I would make movies, and I would write and direct those. So I don't know if that counts, but yeah, my first real directing was Odyssey. I had written maybe 10 shows before they let me direct,
Mhm.
and I wasn't you know, hankering, you know, I wasn't asking them to direct
Mhm.
or anything. I didn't really know, and I had a chance to watch Paul McCusker and Phil Lollar direct a bunch of shows, and they're excellent. You know, they're great at directing. So I got some great exposure to directing. And then my first directing job was The Fundamentals, a show called The Fundamentals, which is a basketball show with Jimmy and Tom. I can't remember who else was in that show, but I tried it out, and I really enjoyed directing a lot. And I don't know that I did a fantastic job with directing The Fundamentals, but it came pretty easily. They let me do they let me do another one, and now I'm directing all the time. It's really I love directing. I love being in the studio, in the control room, and watching these actors and
Mm.
listening to a script come to life. Especially these actors. Oh my goodness, we work with top notch actors, and they take it and they lift every word. You know, they lift every line, uh,
Mhm.
and that's really, I have a lot of gratitude about that too.
So you've directed episodes that you've written. What is
Hmm.
it like directing a show that you didn't write? Is it any different, or what is that like?
It is different, and it's a little bit intimidating because you don't want to mess up somebody's vision, you know.
Right.
Mm.
But we always get together beforehand if I'm directing something that somebody else has written. I get with the writer and we go over directing notes and
Hmm.
say, okay, what did you think? What were you thinking with this line? How do you want to do this, and this? And we go over it with a fine tooth comb, and so I get a lot of notes. Now you were asking me about advice I would give for directing. I over prepare,
Hmm.
and I
Mm.
don't know. Phil Lawler's the exact opposite. He comes in kind of with a blank script, and he wings it. But I come in over prepared, and I will, because I'm not as articulate as he is on the fly. But I'll write down, proud, quickly, directing notes on the side of my thing, and I'll have tons of notes on every page before I even go into the studio, just so that, and then, if they read it, if the actors read it and it's not what I intended, then I'll circle it and say, okay, make sure you say this when the take is over.
You talked about getting a whole bunch of some letters from parents pertaining to episodes. Which episode had the most letters? Like, I
Oh,
guess my question is like, which episode, based on those letters, was the most influential episode?
I thought you were going to ask which one was the most controversial.
No, no.
Okay.
that
So,
too. I want to know that
That
one.
that too, that'd be a good question as
yeah.
well.
Well, controversial wise, we got a lot of letters when we were doing the Novacom series because people were just asking, and understandably, they're saying, "What's the point of this? What are my kids supposed to get out of this?" And we take we take every criticism seriously. We really do.
Hmm.
A lot of them we kind of go, okay, I get where he's coming from, but we got to do it this way, and so Novacom was a big one. I think about early on with the Officer Harley.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
Hmm.
it portraying a police officer as adult was problematic, and so we ended up changing a whole bunch of stuff. And what you weren't asking about controversy. You were asking about which ones like were the most influential.
Yeah.
Um, it's a lot of times it's the salvation shows. It's when somebody becomes a Christian. That's our audience loves that. The parents love that, and because it becomes something that kids can really hang on to and say, well, that's something I want to do too. Going back to controversial ones, we got some negative letters about when the Barclays were when he was a pastor. Barclay was
Mhm.
kind of an interim pastor in Odyssey, and like the show Preacher's Kid, where they burn down a house, and how the portrayal of preachers' families and that kind of stuff was a little bit controversial. You know, the ones that we get the greatest response for are the long sagas. 28 Hours was a favorite, which came out a few years ago. That Kathy did. People loved that, and they really do respond to Novacom and the Green Ring Conspiracy and the Black Earth Chronicles and all that. We get tons of mail and emails and all sorts of stuff about those things. We got into a little bit of trouble with the Buck and Jewel stuff, because people are saying, yeah, this is getting too old for my kids. You know, this is getting into teen issues. They're getting a little tired of Jewel's angst, and I get that. I get that. And so hopefully we'll come to a satisfying conclusion with those story arcs, that people will appreciate them. But yeah, there are times when we just got a letter. This was kind of funny, because they said, I don't like this new show, The Case of the Secret Room. My kid was scared, and we said, this new show that was like 35 years ago. We did that show. That's another funny thing about, you never know what people are listening to. You know, you don't know what order they come in, especially when they're listening like on the radio. Because on the radio, it starts with Wits Flop, episode 1, and goes all the way to episode 1000, and then it goes back to 1. And so you never know what people are listening to. And so when you get criticisms like, I don't like the way the kids in Odyssey always bark at each other, we haven't really done that in like 30 years. So I think we've corrected that. But anyway, the funniest thing that I remember a letter we got once where it said, who are these new people, the Barclays? Where are the Washingtons? Why aren't the Washingtons in more episodes? So it's obvious, where they started listening, and now they're coming back around. So you never know where people are at and where they're coming from.
Pertaining to characters coming to salvation, I have a question concerning one character. Is there any possibility that Jay will ever get saved, or is Jay like one of the characters, if you turn into a Christian, he has to give up a lot of his personality? Is there like
we believe it or not, we've discussed that on the team, and there is there are certain characters that are static characters, and there are certain characters that are dynamic characters. Connie is obviously a dynamic character because she is completely different now than she was when she first came in. Eugene is a dynamic character; he's completely different. But there are some static characters like Bart Rathbone. I think we'd be doing a disservice to the character if he became a Christian. Yeah. Because he's a static character. Even Bernard is kind of a static character. He is there, and that's not a negative thing. It is he's static, and so that's what makes him funny. Is that he never changes. He always has the same perspective, the same outlook. And so we're very nervous. We get nervous about making any kind of comedic characters Christians because we might lose their character. And there's a lot of mileage to get off of Jay not being a Christian, because he can just blow people off. He could be mean. He can insult people in joking way, and he can get away with it. If he was suddenly a Christian, we get letters going, why is he acting like this? Isn't he supposed to be a Christian? Same thing with like Bart Rathbone. Why is he still cheating people at his electric palace? Didn't he become a Christian? No. And so we would lose part of that. We do get hesitant about making static characters dynamic.
Right. And that wasn't a request that wasn't a request that we get.
Okay. That's good to know.
I love Jay. Yeah. I feel hesitant even in my heart. Like, please just let him be the little villain. That's anti-hero. For like writing and directing, do you have any like book recommendations for our listeners if they want to sit down, read, and learn about it, or is it just doing?
Well, doing is the most important thing, obviously. And getting your stuff looked at by somebody who'll be honest.
Yeah.
Running your stuff by your good friend who doesn't want to insult you may not be very beneficial, but showing it to somebody who will be honest and say, no, this doesn't work, or this part could be better this way, whatever but as far as books, I really like the book Save the Cat, which I don't know if you're
familiar. I haven't read it though.
It's called Save the Cat. Blake's Snyder. Blake Snyder is the author. There are 3 books. It's Save the Cat, and then there's 2 sequels. But I find that for beginning writers, it's more about screenplays than it is about audio drama. But it's the same principles are true. It kind of gives the rules, and a lot of people reject it because it's very formulaic. But to me, you got to know the rules before you break the rules. So I don't mind it being formulaic. Okay, just write according to this, and then somewhere down the line, then you might be free to mess with the formula a little bit. But use the formula because it's good.
Okay.
Save the Cat. I hesitate to say this one because it's got a lot of swearing in it, a lot of language, but it's Story by Robert McKee. The title is Story, and it's by Robert McKee. But it's got some really excellent principles in it.
Okay. Well, I've exhausted my question supply, but Josh, I'm
Right,
putting
Josh.
you on the spot, just like
All right.
any you have, Josh.
I mean, Adventures in Odyssey is so big. So what would you recommend to somebody who wants to get into Adventures in Odyssey, where they can kind of catch up with the storyline and yeah.
Oh, you're talking about listening to Odyssey.
Yeah.
Listening to Odyssey, reading Odyssey, just some not resources, but I guess what I'm asking is what's the perfect jump start for somebody who's new and wants to get into the series?
Well, there are videos that we've created that are on the club, and I think probably on the website called Jumpstart. It's literally called Jumpstart, and it kind of gives you an introduction to Wit and Wit's End and the show itself and Connie, and it takes like different characters and says, okay, this Jumpstart video is about Eugene, and we learn all the history of Eugene. So those are actually really helpful. But if I were to if somebody liked Odyssey, they listened to a few episodes and they really want to get more involved in the storylines, I would start at the beginning. Get the club and start at the beginning. Start at Wit's Flop and move on.
Just go from there.
Or you can start. There was a reset. It was a major reset with album 51. After album 50, we did a reset. A brand new Wit and a lot of different new characters. And so starting with album 51 would be another good place to start. It might depend on what you like. If you like the intriguing stuff, then you could start with the Black Earth Chronicles. And if you go to the club and you type in Black Earth Chronicles, then it would give you all the episodes that relate to that, or Novacom or Green Ring Conspiracy, or if you like the intrigue stuff. If you go into the club and just click on I think it works like this, where you give me comedy episodes. If you like comedy, then it'll give you some comedic episodes. Start with the things that you like, and then if you really enjoy it, then go back and start at the beginning. Start with What's Flop. And you're right, it's overwhelming to see 1,000 episodes, and we get that question all the time. People saying, "Oh, we loved it, we love this show, but where do you begin?" And the show is a lot different now than it was 35 years ago, intentionally, because the audience is different and their tastes are different.
Josh, thank you for ending it with that. That's like the perfect question to end off. But I mentioned we have an optional thing. So on this show, we have a segment called Audio Ad Libs. And the way this works, I know you've done some voice acting with Officer Burke.
Oh boy.
I know. Forgive me. I just have to ask. I'd be darned if I didn't. It's essentially, we would be given a prompt and then we improv our way through it. And then I, in post, add sound effects and turn it into like a mini Adventures in Odyssey. It's like a 2 or 3 minutes ad-libbing.
I'll try. I'm not great at this, but I'll try.
It's okay.
Now,
neither am I.
Is this all 3 of us doing this?
This is going to be all 3 of us. This
all
is
3 of us.
Okay. Or do we have set characters, or do we just make it up as we go along?
Since you're the guest, you get to choose between these 3 prompts, and you can choose which one you would want to do.
Okay.
Okay. So the first prompt is father and son road trip gets interrupted by clown. The second one is pirate robs man with bow tie. And 3 is teenagers start their own town and call it Teensboro. sorry. Forgive me.
That one hits too close to home, I think. Okay, so what was the second one? Was something robbing somebody with a bow tie? What is it?
Pirate robs man with bow tie. Not necessarily he's robbing a man with a bow tie, but a man with a bow tie is being robbed. Does that make sense? A man wearing a bow.
Okay, so
I phrased that wrong.
the pirates doesn't have the bow tie. It's the man that has the
No,
bow
yeah,
tie.
exactly. Man,
Okay,
I don't know why I
okay.
make these things so
Could
confusing.
you imagine a pirate with a bow tie?
Yeah,
That's
that might be
Well, we
funny.
that's
could.
some
We could
imagery.
switch it to that. We could turn it. I'm robbing you with my bow tie. My bow
Oh
tie? I
man.
said it wrong.
Two pirates robbing one man with a bow tie. Is that what we're
All
doing?
right. Put your pirate voice on. In three, two, one. Arg. Do you see that little man right there wearing the bow tie? Do you see him, Josh? Arg.
I sure do.
Well, let's go steal his bow tie right off his neck and put it
That's
in.
a very nice bow tie, I say.
Let's go walking. We're walking over. We're walking. Hey, you. You.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me your bow tie or taste me blade. Arg.
It's my favorite bow tie. I love this bow tie.
That's why I want it, because it's so beautiful. It's got polka dots, so give it over. Arr.
My mother gave me this bow tie when I was 6 years old.
Cry me a river.
I will not give you this bow tie. Take my life, but do not take my bow tie.
You're putting me in an awkward situation. I've done some terrible things, but I've never killed somebody for a bow tie. So Josh, can you just like kick him a little bit, see if we can wear him down? Kick him. Kick him. Kick him up.
Where's my stubby leg?
Don't make us kick you more. Arr.
Ow! Your leg is made out of wood.
Arg, he got bit by a shark a couple of days ago. Arg.
A couple of days ago,
We don't believe in us.
You recovered very well. Look, obviously God is with you. Why are you doing this?
Because we love bow ties. Arg. We're part of the Pirates Who Love Bow Ties Club. So just hand it over, or we'll kick you again.
I know a bow tie store. Okay, why don't you go rob the bow tie? And I have a cousin who loves bow ties. He loves getting robbed, and he wears bow ties every day.
I've never
just down the street, on the left.
Just down the street, yes. His name is George.
Down the street on Bow Tie Boulevard. Let's go, Josh. Arr.
Let's go.
Yes.
Thank you, man.
Bye. Have a nice day.
End scene. Wow. Oh my gosh.
That went in directions that I did not anticipate.
I did not. They never do. Marshal Younger, thank you so much for being on the show. It was
Thank you so much.
My goodness.
It was a lot of fun. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your well thought out questions.
Thank you. Well, I guess we better let you go because I know you got the rest of your evening all set. But sir,
right.
I can't wait to listen to the next episodes you're working on. So God bless
I'm excited
you.
about it too. All right. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Josh.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
All right, bye.
This week on the show, Josh and I interview Paul McCusker, the man who wrote 300 episodes of Adventures in Odyssey and also created the Father Gilbert series. This week on The Tim and Josh Show.
It's the Tim and Josh Show, starring Josh and Tim, and it's starting right now.
Father Gilbert, what was the inspiration behind that series? And plus, it also seemed to be geared towards an older audience. What was the reason behind that decision as well?
Yeah, honestly, because apart from the audio dramas, I was always constantly working on story ideas for novels, for other things. I mean, I was constantly working on different projects and just playing around with ideas. And I had the idea for Father Gilbert long before we actually produced them. In fact, I was fairly certain that it was not an idea that Focus on the Family would want to do, because of just the nature of it, the sort of the supernatural aspect. But it was also an Anglican priest, and there was just a whole bunch of things to it that it didn't even occur to me, honestly, to present it to Focus on the Family as an idea to do. And I was thinking of it primarily as a book series. Right. So my original notes, I did a whole proposal write-up for my agent at the time to shop around to publishers. And so Focus on the Family and radio theater was not in my crosshairs, so to speak. Right. So, and it was interesting because I was developing it, and where it came from was just that exploration of an idea that struck me one day, which was, a detective, a Scotland Yard detective, becomes a clergyman in the Church of England. But there's this whole dynamic with him where there's a supernatural aspect that seems to follow him around. And so he gets drawn into these cases. Kind of hard to call them that because they're not obviously that. But and the idea intrigued me, and I looked and I couldn't find anything like it. I mean, to me, it seemed like such an obvious idea that I thought, well, somebody's done this, and
Right.
I couldn't find anything like it. And I thought, well, this is great. It gives me the crime solving thing, the whole secular credibility of a policeman then becoming a clergyman, which then gives me the chance to explore the spiritual ideas. So it gives me the best of both worlds, and that's why I wanted to pursue it as a book series.
Mhm.
And then I'm trying to remember. I think we were looking at radio theater, and radio Focus on the Family radio theater was on the air. It was
Mhm.
being broadcast. And so we sort of had to fill those slots. The stations would get a little bit impatient with us if we went too long without injecting new shows.
Mhm.
As much material as we had to keep, we could rerun a lot of this.
Right.
They wanted new things so that the audience would tune in for what's new. And I think that's where that came from. We were discussing what kinds of stories we could do, maybe original stories that we could plug into the schedule. And I think I had talked to Dave Arnold about it at some point.
Mhm.
And then it emerged. What about that? That could be a really interesting mystery series. And amazingly, Focus on the Family was fine to do it, and we did it. And it has a bit of a cult following, so to speak. And
Yeah.
I know there are a lot of Dave Arnold tells me that a lot of the inquiries they get about the future of radio theater usually has the question, and when are you going to do more Father Gilberts?
Uh,
So that's usually attached to it.
well, two questions. You said it was originally started as like a book series. I know that there was two Father Gilbert books that
Yeah,
take place.
those were done after the audio was done.
What
It
was
picks up where the audio left off.
Okie doke? Why did the medium transition?
Well, Focus on the Family had pretty much moved away from production on radio theater. So we did, I think the last couple things we did was Mere Christianity and Oliver Twist might have been the last two. And we knew that it was unlikely to do more Father Gilbert's. So I did write the last two
Mhm.
mysteries interconnected to try to bring the series to something of a close.
Right.
Not a punctuation mark like done, but at least bring us to this point of, okay, now we're going to stop. And then if we get a chance to do it again, then we will. But then I had the opportunity through a publisher to go ahead and pursue the book series, which is ironically where it originally was supposed to start.
Right.
And then I just wound up doing two novels that pick up where the audio dramas left off. And then that stopped for various reasons. Actually, the publisher went out of business. I don't think it was my fault. And so I got busy doing other things and didn't pursue doing more Father Gilbert novels or nor with the opportunity to do more audio dramas.
Oh, wait a minute. I think,
There's Josh.
yeah, we got Josh. Josh, you got a
Can you
video?
hear me?
Hey, we
Yes.
can see you and hear you.
All
So,
right.
Paul McCusker, this is Grandpa Josh. We call him
There
Grandpa
we go.
Josh because he likes the news and NASCAR. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
And where are you, Josh? You were
I'm over in beautiful Pagosa Springs, Colorado.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Welcome to your show.
Uh, if somebody approached you and wanted to do like a TV series, like or a Netflix series based off Father Gilbert's stories, would you be down, or would you kind of be like, I don't
No,
know?
no, actually, well, depending on the deal, but I would be very interested. In fact, I did take Dead Air and toyed with converting it into a TV script.
Really?
In fact, I did it. I think I finished the whole thing as sort of a pilot,
Mm.
and with the idea that maybe in England, because I had some connections that could have led into that, but obviously the connections were not strong enough to make anything happen. But I did that. But I would have wanted someone with more experience than I had to also look over and work with me on it to get it TV worthy. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It's just such a different discipline. And even though I've done
Hmm.
some screenplays over the years, I am far from having mastered the discipline. I mean, far, far, far away from mastering the discipline. So I would have wanted help with it. But I did do that. And yeah, I would love to. I think there are a lot of stories that could be told in the realm of Father Gilbert.
I know that you did the movie Beyond the Mask. Like you wrote
Yes.
the screenplay for that. Was that the first screenplay that you ever got like transitioned to like actually be on the screen or
Well, technically, I did a couple of the original Adventures in Odyssey animation episodes.
okay,
So I
okay.
did a couple of those. What did I do? Once Upon an Avalanche and oh, it's terrible. I've suddenly gone blank on the second one. So I did a couple of those and I worked with the well, basically the studios guys on that.
Mhm.
And they helped, and that was a good learning curve. But then the gap between writing those to Beyond the Mask,
Mhm.
which is almost 10 years ago now.
Whoa,
And
really? Oh, wow.
yeah, I think it's 2016, 2017. I mean, we're heading
Hmm.
into that kind of anniversary. And again, I did it, and then I went back to the writing that I normally do. And so I don't have any particular momentum in my screenwriting experience at this point. I would love to do more of that, but the opportunity just hasn't been there, and I've been busy with tons of other things.
Is
No.
it hard to put those different caps on, or is it fairly easy to swap them?
Well, I can swap them, but only if I know what I'm swapping to.
Mm.
Because I mean, and I don't think I'm saying things out of line here, but writing for kids, for example, audio drama
Yeah.
for kids, and then writing Beyond the Mask.
Mhm.
And I do remember the guys saying to me, Chad and Aaron, there were a couple of times when I was doing the script, and every now and again I'd get a note from them, kind of a bit of a chide that would say, you know you're not writing an audio drama here. In other words, I could relax and let the visual do the job. I didn't have to rely on, I could do a nod instead of a verbal acknowledgement. I could do
Um,
things. And
mhm.
also that I'm writing for grown-ups, even though the audience is still a particular sensibility that I think Odyssey served me.
Mhm.
Uh, the work I did for Focus on the Family served me in doing that screenplay. But part of it was, yeah, two different disciplines. So my instinct was to do in dialogue and to do certain things that I had always done with audio drama, but you don't have to do that
Right.
in film because the visual will show. In fact, I'm now sensitive to watching TV shows or watching movies where they do say things that they didn't need to say.
Mm.
It feels a little expositional to me.
No.
And I'm sensitive to that, I think in part because Chad and Aaron Burns were trying to help me come out of my audio drama background in order to write a screenplay. And I'm grateful for that.
How did they approach you? Did they just like did they meet you somewhere and it was just like
Yeah, they ran out of options, I think. I think they had exhausted themselves with every other writer they could think of. And then it was a mutual friend who they met with him about this because they had been working on developing this and getting the money for it and doing all that for ages.
Mhm.
And then they came to me, and it's really funny because when they contacted me, I I would often hear from people, and usually the people who would contact me about writing a screenplay for something, either something, an adaptation of something I had written or something else, they would approach me, and I'd realize fairly quickly that they were hoping that somehow I was going to bring the money and the experience
Mm.
in order to make the film. I knew I was
Mhm.
working with people who, yeah, they not experienced is what I'm trying to say. They're not
Right.
experienced people. They're
Right.
hoping that I'm going to bring that. And what I loved about meeting with Chad and Aaron was, and the other thing I was concerned about was that it was going to be kind of a coffee. I want to call it what some people call a kitchen table drama.
A
Mm.
kid.
Yeah, a
What?
kitchen table drama where it's all set modern and it's all set around, a domestic house situation and a lot of the evangelical films that had been coming out were that kind of thing,
Mm,
family dramas in essence. And that's fine, but I had been writing so many of those, with Odyssey and with other things, even pre-Odyssey, a lot of dramas for churches and things like that. That the idea of doing a kitchen table drama didn't really appeal to
mm,
me.
Mm.
And then again, I didn't really know them, and I didn't know at what level of experience they were coming to the whole thing. And so when they said they wanted to meet, I said, "Great, let's meet." And we actually sat down in Colorado Springs, actually a stone's throw from Focus on the Family, at a coffee place near there. And I think they got like the first line out.
mm,
They said, so the basic premise is the East India Company was like the biggest corporation in the world in the late 1700s. And so this story is about an assassin for them who they double cross, and then he wants revenge, but then his life takes some turns that take him to America during the Continental Congress and that whole period. And it meets some of the founding fathers.
right.
Well, I mean, they had me back at it's set in the 18th century. You have an assassin for the East India Company who's been betrayed.
Right.
I was in at that point. They really didn't need to do any more. I love the 1700s.
Hmm.
I'd always wanted to write for that period of history and in the way they were approaching it. I don't know. Everything they were half a sentence in, and I knew this is something that if I could work on it, I would be very happy to work on it. And they were very gracious in taking me on.
How long did it take to write the script for Beyond the Mask? What was the time frame?
That's a very good question because we met and outlined it. I mean, we did storyboards. And I think we still I have pictures or notes of all those. And we hammered through because they had an idea like, here's a key scene. And they said, I think we need to do this. And it's in the movie, the key scene. But I said, well, I don't know that we can drop into that because we're in a whole different century. And I'm not sure that people are going to quite understand what's the drama. So then we began to unpack and work through. Well, let's at least figure out whether we tell that part of the story or not, what led up to that scene, and then what happens afterwards.
Mm.
And so we spent a few days, honestly, working through the storyboard, just working through the plot and all of that. Then we kind of hammered out the outline for their approval, and they were like, "This is great." And then I began to fill it in with the dialogue and ideas, and we just kept going back and forth. But I wish I could remember how many months that would have been. My memory is that we pushed forward very aggressively in terms of how quickly we did everything.
Mm.
And because it was an independent effort. They were raising the money, they were creating the costumes and the sets, they were doing everything. And then the only other thing was they really wanted to work with John Rhys Davis, and I had.
Oh,
So then it was, hey, how about getting John Rhys Davis into this? And so he wound up working on it as well, which was a lot of fun. And the actress who's now is it Chicago Hope? Our actress from Beyond the Mask is one of the main characters in one of the Chicago dramas, Chicago PD or Chicago Fire, or I think she went on to the series or was just starting the series when she filmed
Hmm.
Beyond the Mask. So that's another kind of feather in the cap, no pun intended.
Wow.
Was there supposed to be a sequel to Beyond the Mask potentially?
Well, we would have loved for there to be a sequel, and there was so much stuff. I wish I'd been able to do a novel
Mm.
because I kept thinking there's a ton of stuff that we're not able. We didn't have the budget or the time to put it in this.
Hmm.
See. My problem is I always default to a more serialized mentality with Odyssey, with everything. It's just the strength of a serialization to me is so good. And to me, this whole gold ring of making movie that goes into the theaters to me is not as big a deal as it is to some people. To me, it's like if you want impact, you put the money into something that people are actually going to see, and that's something really well done for television.
Hmm.
And with the expansion and of Netflix, of Amazon Prime, of all of these platforms doing original programming, the opportunity to do that, I thought Beyond the Mask would have made for a really good series. And
Mm,
then you could take the time to unpack themes and ideas that I felt ultimately were really compressed
Hmm.
in the movie. And that's one of my regrets was that we didn't get to do it as a series. But there's nothing that says that, maybe the opportunity would come up to go back and redo it or pick up where it left off or something.
That a spin-off series. That would be fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're going to be transitioning to the Adventures in Odyssey novel questions. So you
Okay.
wrote 12 Adventures in Odyssey, ones that are kind of like episodes, and then
Yes.
was it six passages? Six
Yes.
passages books. Did Focus on the Family approach you about these, or were these ideas that you had and that you approached Focus on the Family with?
I think it was both. I was working on Odyssey at the time.
Mhm.
We had talked about doing novels, or I was probably talking about doing novels. And then they decided that it was a good idea to do. I mean, because I think I might have been 2 or 3 years into the life of the show when we decided to do the novels. And then I had the challenge of you have an ongoing audio drama where new episodes are being created pretty much constantly,
Mhm.
but a book and the time it takes to write and to get it published, then I was up against well, wait a minute, I don't want to create a parallel universe.
mm,
Or this was before, the whole the Spider-Verse and all of the stuff they're doing now. And so I decided to set at least, I think, the first six were kind of prequels
Right.
to the audio series. So that way I wouldn't collide with
mm,
that. So then I told those stories, and I think it was after saying that was the Mark Prescott story arc. So there was the Mark Prescott, and then I think then 7 through 12, I dovetailed into the very beginning of the audio. So I think Connie shows up, and then you start to have the other characters. Mark Prescott leaves town in 6, but comes back in 12. But in those interim books, we had a bunch of the characters from the audio. And I tried to write those in a way that wouldn't encroach on the audio series.
Right.
So that was the idea. I think we got away with it. I think.
Did Mark Prescott need to leave because he wasn't at the beginning of the audio drama? Was that kind of like the mindset a little bit?
Well, again, I think in terms of story arcs, and for me, the whole story arc part of it, even though each book was sort of separate,
Mhm.
I felt because the first book had to deal with the fact that Mark's parents were split. They
Right.
had split up. And he
mhm,
felt guilty about it, wanted to get in the imagination station. He meets Wit, he's new to Odyssey, finds out about a time machine. He's convinced if he could go back in time, because like a lot of kids, he blamed himself.
Right.
mm,
He felt like it was his fault that his parents split up. And so I started there. And at some point, I'm always aware that this is focused on the family. And what are we going to do with estranged parents, except can we model how they get back together again? Not that all situations come to a happy ending like that, but to me, it was dramatically compelling to figure out how that might work. Well, then the twist in book 6, I think, was that the parents do decide to get back together, but that means they're going to move away from Odyssey.
Right.
So Mark leaves so he gets what he most wanted, which is his parents reconciling. But then the
mhm,
downside to that for him was it meant moving.
Right.
mm.
So they were leaving the town that he had become very fond of. So that's why he left. It wasn't strategic because of the audio drama. It was primarily because of the story arc I had created.
There was a blossoming romance between Mark Prescott and Patty Eldridge. As the
Yeah.
author, did they get married like later
Oh, you mean later? You mean years
later on
to get
later
married?
because time has passed in the audio.
Would you like me to say yes, they did?
I would very much
Oh,
love
you know what? I'm happy to say that they must have. Yeah, I'm
yes.
thinking they had to.
It feels so good with the Passages series. Was that like your idea and you pitched it to
Yes.
Focus? Okay.
Yeah.
Why was the reasons behind you choosing each of those biblical stories? Like what why
Well, the first premise to me, I mean, the basic premise, like Father Gilbert, like anything, was what's the basic idea, or Mark Prescott's story, if a kid could go back in time to change about his parents splitting up. And it was the same thing here. I think I had been toying. I mean, I'm a big lover of I want to say parallel universes and time travel and things like
Hmm.
that, which I think is obvious from the show. And I'd already worked on a collection of books called the Time Twist Tales.
Okay.
And it's a trilogy that I did before I wrote Passages that was about, I wanted to tell three different stories with three different kind of time twist aspects. So they're not exactly like, but there's a whole mythology that I created for that. And I think that might have been on my mind because then I had this idea. I think it was almost like a film image. A lot of your viewers may not be aware of The Prisoner of Zenda by Anthony Hope. So Anthony Hope wrote this book. It's been remade two or three times as movies. I mean, really good movies. And it's a swashbuckler kind of thing where, twins, a king gets kidnapped, and just at that time a guy comes in from England who looks exactly like the king, and they basically say, we need you to pretend to be the king
Hmm.
so the kingdom doesn't fall into chaos and all that. But it's set in this sort of pre-World War I country, and that's what was on my mind. And I had this image of a sword fight on a train.
Hmm.
And of course, when I get one image or a thought or an idea, then I unpack it. Well, why are these guys fighting? What's going on? And that was Darian's Rise. What came out of it was, oh, well, what if? Because I think most of the stories start with a what if. I could set plot point for plot point Bible stories into an alternate reality
Mm.
that might help the stories come alive
Right.
for readers. So now they would go, oh, the way I did it there, now when they go back to the story of David
Mhm.
and that period of David's life leading up to the point of him becoming king, what would that be like? And might it help them? Might it stimulate the imagination so they're not necessarily thinking, oh, it's sort of dry. I hate to put it this way, but I think you guys will know what I mean. Oh, it's the Bible, so it's going to be boring.
Hmm.
And I don't know that how many people really think that, but I'm assuming that some do. So I thought, well, if I could tell these stories, maybe it might stimulate the imagination when kids are reading or hearing those stories from the Bible. And the natural one for me was the David story, which was book one. Well, then I guess what anyone would do is I looked at the rest of what I considered the best stories,
Mhm.
the most popular ones and the ones that were really compelling without having to for me to have to work too hard. And what I had to do was transpose them to this other world. And that was the challenge, was how do I take this and make it work there and bounce all over a timetable? In other words, this timeline for Odyssey, which was the original, I don't think those books are out now, but the original stories had a top and a tail, prologue, epilogue,
Mhm.
in
Yeah.
terms of the manuscripts
Hmm.
and then the stories themselves. And these were kids going from Odyssey into this other reality, but at different times in Odyssey's history.
Right.
So they're kind of slipping through to this other reality and experiencing all this and then coming back. And then I left the question open, like, are these stories real? Wit is dealing with manuscripts saying, wait a minute, there's a weird connection and we know what the story is,
Mm.
but what are we talking about? And I also think there was an evangelistic aspect, not only to bring the Bible alive for those who knew the stories, but maybe bring it alive for those who didn't know the stories so that they became engaged in the passage of stories. And then somebody says, well, that's the story of Noah. That's the story of Elijah or whoever. And then it might bring it alive for people who don't even know the Bible or wouldn't necessarily care about it. I really liked the story arc.
Right.
I enjoyed that story arc in the Odyssey realm and how that concluded. But I also kind of enjoyed trying to figure out how to transpose the stories.
Mm.
And one of them dealt with an atomic weapon. And I kept thinking I was going to hear from, Homeland Security when I'm looking up online how to build an atomic bomb. You know, because I realized I have no knowledge of what this thing could possibly. I don't know how to make one. So I think I was focused on the family, looking up, how to do this, waiting to hear from either our own internal security people or hearing from, the government, like, why are you doing that?
So with Adventures in Odyssey, how did you initially get involved with the show? Because
Oh, without getting all tangled, I want to say simply the answer is Chuck Bolte.
okay.
And the reason for that is that Chuck Bolte was the director for years of a traveling uh, Christian drama group called the Jeremiah People.
Hmm.
And they toured the United States. They were out of California, but they toured the United States. And every year we brought them to our church in Bowie, Maryland.
Mhm.
So they would come and perform. And as I began to get serious about writing as a, in junior high and senior high, when I thought about Christian drama or Christian anything, I generally thought of it as second rate. I just thought most of it is just not very good. But Chuck and the Jeremiah People, they were doing stuff that was genuinely funny and had a genuine, solid, dramatic credentials in terms of the credibility of what they were doing. So when I was getting serious about writing, um, I began to write first for my church, dramas for my church.
Mhm.
And my inspiration for that, to a great degree, was Jeremiah People,
Mhm.
those scripts, because I looked at those and went, well, this is the kind of thing that I aspired to write at that level of quality. And so I started writing sketches for our church, and then it was one act plays, and then full length plays. And then those were getting published through different publishing houses so other churches could do them. And some of them are still out there. And then I connected with Chuck. I met him when he came to our church, but then I started sending him, I mailed him my stuff. And he liked it. And he said, well, one day you and I are going to work together. So in 1985, I said I was trying to figure out how to compress this, but in 1985, circumstances for me in Bowie, Maryland, where I had grown up, had changed suddenly. I mean, it was like job change. I mean, everything just kind of imploded. And
Mm.
Chuck said, you need to come to California, load up the truck and head for Beverly. And so I did. I actually loaded up my Chevy Spectrum and drove across country and went to work with Chuck Bolte and the Continental Singers, which was the parent organization of Jeremiah People. And so I was working with him, but he was also consulting with Focus on the Family on these new dramas that they were doing called Family Portraits.
Mhm.
They were experimenting with the idea of audio drama with Dr. Dobson's broadcasts.
Right.
And that's where Steve Harris and then Phil Lollar and the team began to assemble for what would become Adventures in Odyssey or Odyssey USA.
Mhm.
And I remember Chuck coming to the office one day at Continentals, and he said, hey, I'm consulting with this organization. They need writers. Would you be interested in writing an audio drama? Maybe
Mhm.
take a stab at it. And I said, do they actually pay anything? And I think it was like $200 or something. But he said, yeah, I mean, they're very serious about this. And I said, oh, well, yeah. So I started freelancing for them. I think it was October of 1986. And I wrote one of the family portraits episodes. And then it was only a short time before that. And then they decided to launch the kids series, Odyssey USA, which then became Adventures in Odyssey.
Mhm.
And I began working with them as a freelancer. I think I actually wrote the second episode that they aired. I think Connie Comes to Town. No, Wits Flop would have been the first.
Mhm.
The life of the
And I
party.
did Life of the Party, I
Yeah.
think was my first Odyssey episode. And they aired that, I think, second. But and then it was only not long after that that I went on staff. Because the show launched November of 87. I actually went on staff January of 88. And then that was it.
You had your hand in like the three major intrigue arcs, like the Blackguard Chronicles, the Novacom,
Mhm.
the Green Ring Conspiracy.
Hmm.
Which one would you say you're most proud of, and which one was the most fun to make?
Mm.
If that makes
Now
sense.
see, and I'm not trying to duck and dodge, but the three of them were so different
Right.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it's comparing, apples to oranges to, I don't know, bananas. I don't know. It's very hard because, I mean, the whole Blackguard sequence was, I want to say, kind of hodgepodge. I mean, we started it, and then the story arc was sort of emerging
Mhm.
as Phil and I were working on it, and it emerged, and Phil would come with ideas, and then I would come with ideas, and we were just sort of playing it through until we realized that we have to sort of, from my point of view, Blackguard, we needed to deal with him as a bad guy who was
Mhm.
getting away with a lot. And I kept
Hmm.
thinking, this is Adventures in Odyssey. What are we teaching the kids about this guy who's getting away with everything?
Right.
And so there was a point where we need to bring this to a conclusion. There's got to be a comeuppance. But then that led into discussions like, but would Blackguard really allow himself to be taken to jail? Is he that sort of person? Isn't there something more almost mythological about him that means there's something bigger going on? And we kind of wrestled through all those questions about
Hmm.
how to deal with that. So I don't mean to say it was hodgepodge in a way that sounded reckless, but it came together over time. And that's very different from Novacom, which was the next one. And so with Novacom, I had this core idea. And one of the things I love about Novacom was the fact that we as writers, we really were working as a team. I mean, solidly. It wasn't individual episodes that just happened to come together. I had this idea, the core idea of what was the whole Novacom thing. I presented it, and then we said, but you know what? We are really going to map this out
Mhm.
and play this out and see where we're going to take it. And did. And I mean, and it was me and Marshall and Kathy and John and Bob Hoos. And I mean, we just had so many involved. And then
Mm.
they divvied up the assignments. I mean, it was really like doing a TV series, the way I understood TV series are often written, especially more of the dramas. And so the characters, the ideas, I came to the table with a bunch of them. And just by way of the initial, here's what I think is going on. Here's the idea. And it's funny because now I look back and think it's almost prophetic because we're talking about minds and implants and experimenting with something that's a bit beyond what they were able to do at the time. And what are the side effects of that? Everything we were talking about then, we are now discussing with artificial
Hmm.
intelligence.
Yeah.
So here we are 25 years later, and the same discussions are more or less being had or explored because of what happens when we create new technology and how it often slips its leash. And then suddenly we've got side effects we never anticipated. What I most loved about that was how involved everybody was in the creation of that. That was a great team effort. And then with Green Ring, my affection is based on because when we came up to it, I knew what I wanted to do, and the team at that point, we were sort of freelance. We didn't have the team all on staff where we could have day-to-day discussions and act. I mean, we had some of that, but I just thought, I know what I want to do with this. So for better or for worse, I'm going to write it all.
Hmm.
I'm going to just own it and figure it out and make it work. And I have affection for it, because of the fun and the joy of doing that,
Mhm.
outlining it, writing it, but mostly the characters. I mean, introducing Penny, and you bring Mr. Skint in and Buck, and then you've got all these new characters coming alongside our established characters, and we get to see them doing their thing. Wit and Eugene and all of Connie, all of them being who they were. And
Hmm.
um, so I have, yes. And then the third story arc one after that is Ties That Bind, but it's
Right.
not a mystery story arc. It's relational, but very happy with that one too. I really just enjoyed the work on it, the writing it and working with the actors and everything that came out of that.
Because it was like a singular vision. Is that what like
Yeah, and that's why it's so hard to answer the question. It's not a duck and dodge. It's the fact that when you look at those story arcs, they are just so different. And then of course I go to the circumstances around them,
right.
the writing and who we were working with and who came in to do the acting and all of that. So they're so very different. But that's one reason why I like them very differently, and it's hard to pick a favorite.
Was the Green Ring conspiracy based off actual counterfeiting events that actually happened? And if it,
Well, what happened is the idea came ahead of the information. I think, if I remember correctly, Green Ring began with this idea of the kids finding a backpack, a plane crash thing with this backpack full of money, finding the backpack full of money. That I think that was the real starting point for me. Kids find a backpack full of money. Okay, then what? And it's the what if they did. And then, well, then it grew from there. Then it became like, well, what is it doing there? And now I got to figure out everything that leads up to it and what does it lead to. And so I was working on, funny enough, I also tied into the Maltese Falcon. A
really?
bunch of the names, if you look at the names, I mean, if you look at the names of some of the characters, they are directly connected to the Maltese Falcon. Because you remember in the movie, the thing that they're all chasing after turns out not to be the real thing.
Mm.
It's a counterfeit. So it's the same thing. So then, in terms of a thematic side, I began to wonder, okay, how can I explore the idea of deception and counterfeit? And you have to know, and then it comes down to that simple phrase, you have to know what the truth is to know a lie. We have to know what the truth is. And so I began to explore that, but turn it into this sort of mystery adventure thing, but to explore from different angles that theme and then introduce the characters and the plot situations and the twists and turns. And that was the driver for me. And then to do it and to do it credibly, I then started researching counterfeiting
Man.
and case studies of counterfeiting and counterfeiting attempts and how they do it and on down the line. So I didn't want to get lost in that for the sake of the audience or have them get lost in it. But I did research after the fact to say, okay, well, if this is a bag of money and it's counterfeit money, or if this is all about counterfeiting, then what? And I need to do my research. So
Mm.
I loved the Green Ring conspiracy. I think it's my personal favorite of yours.
I'd rather have it a favorite than other words that you might say about things I've written. So I appreciate that.
Is there anything about those three major story arcs that you would be like, man, if I could go back, I would change this, or if I
Mm.
keep that, or is it kind of just like, you know what, I like it the way it was, and I wouldn't change a thing?
Well, I tend not to. I mean, honestly, because we can't anyway. I'm not George Lucas. I don't go back and do a lot of revisions and much as I might want to. I mean, it's a learning curve. So when I go back and listen to something and I kind of cringe a little bit at a line I'd written or something, or a plot thing that I had done that might have come off a bit too contrived or whatever the case may be. Um, yeah, I kind of wish I had done that differently, but it doesn't mean that I would want to go back and do it differently because
Right.
learning that then informs the next thing that I do.
Mhm.
So that's the upside and the downside of what I perceive to be mistakes. But then I've talked to people where I've said that, oh, I wish I'd done this differently, and they said, why would you? No, that was my favorite bit. So the very thing that I'm thinking, I'm not sure about that. Other people are going, no, we loved it. My family loved it. So we're glad you did it that way, whatever the case may be. So that's a big part of it. Is just the learning curve
Mm.
and taking that on. So when I look back, I wish I had more episodes for. See, my problem is I am notorious for writing too much. I'm supposed to do a two-parter, it becomes a three-parter. I'm supposed to do a 12-parter, and by the time it's done, we're at 14, 15 parts. The Ties That Bind was supposed to be 12 episodes, and it really was 20.
Really?
Yeah, because it spills into the
Wow.
next album, but that next album is
Mm.
really a continuation of Ties That Bind. I mean, you've got your 12 for the album, but then you go into taking the plunge or whatever that next one was, and that's a continuation. It was just all the same story arc.
Hmm.
So I'm the one that always seemed to get caught out doing that. And so I remember, I think it was the last couple of episodes of Green Ring. The pressure was on. I had to wrap this thing up. I did Dave Arnold as executive producer is like, no, we are not spilling in we have to get this thing done. You've got to get it done. And so, and I can't disagree. We were writing to 12 episode albums, and, unless I had a big plan for how we were spilling into the next, but everybody felt, no, we've got to finish this out. And so I finished it out, and it felt a bit like a crush, a little bit to me. Now, I don't know that anybody else felt that, but it just felt a bit breathless in a way because I was compressing so much in. And then we did sort of the follow up. The last thing I officially wrote for Odyssey was the long end, which is like the addendum to Green Ring, because you've got Buck dealing with Skint and his past and all that. And that to me was a six-parter that I had to compress into three parts, and that kind of thing. So, that's on me. I'm just notorious for doing that. I overwrite or whatever and don't know how to untangle myself from my overwriting, I think. There is, by the way, in Ties That Bind, an entire story arc that I didn't write.
Really?
And where you'll find it is when, gosh, forgive me, the Parker girl
Olivia.
into the imagination station, and then she comes out and she's had a major something happened.
Right.
Well, I actually outlined the entirety of the something that happened. But again, Ties That Bind being 12 that became 20. And if I had done what I was going to do, that would have added another, and there are budget and time and production constraints that everybody has to follow. I have to follow this. Dave Arnold is saying, we can't do it. And then I thought of doing it as a book series, kind of like Passages. I said, oh, well, you know what? But then it was impractical. We kept going, wait a minute. By the time, and I was also working on the Imagination Station books at the time, but then it was like, okay, I outlined it. I could do it. But the time it would take, and by the time it would get published and come out, it would be so far removed from the series that people may not even get it. And we were also thinking naively that the whole family discussion, family matter, had calmed down. Now, of course, it's come up again because of all the gender stuff and everything else. Because really the driving question was, does God have a design for family, and does it even matter? Does family matter at all? If it went away, if family as we understand it from, say, a Judeo-Christian scriptural basis, if it went away, who cares? Does it really is it a social construct? Is it a cultural construct? So that's what Ties That Bind was trying to go after, was exploring God's design. Well, this parallel series was going to take that a step further and explore an almost apocalyptic scenario to show that, to represent it from a different angle. And then I still have all the notes and everything I could have done, but we just haven't gotten around to doing it. Much like doing more Passages books, which that subject comes up from time to time.
Really? Do you consider doing more Passages books?
I would consider it if I could find the angle. Not so much for the Maris side of the story, but kind of a story arc over that would be compelling or plausible or something that would get it. Because I don't like to go back and repeat what I've been doing, what I've done. To me, the 6 passages are sort of complete.
Right.
But I could be persuaded to do more, but I wouldn't do just one more. In other words, if I'm going to do something, there's got to be some sort of a reason to do 3, a story arc of some sort, something that would be compelling enough to say we're going back into this world. Otherwise, why do it?
Right.
So that's a consideration.
But concerning Olivia,
Olivia, thank you. I don't know why I went blank on her name.
No, you're good. You're good. Is there any way we could get just a little bit of a leak of what would have been if you had like the bigger?
Well, I gave you a little clue, and that was something dystopian, apocalyptic in a way, but not horrendously end of the world.
Right.
Maybe a little more like 1984.
Okay. That would have been okay.
If things are unleashed and you have this parallel, because I realized, and see, now I'm saying way too much. I realized we didn't want to go back in time, and I couldn't go forward in time. So what if we went sideways? And we went to a parallel Odyssey where family didn't matter.
Mhm.
Family as we knew it disappeared. What does that world look like? And I mapped it all out. And in terms of plot lines and who's there and what they're like and what the world is like, it's a whole other mythology. And yeah, I might get to it one day if anybody's ever interested in it, but
I'm
not not now. Yeah, I'm running out of time as my runway is a lot shorter than I've got more time behind me than I have ahead of me.
Yeah.
So yeah, but I think it's there to be done. It just needs to be.
Do have a question concerning have you listened to the recent Odyssey album, well, recent, a couple of years ago, the 28 Hours story arc? Did you?
No, and I will confess that when I came away from Odyssey for my own sake, I came completely away.
Mm.
And so I don't know the characters, the plot lines. I don't know what they're up to. I occasionally hear snippets from fans or even from the team because I see these guys a lot, you
Right.
know, so it'll kind of come over, oh, well, we're working on this or we've written that or we've got these characters. But yeah, I'm so involved in my own worlds,
Right.
creatively and otherwise, that to try to stay on top of Odyssey would just be too hard.
Could I spoil alert for 28 Hours? But
Well,
like
you could, yeah. I mean, go ahead.
they have the reappearance of the chairman from the Novacom saga.
Hmm. Yeah, I
What
think I'd heard that.
you heard that? What are your
Yeah.
thoughts on that? Because I remember because
Well, it
yeah.
depends on what they do with them because when we did Novacom,
Mhm.
um, the very first thing, because we all seem to agree that revisiting
Mhm.
characters seems a bit, forgive me for putting it this way, not lazy, but a
Mm.
bit too convenient. And you see it all the time. I mean, if you're a Doctor Who fan and
Hmm.
you've just, you know, you've got all these shows
Yeah.
and they just seem to bring characters back in many ways unnecessarily.
Mhm.
So after Blackguard, when we were doing Novacom, it was like, well, I don't want a bad guy like Blackguard. We've done Blackguard.
Right.
There's only one of them, and we've done it. So now I was thinking more of a corporate entity,
Mm.
but you know, and so we're dealing with a conspiracy, you know, of people and doing things trying to push this whole technology forward. And that meant a corporation or some sort of corporation, and then that meant, well, there's a chairman, there are people in charge of this thing.
Right.
So without repeating Blackguard, who would the chairman be? You know, there's got to be, and is it a shadowy figure? Is it, who is it? But whoever it is, you just have this hierarchy. And that was the whole idea, is you have sort of a hierarchy. And that was a vague sort of thing was, I don't remember in our notes or our meetings that we got hyper specific because we liked the idea of the mystery of it.
Mm.
And I don't remember us ever saying, well, we will never go back to this.
Mm.
So for them to bring the chairman, to bring that into play again, some would say, well, we needed to, much like me doing the long end with Skint.
Mm.
It's like, well, there are some loose threads that could be looked at and exploited or for a story's sake. And so, you know, I don't have strong feelings about it, depending on what they're doing with it, you know,
Right.
and even then it's not my show. So it's whatever I think or feel about it isn't even relevant.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
I do have a question about the chairman. Was the chairman ever considered to be Margaret Frey, the mayor of Odyssey? Because I heard there was a theory that she
Well,
was.
I think, yeah, now that you're even saying that, I have a vague recollection that that came up as a theory,
Right.
either as an idea or a theory, but I don't remember any of us locking in on it. But back in the day, our discussion, because we're talking 25 years ago,
Right.
um, I do remember that coming up, but I my memory is that I wanted to avoid getting that kind of specific.
Mm.
Mm.
I just wanted to, sometimes in mysteries there are some good loose threads that you want to
Hmm.
keep loose.
Mm.
And you know, because writing and plot, you know, it really is. It's like having an ace up your sleeve. You
Right.
know, all I could think is the card idea. You know, you want cards to play, and sometimes you have more cards than you actually play.
Right.
And that's the way it is.
Hmm.
Some of the best dramas, as long as in a story arc you are resolving the major questions, that's just writing 101. You're resolving the major questions, but so leave some questions unanswered. I mean, you can argue that Father Gilbert was an exercise in unanswered questions because I wasn't about to tie up tight explanations about how these things happen. And the over explaining, by the way,
Mhm.
if you go all the way back to the imagination station, one of the things, and I've told this story probably too many times, but I used to have an edition of The Time Machine by H.G. Wells.
Mhm.
And the edition I had in my memory, I remembered that I saw an edition or had an edition with a prologue written by Isaac Asimov. And in the prologue, he goes through this whole explanation about time travel, all the different theories about time travel. But one of the things that he says about H.G. Wells' Time Machine, the biggest fault of the book was that H.G. Wells over explained how the time machine worked.
Mhm.
Michael Crichton did the same thing with Jurassic Park.
Mhm.
And Asimov said within 2 years of writing The Time Machine, everything that H.G. Wells asserted was proven wrong scientifically because H.G. Wells was writing based on, then I think Einstein came along. You know what I mean? So the one thing you don't want to do is over explain. What you want is to explain enough so that your audience will buy into it. It's credible and plausible. And that's as much to me as you want to do. So we refer, I mean, unless they've done something I don't know about, but the technology of the time machine, of the imagination station, has never been fully explained,
Right.
except that it's a form of virtual reality that may or may not be an actual time machine,
Mhm.
and that sort of thing. But
Hmm.
then you get in the imagination station books and other peripheral things that then suggest it really is. But we don't explain how that's possible. Michael Crichton did a book called Timeline where he explained all that. And I had read Timeline, and the idea of a corporation getting behind a time machine for their own nefarious purposes was a direct inspiration for Novacom.
Hmm.
I had just read that book and I went, what if, and rather than time machine, what if you created a technology where somebody with a handicap could look at a TV and just by thinking of it could change the channel? What if you could just do these things? And if you can do that and a company was developing it, what nefarious things might come out of that
Right.
by way of developing it for altruistic reasons, but also developing it for either monetary or other reasons. Now we're back to the whole artificial intelligence issue.
Hmm.
That's all. I mean, honestly, this stuff just circles the drain over and over again. So that was a big part of it, was not over explaining. And there are times when it's best not to over explain everything. You give just enough of the explanation that the audience will take it as credible, and then you leave the rest of it alone. That's my sage advice in storytelling, because it'll only get you in trouble if you get too specific.
How much do you write in one day typically, or one week? Like, because you do write a lot, and I actually find that to be a very good quality. So,
Um,
how would could
yeah, I'm
somebody?
all about quantity and not quality. That's
No.
my motto. But I don't know. It's funny because friends of mine who are writers, they have word amounts.
Mhm.
And sometimes it'll be a number of words or I'm going to finish this chapter. I write until just I know I'm done writing for the day,
Mhm.
or I reach a natural stopping point. I will say, and I'm not saying this to brag because of how it turned out, but I was working on a novel and I wrote 15,000 words in one day.
Oh my goodness.
So I was working on this novel and I had kind of got myself away from all the distractions. And I sat down and I mean, I went at this. And I'd never written that many words. And I mean, and I don't count the words anyway. I'm usually thinking in terms of just what's the natural stopping point, whether it's scene
Mm.
in a play or you reach the end of Act One or the end of the episode or the middle of the episode, whatever the case may be. And I still do that. I just write until I'm done, for the day or whatever.
Hmm.
And I did it. But the reason I even mentioned it isn't to brag, but as a lesson. Because when I finished the book and I handed it into the publisher, they said, "Now, we contracted you to write, this like 90,000 word book, and you've handed in a book that's 132,000 words, and we're not going to publish that. You have to cut."
Oh.
And so I had to cut like 30,000 words out of this.
Mm.
Now, I think the book was better for it because I had put a lot of stuff. I became very enamored by my research, historical and otherwise. And I think a lot of what got cut out of that was my $15,000, 15,000 word day got cut
Mm.
almost in its entirety. I think by the time it was published, that whole section that I had written was reduced to a paragraph. And
Oh.
but it was a lesson learned because one could argue that I had just chased some rabbits that I was enamored by, and the reader wouldn't have been. And the editor was right. He was brilliant to say, "This is superfluous. We don't really need it. I know you like it, but we don't really need it." And he was right.
I was gonna say, what's the process of you creating a new character? Like, do you outline what your character does, or
Yes, all the
okay?
above. Honestly, I honestly wish I had a good answer for this because in all the years that I've been doing this, characters I emerge
Mhm.
to me. I discover them. Well, the truth is, writing is discovery anyway, because no
Mhm.
matter how much I've outlined things, I always hold on loosely. I always have to leave room for the idea that could take this thing off into a better direction. And it's the same thing because I'm working on some things now, and people who are reading what I'm writing are like, "Wow, these characters," they're talking about the characters, and I don't know where they come from. I just they just arrive. And there are a lot of factors that lead to that. We've often told the story, for example, of Eugene.
Right.
So Eugene could easily have been the so-called, computer wore tennis shoes type character. He could have been one-dimensional, could have, but our instinct was that he wasn't going to be that way. But really, what clinched it was Will Ryan's performances. So once we went in, and that whole dynamic is feeding off of each other.
Mhm.
We're writing, and Will does the first script as Eugene. We hear it. Now that's in our heads. And what he's doing is informing us, and that's informing what we're writing for him to do.
Mm.
And it's so the character of Eugene, I mean, any character, whether it's in a team setting or interaction with actors, or it's just in your head, um, just again, hold on loosely. I do remember Jerry Jenkins, who wrote the Left Behind series. In one of the books, a major character was killed,
Mhm.
and people were furious. And Jerry's explanation was simply, "It's not my fault. He was dead when I found him."
Mm.
And I thought, but that's how it works. And this is also why writers often talk about characters just slipping out of their control.
Mm.
It happens. I'll tell you, Harlow Doyle was notorious for that, and Wooten is notorious for that. And there are other situations that have come up. As characters, they're very easy to just go off and do whatever they're going to do. But if you are being true to the character in your writing, you're not contriving what they're doing, but they're doing what they would really do. Very often, they will take the writer in a direction that the writer wasn't conscious of going, which sounds crazy when you think about it, because the writer's consciousness is everything that's going on, and yet it's not. That means there's something else going on. Call it free will. I don't know what you want to call it, except there's something else going on that's at play. So if I'm writing a character, and it's really funny because you write and you're playing with this character and you're still trying to discover who the character is. And then it sort of clicks. And then you have to go back and
Mm.
rewrite early dialogue or early sections because you realize you had the character saying some things and doing some things that that character really wouldn't do.
Mm.
And you know that now. The character has taught you.
Right.
I would not do that. So you need to go back and fix what you had me do.
Wow.
That's the wild part of what it is that we do. It's a form of insanity, I think.
So for people who struggle with writing not wooden dialogue, what's your best tip for them?
My advice to them would be make it sound naturally. No, no, really. Honestly, and this isn't, it might sound contrived, but the truth is, if action is an extension of character,
Mhm.
what they say or don't say is an extension of character, and what is said about them is an extension of other characters. So honestly, if everything is intertwined, and I've got this idea, I mean, we've all seen movies and TV shows where you just knew that the writer needed to get the character from point A to point B, no matter how that was going to happen. And
Mhm.
so he just did it, even though you're going, I don't even know why the character did that.
Mm.
It doesn't make sense to me. Now, that's okay if there's a mystery behind it. It's like, why did the character do that? And then you find out later on the character did that because, of some scene with his mother when he was 7 years old that played into whatever that moment was, or something else at play. But what you don't want is the writer to go, I needed my character to do it, so I forced him to do it.
Mm.
And so the same with dialogue. The thing about dialogue, and I'm not talking about dialect or accent, I'm not talking about all that. I'm just talking about much as you would try to be judicious with action. What is my character doing and why is my character doing this? I know I need because my plot line says I need him to do that. But that's not good enough. The character needs to do it because the character would do it
Right.
or not do it. And the same thing with dialogue. It's the same thing with everything. I love dialogue and I get lost in it. So again, and as I said earlier about Beyond the Mask, um, it's very easy for me to get lost in dialogue because I love words, or I love, especially if it's comedic. Writing for somebody like Wooten. See, the thing about Wooten for me was he isn't comedically anarchist.
Right.
There's method to his madness. There's generally something behind when he goes off on just all kinds of goofy stuff that sounds random and it sounds like, oh, the writers are just trying to be clever. But generally, much like wit inventing things, my view is that wit didn't invent things just to invent, though there is pure joy in doing something for the fun of it. But
Mhm.
if it was going into wit's end, there was a reason for it to be there
Mhm.
because he was an inventor who was also a teacher.
Mm.
Even if it wasn't obvious, there was still a reason for it. Same thing. Characters need to have a reason for what they're doing, unless they're the type of character who is just so completely off the wall, borderline insane that you don't even know what the reason is. And yet the character would think he has a reason.
Hmm.
Everybody has a reason for what they do, whether they even know what it is or not. So honestly, that sounds too easy by way of advice, but I think that's at the heart of it. So my lesson with writing a book, historical book, I loved what I was learning about periods of history, and I wanted everything in that book.
Hmm.
But I had an editor who went, yeah, but you got to stay with the plot and your
Mm.
characters and all this stuff that you just thought was so fascinating. Nobody's going to care about unless it's relevant to the story, the characters, whatever.
Mm.
And that was the lesson is to let go of things so the story and the characters can get on with it. So I don't know if it's certainly not concise advice, but it's advice of a sort.
You said like writing is like discovery,
It's exploration and discovery.
exploration, discovery.
Yeah, no, and that by the way would be Father Gilbert. Unlike Adventures in Odyssey, which started off as being primarily a teaching show, and
Right.
still is to a great degree. I mean, that's the expectation is that there are lessons to be learned.
Mhm.
What I realized when I started into like Father Gilbert specifically was that it was more of an exploration. I
Mhm.
wasn't trying to teach on these things. I wasn't trying to put out some lesson. I was exploring some ideas. That's the
Right.
beauty to me. I think the
Mm.
best art is more about exploration
Mhm.
than overt teaching. which seems ironic for somebody who worked on a kind of a teaching show. But it
Mhm.
was also for a group, an audience and their families that allowed for that to work. I mean, to do what we did, and it seemed to work. I mean, it's still going, so something.
Mhm.
But with Father Gilbert, it's more exploration. So writing to me usually starts with the what if
Mhm.
of an idea of something, sometimes with a character, sometimes with something that I find interesting. And then you build on that and you go into the exploration of the idea or the theme, and then what you discover along the way as you're exploring it.
So would you say that the themes in your story you kind of just figure it out as you write it, or you're going like, these are the things I want to explore, or I'm starting to write?
They were both. See, with Adventures and Odyssey, we did it. It was all that. I mean, there were situations where we went, okay, we need to do a story about, I don't know, selfishness or about lying or something, and then you construct a story with that. There were other times when we would think we had a loose idea of a theme or an idea, a lesson,
Mhm.
and then we would get all the way through, halfway through the script or all the way through, and you suddenly realize, oh no, no, the story isn't about that at all.
Mm.
It's not the theme we thought it was. And then you have to go back and shore up the theme that it turned into, which, it may have been started off lying, but then became more subtle than that, about a particular kind of deception or whatever. And so there was that. And then other times, Odyssey episodes were written when we just thought of interesting things like, you know, Eugene being put in a position where Connie has to teach him how to drive.
Mm.
Eugene being put in a position where Bernard's beating him at chess,
Yeah.
and Eugene can't figure out how he's doing it. That how he's doing it confounds him to the very core. So then you're dealing with plot ideas that have to do with the character and conflict and things that are funny or poignant or dramatic in that respect. And then you see what themes emerge from it. Sometimes the theme will come after, or bubbles to the top, as C.S. Lewis said.
Hmm. Do you ever struggle with perfectionism when writing? And what would be your advice to writers who struggle with perfectionism?
Well, I think anybody who looks at what I've been writing would say, well, clearly he doesn't have an issue with perfectionism. No, I mean, what I would say to people who struggle with it, there's an argument to be made that perfectionism is an extension of a particular kind of pride, and we are not meant to be prideful. We are meant to do the best we can with the talent and the craft that
Mm.
we've hopefully learned to go along with the God-given talent. But what I would say is usually, at least my understanding of it, because I don't, but I do know a form of perfectionism that comes from the editor being turned on too soon,
Mm.
because we have both at play usually, well, some of us, and that would be you have to have that period where you let go. You're not polishing everything up as you go along. You just need to get it all out there and put things into place and figure these things out. Then you go back in the second draft or third, and then you begin to tighten it all up. You sort of you work at the next phase, and then you go back. And there's some point where you're moving from the pure creative side of it, where you're just going with your instincts, going with what you've learned and building on that. And then there's a point where it's appropriate for the editor to show up in your mind and then look afresh at what you've been doing and determine, is it working? Isn't it working? I need to fix this. This is too long. I need to shorten it.
How many drafts would you typically do for an Odyssey script versus a book?
Yeah, well, I mean, there can be a difference, but fact is, with an Odyssey script, because I hate to put it like this, we were under the gun, so to speak. We're writing to deadlines. We're trying to keep the show going. And so, honestly, it would start with the premise. For a long time, we didn't even write outlines. It was pretty much, okay, well, we like the idea. Go ahead, write the script. And then, and this is mostly for those on staff, because you have to pay freelancers for every draft that they do, in theory. So if you're doing that, then you do need an outline in order to make sure that you're not commissioning something that when the script shows up, you go, oh, wait a minute, that's not what we thought it was at all.
Mm.
So that would be an outline, and once that's approved, then you dive into the scripting. And honestly, with Odyssey, we got spoiled, and maybe some of the shows reflect that we needed more drafts. But honestly, it seemed to me that we often just did three drafts.
Hmm.
You might have that first one, and then notes would be given. And if it didn't need major changes, you'd have the second one. And then you might do one more before you went into the studio,
Hmm.
just to make sure it's cleaned up and you haven't missed anything and all that. So maybe a third draft before you went in the studio. I don't know if that's how it is now, if they still do it that way. But novels are completely different. I mean, it's I guess the parallel would be more like Green Ring or something like that, where you're dealing with a large kind of going through it. But with novels, yeah, in the old days they used to say you needed to prepare yourself for 2 years
Hmm.
of living with this novel.
Hmm.
And that's at the point when it's commissioned.
Hmm.
I'm not even talking about how long it takes you to write a version that a publisher might agree to publish. It's like after you've signed the contract, and if you did do the chapter and the outlines and they accepted that, and then you now are writing the book. And it depends on how, if are you making it all up? Is it a coffee table type thing? Is it something, a temporary setting in a world that and so you can write it. You're not sweating the history or the accuracy of history or of a culture you don't know or something like that. Once you move further away from the world that you know or the world that your readers would commonly know, then the work becomes exponentially harder. And the same thing is true for audio drama. The further you get away from a common understanding of what the world is, a living room, people know what living rooms are. So if we put the Barkley family in the living room, or we put the family in Odyssey in a living room, most people get that. But you move them into Narnia, you move them into medieval France, you move them further afield from a common understanding, then the job becomes that much harder to help them imagine what it is that you need them to imagine. And now you're playing this balancing game of hidden exposition where you're revealing exposition but without it sounding like that. And the same thing with sound effects and everything else that you're doing, whether you're telling the story of Robin Hood, or the Luke reports when we did the stories of Jesus. But even then, Bible stories have the edge that most of our audience in an evangelical world will know what you're talking about with the Bible.
Right.
They can imagine that. But yeah, you give them, 1400s England, they think they might know, but then there are nuances that they can't, and you've got to figure out how to communicate it.
Right. Do you ever struggle with burnout or writer's block?
It's interesting. There are two things. I've never really had writer's block because usually writer's block, at least for me, wasn't an absence of a deficit of ideas. It was that I had too many and I had to make some choices. And I couldn't decide, do I want this book? Should it be first person or third person? Should I do this story this way or that way? So I've got more ideas than I can quite figure out what to do with. I've been fortunate in that because I know of writers who have writer's block, whether they do it or not. I read an interesting article that described the difference between writer's block and, let's say, writer's fatigue. Writer's block is when you look at a blank page and you have no idea what to put on it. Writer's fatigue is you look at a blank page and you know exactly what needs to go onto that page and you just don't want to do it. You just can't muster the energy to start those words or to start however it's going to start. And I have had fatigue from time to time where I've just, I needed to stop. I needed to create some boundaries to protect myself a little bit more by taking on too many deadlines, taking on too many projects at the same time. But thankfully, I've never really had writer's block.
Okay.
Because I know it can be crippling. Because the danger is you look at the blank page and you think you will never put anything on that page. You will never put anything on that page again. And that's the crippling part of it. But for me, that sort of thing is really almost a psychological game of figuring your way around it. It's not a permanent condition. It's just it's a leg cramp, in the marathon. It's a little something that's going to hold you up, and you just figure out what works for you to get around that thing. And sometimes it's just to completely step away from it or read or look at something that inspires you. I've been often inspired by things that had nothing to do with what I was working on, but it was the very thing I needed to watch or experience or engage in to free me up again to say, oh, I see what they did there. Oh, I wonder if I can do that over here. And then suddenly things connect. And to me, the writing is a lot like just putting pieces. And I think that may be the difference for me, the way my brain is wired, is once I move on a track with a plot, to me, it's like pieces of a puzzle fitting in place. Because if this, then that. Well, and if that, then that next thing. And this. And now you're dealing with your characters. And you're going, well, what would my character do? And what should he do? And then it's how do I keep from boring the audience? Why should they care? And so that whole dynamic comes into play too. And then it just sort of, for me, it just sort of slots in, and it makes perfect sense to me. In fact, the Odyssey team used to call it the black box effect, because I would go into a meeting and we would be talking about a plot line, and I would say, well, seems to me all you need to do is X, Y, and Z. And for me, it's solved. The way my brain works, I'd go, well, you just need to do these things and it'll be fine. And I'll leave the meeting. And they said I would leave the meeting and they would either keep meeting or they would go back to their desks and start working on what I said X, Y, and Z was. And they went, what did he say? What am I supposed to do? And it suddenly doesn't make sense. And the joke became, it was like Novacom's black box. It was the Paul McCusker black box, because it seemed so easy when I put it to them, because in my mind, it all fit. I knew boom, 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 boom. Okay, this is how you do it. And they went, I have no clue what you're talking about. So my sympathies go out to them.
Which audience do you prefer to write for? Children or adults? Because you've done both. Which one do you enjoy more?
To me, it's negligible what the difference is, to be honest, because we said from the beginning, we subscribed to Tolkien and Lewis and greater minds than ours when they said, if you think you're writing a children's story, if you think you're writing for children, then you're already making a mistake. Because the best children's stories, I mean, I still love Winnie the Pooh. For me, the difference between writing for children, writing for a target audience of 10, 11, 12-year-olds or whatever, or younger or whatever, it is more just about word choices and getting into the mindset of how they read. But I have to do that with all my audiences. Whether I'm writing for, 18-year-olds or 60-year-olds or 12-year-olds or whoever, the process is kind of the same, in that I'm thinking of my audience and I'm trying to tell a story that will be compelling to them, but I don't want to exclude other audiences. In other words, Odyssey was always written with the sense that adults shouldn't be penalized for having to listen to a kids show with their kids, the Barney effect, as we would call it later, where they're feeling punished because they have to listen to this thing. We always tried to put things in there, and Pixar later on would do the same thing. Make sure that they're writing a good story. And yes, the target audience may be this age, so it's going to determine some word choices or themes that they may or may not engage because it's not appropriate or whatever. But you're aware that you want to write something that those beyond that age group in both directions could engage in. So we knew that in families, the age group that was listening to Odyssey, that they had younger brothers and sisters that were listening. And even if they weren't getting everything conceptually, they were still enjoying it because of the sound, the voices, the whatever they could grasp. So for me, I enjoy, honestly, it's easier for me in many respects, I guess. If I want to just speak in terms of laziness, it's easier for me to write for my own age, to write for grown-ups. I guess you could say it's easier, but because I write so much of the other kind, it's because of the Beyond the Mask experience. It's now hard to write for my own age because I don't do it that often. So I'm making different selections of word choices or themes that I want to explore or whatever. So they have different challenges, but um, equally good challenges. But story.
Right.
For me, it's the same thing. It's the application that's going to determine the whole specifics of age, of the audience and the subtleties of the audience that you're speaking to. But the story itself, in many ways, you could argue should work, unless you're doing, ultra violence. I mean, the John Wick comic books for, 7-year-olds. I don't think so. But the way things are going now, it wouldn't surprise me.
So, what are some advice to create a hook that will get the readers or the audience's attention? And what is some of your advice for leaving them giving a satisfied ending? More or less.
Well, I mean, the hook is intuitive, honestly, because the argument, to put it simplistically, I've heard many writers say, just start later than you think you should.
Hmm.
So very often you got to get caught up. In fact, in one of the Father Gilbert's, the novel, one of the problems that I had with that first novel after the series was the question of, I kept wanting to set up a lot. And I realized, no, I had to come in at a point of action. I had to come in, and the point of action doesn't mean high action, gun shooting or,
Mhm.
yeah, shootout or whatever, a bank robbery. It's good if that's the kind of book you're writing, but a high point of action could be a high point of emotional action. Somebody's on their deathbed and
Mm.
suddenly they regret their entire lives. I mean, it could be emotional, it could be any number of things, but the argument tends to be to hook, I don't know, a film producer, to hook a publisher, whatever the case may be. What would hook you is the main question.
Mm.
Detach enough from what you intend to do to, again, get into the mind of who's looking at it and say, okay, uh, and the story goes that Frank Capra did a movie. He did a movie called Lost Horizon,
Mm.
and it was a very long film. And he had done a screening, but the projectionist inadvertently forgot to show the first reel.
Mm.
So basically, the audience saw the film begin at the second reel, and Capra realized he didn't need the first reel, that what was in there he could incorporate more subtly and gently
Mm.
into the rest, but he didn't need to start where he thought he was starting. And that's true for most of us.
Mhm.
I've just recently worked on something where it's a fair argument that I should have started it later than I did. And I can make my case for why I didn't, but as we keep reminding ourselves, we're not going to be sitting in the living rooms of these families explaining to them what we meant to do and why we did it. They're just experiencing the story as it's been given to them. So whatever mistakes we've made, for better or for worse, we're either living with or we need to learn for the next thing.
Mhm.
So,
Mm.
yeah, does that answer the question? Did I
I-
did I answer the question?
Yes, yes, you did. What about for the satisfying ending in your
The satisfying ending is, and Louis Catron, and I had this written down. It's so funny. Surprising predictability was a phrase that kept coming to my mind about endings, because there's a thing about endings. You need to answer all your key dramatic questions. A satisfying ending is going to answer all the key questions, and it has a certain sense of inevitability. The best endings to me are the ones where you go, well, I don't think it could have been any other way. You know what I mean? Even
Mm.
though you could think of a dozen other ways, you realize this was the way it needed. This was the way it needed to end. This was the right ending. And they're
Mhm.
very hard to do. But you answer all the questions and then you've satisfied the audience in terms of their expectations. And like I said, there's this sort of surprising inevitability. The best endings are the ones where it ended the way it should, and you kind of knew all along that it might end that way, but you didn't know how, and you're still surprised by it. So I want to be careful what examples I use, but Avengers Endgame, there you can just point to Avatar, and I mean the animation, the animated series, The Last Airbender.
Mm.
The ones with the best endings, you could just go, well, of course. How could it be any other way? And that's going to be true. Once you've established whatever your core, it doesn't matter whether it's dramatic or comedic or whatever the story is. You want to get to the end, and you want it to be satisfying in that it is satisfied the major plot questions, and it is satisfied essentially the expectations you gave the audience. See, that's the thing we have to remember as writers. Any expectation that the audience has, we gave them. In essence, our writing begins to make promises that we have to fulfill. And
Mm,
if we're making promises that we can't or won't fulfill, then we shouldn't be making those promises. And we've all seen shows and movies like that.
mhm,
They started off strong and then they sort of fizzled out because they made promises they couldn't keep.
Hmm.
And that's going to be the main thing. Without getting into specifics about, plots and everything else, that's the general
Hmm.
idea of how to make a satisfying ending. It's just those basic principles, I think.
What are your three best tips for directing?
I mean, it's funny. I remember somebody saying that the biggest part of painting, if you've ever painted a room or done anything like that at home, most of your work is in the preparation.
Hmm.
And I've heard multiple directors say the number one thing about directing is casting.
mm,
Because if you have done the job and got your cast in place, a lot of directing is just staying out of the way.
Hmm.
And for
mm,
me, that's not false humility or anything. Honestly, when I'm working with people who know what they're doing, my job is almost like air traffic control. I'm just sort of there either to make sure we're getting the tracks, like voice tracks. I'm there to work with whoever is at the soundboard and make sure we're getting the tracks and the performance and what we need. But the actual directing is minimal when you're working with a great cast because they come in, they know what they're doing. Hopefully, they know
mm,
the characters and they know what they're doing. If they don't, then you do have to direct. And really, the secret to that I've heard repeatedly from directors and from actors is just know what it is that you're after and be very clear in telling them what it is that you're trying to get to.
Mm.
And if that means it's just a very straight direction, could you try this line a little bit more like that? Or try this scene a little bit more, less anger and a little bit more something else, or whatever it may be. Or restrained anger. Don't shout your way through the scene. You need, emotional build. You need to
mhm,
have somewhere to go. And if you're screaming the whole time, it becomes white noise to the audience. Those kinds of things is what the director is watching out. But the main thing, and again, I've heard this from the actors we worked with, especially in London, and they were just, you're clear in your direction. You tell us what we need to do because the actors don't want to be frustrated trying to please you when you don't know what you want.
Hmm.
mm,
And if you're not articulating it clearly. So I'm not one of those, oh, well, just try this. Could you just try this? What they want is say, how about this? Or pull back, just give them clear direction. But that means you walk in with preparation. You've got yourself a good cast, but you also know the script. You know what it is that you're trying to do. You know what you need. And like with audio drama, I would be looking at the guys at the board because very often, like if it's a Dave Arnold, and he would turn and he'd say, he's talking quietly. You remember they're out in the middle of the woods and there's something going on. So just remember to tell them to project
Hmm.
because those guys are thinking of post production. I'm hearing the performance in the booth at the time we're doing it, but they're thinking, oh, wait a minute. He's a bit subdued here. He's going to be up against a cacophony of wartime sounds or
Hmm.
whatever the case may be. But I think that's the gist of it. Know what you're doing. Know what you're doing. Know what they're doing, what you need them to do. Be clear about it, but try to get yourself a good cast.
Hmm. According to AIO Wiki, you wrote 300 episodes of Adventures in Odyssey,
Mm.
but you're no longer writing episodes for Adventures in Odyssey. What was behind that decision to no longer
mhm,
write more episodes?
Well, what happened is I left focus on the family. So the direction of my life and my interests, as much as I loved Odyssey, I redirected. And then the question was, could I take everything I'd learned in this context and now apply it to the organization I work with now, which is the Augustine Institute, which is a Catholic organization. So
mhm,
I'd been received into the church as a Catholic, in 2007. And then I continued working at Focus on the Family. It was never a problem. I mean, there were no conflicts about it. But my question personally, to be honest, was would it be possible for me to do for the Catholic community what I'd been doing in the evangelical community
Mm.
30 years, 35 years? Could I take what I've learned here and apply it there? Because the Catholic community had nothing like it.
Mm.
And many Catholics were listening to Odyssey and, doing things like that. But I just kept thinking, could I tell stories in that context? And then the opportunity came up through, well, Dr. Tim Gray, who's founder and president of the Augustine Institute. He said, I would like you to come to us and do work with us doing what you have been doing all those years at Focus on the Family. And the challenge for me was, yeah, but I'm not interested in writing another Adventures in Odyssey.
Mm.
I want to tell new stories. I want to come at it differently. And in fact, that's been the thing that I've been doing the whole time. Every time I work on something new, of any kind, I'm going, okay, wait a minute. I did that. I already did that with Adventures in Odyssey. I can't do that again. So how do I do something different so that people won't look at it or listen to it and go, oh yeah, we remember he did that with Odyssey. He's just rerunning. I really don't like, I don't ever consciously basically repeat what I've done before. It's inevitable subconsciously, but I would never consciously try to do something that I've already done, which means I'm up against 300 episodes at least, and other things like that where I'm going, okay, this is Odyssey's domain, and I don't want to encroach on that.
Mm.
In many ways, I love the show too much, and in many ways, I just, as a creative person, I just don't want to, forgive the expression, regurgitate
Hmm.
done before in any way, shape, or form. It's going to happen subconsciously.
Mhm.
It's like a musical artist who just uses a certain chord progression, and it's just what they do, and it's a default thing that they do, whether they're conscious or not. Or themes that a Steven Spielberg will go back to, the Lost Boy themes that Spielberg constantly goes back to with an orphan of some sort showing
Hmm.
up. He's dealing with certain issues that emerge because it's him, but you don't get a sense of him going back and trying to do Jaws over and over again, or the Schindler's List again and again and again, or
Hmm.
something for whatever reason.
What current projects are you most excited about right now?
Yeah, what I've been working with at the Augustine Institute, and having said I've been working so hard not to be like Odyssey, I've actually created a small town called Hope Springs. And unlike Odyssey, which is a town you don't even know where it is, this one's actually set in Colorado, Hope Springs, Colorado. And so what I've been doing over the last 10 years is, apart from doing the 5 audio dramas, the big audio dramas, the radio theater style of St. Francis, St. Cecilia, Patrick, Robin Hood, and Joan of Arc, I did 9 novels called The Adventures of Nick and Sam, set in Hope Springs,
Mhm.
a series of short stories, Gabriel's Quest, another series of short stories called Small Wonders, and then 3 bigger books that are time travel called The Virtue Chronicles, also tied into Hope Springs. And I'm now developing and working on a new audio drama called Welcome to Hope Springs.
Oh, okay.
It's about the town. So I've been creating through the books. It's interesting to start with books and then go into audio drama rather than audio drama into books.
Mm.
But what the books allowed was for me to create the mythology, the world,
Hmm.
and the interplay of the characters. And then we get to the audio drama, and there's an overlap. And they're not dramatizations of the books. It's a whole other thing, but it still dovetails into this town and everything about that. So that's actually what I've been doing for the last 10 years. I've been in a very, it's funny, coming off of Odyssey, the last thing I did for Odyssey, apart from the long end, those 3 scripts, was Ties That Bind and Taking the Plunge. And all of that was the very last thing I did, and then went straight into this whole other thing. So it's been a very productive time. And the simple answer is I can't afford to have writer's block. It's all sort of hanging on me. If I get writer's block, I'm in big trouble. A lot of people are in big trouble if I get writer's block at this point.
Is there a supernatural element, kind of like in Father Gilbert with Hope Springs?
You know, I cannot get away from it. I don't know what it is with me and this, but yeah, there are some in the novel, even in the kids' novels, The Adventures of Nick and Sam
Mm.
has got some things in it that are on the edge of not dark supernatural like Father Gilbert seemed to be. This is a different kind.
Mm.
But yes, so the short answer is I can't seem to get away from exploring those ideas. I love playing with that and just exploring them because I don't know, I just think they're fun. And then there's a whole spiritual side to it that you can explore hand in hand with that. So
Mhm.
yes, there is a component of that in everything I'm doing at the moment.
Ended all my questions. I did have one about Philip Glossman, but I think that was been covered in other areas because I
Yeah.
was mostly just about why you hate Philip Glossman.
Well,
Why?
he is a weasel of a man. I mean, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
And as I've said repeatedly, if you're going to play a character, see, I was never meant to play him. Well, Phil Lollar is now saying that he fully intended for me to play that part. I'm not an actor. They could have done better. I wish they had. One doesn't want one's legacy to be that. If you're going to be anything, I don't think I want, oh, yes, he was Philip Glossman on my tombstone.
Sorry.
And if you're gonna play a bad guy, make up a different voice. This is the only voice I have. And though I will say I discovered because a few months ago, Nathan Hoopler asked me to come in because they were doing this thing for the Odyssey Club, and he said Glossman was going to be in it. And I went, I think it's time for you to recast that. He was like, no, 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 you need to come in and play this. And if you're going to say no, just don't say no. Come in and do this. So I said, okay. But I realized when I got in there, it's really weird. Like I said, I'm not an actor. But when I got in there, I really had to think through because I realized it's not my voice. It's my voice, but it's a particular version of my voice because
Mm.
it's that sneering sarcasm, which I think is where snarky comes from. It's
Hmm.
that sneering sarcasm. And I honestly had to think through I don't talk, I mean, in spite of what some people think, I don't talk that way naturally.
Mm.
I tend not to get into that attitude much at all. Maybe at some point in my life I did, but not much now. So when I sat down at the microphone to record these lines, I really had to think through. I may have even asked them to play me some lines
Hmm.
from a show the last time I played the part because I simply couldn't think of how to put on the attitude in order to get
Hmm.
sound in my voice that makes it Glossman versus just me talking the way I am now.
Right.
He's just got this thing. So I have to give more credit than I ever did to the fact that there is a character in there. But for me, Glossman just should have been exported or deported or something years ago. I don't know. I got rid of him years ago and I was happy for him to be gone.
And what was this you were reprising? Was that for an episode for the
It
Odyssey?
was no, they were doing this little special treasure hunter. They were doing something for
Treasure.
the club. I think it was for the club, and it was some kind of special thing. And honestly, it was like three lines. And at the time, I was living all of a stone's throw from Focus on the Family, so it was very easy for me to go in. And so I just nipped in and recorded the lines, and they plugged them in and used them. I don't think I've actually ever heard. I haven't heard how it turned out. But I think it was Bob Smithhauser and Jesse. It was one of their podcast thingies, I think.
Oh, okay.
So that might actually be the last time I was in there to do anything official like that.
Paul, thank you so. Wait a minute, Josh, did you have any more questions? I want to make sure
Poor
I'm not.
Josh. He's been waiting for a
No,
chance to say something.
no, this has been great. I'm just here listening, taking notes.
I do
Okay.
tend to talk a little bit more than Josh during the interview episodes.
I don't know what that's like.
But thank you so much for being on the show and letting us talk to
Oh,
you. Like talk.
no, my pleasure.
Oh, here's a question.
Yes.
How can we find your work?
Well, in terms of what I'm doing, I mean, the simplest thing is go to Amazon and just look up Paul McCusker. And that generally has just about everything I've been doing. That's probably it in a nutshell. There's a bunch of stuff you can find on YouTube if you Google me and maybe the Augustine Institute, and go to the Augustine Institute. I know they've got stuff posted there. We are still trying to figure out how we're going to release Welcome to Hope Springs. It's a whole different, talk about how different publishing is and how writers are supposed to get their work out there. It's the same thing for us even now, where it's trying to figure out how in the world do you distribute something like this now?
Yeah.
In a world where in the days with Odyssey and radio theater, we were up against trying to explain to people the difference between what we were producing and audiobooks. Well, now we have to explain the difference between what we're doing and podcasts.
Interesting.
Because podcasts are integrating a certain amount of drama into them with scenes and sound effects and even acting voices and stuff. And it's confusing if you're not part of the generation that either knows Odyssey or the generation when Odyssey started. That generation knew classic audio dramas, radio dramas from the 30s, 40s, and 50s. So when we talked about it, they knew. But we're now all these years beyond that. And so we're up against some new challenges that we have to figure out. But yeah, that's it. I would have pointed you to my own website, but I don't think it's been updated for a while. So that's a little embarrassing, honestly.
You completely obliterated my entire question supply. So you did great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm known to do that.
No.
When it comes to talking, I'm a giver. I give back a lot more than people asked for, I think. So great to talk to you guys.
It was great.
Yeah, great talking to you.
Josh.
Yeah, you too. God bless, guys. Take care.
Yeah, same to you.
See ya.
Bye.
All right, bye.
This week on the show, Josh and I have a conversation with Katie Leigh, the voice actress behind Connie Kendall. This week on the Tim and Josh Show.
It's the Tim and Josh Show, starring Josh and Tim, and it's starting right now.
Where are you guys located?
I'm from Oklahoma. Josh is in Colorado.
Oh, where in Colorado?
I'm in the Four Corners, a little rinky-dink town called Pagosa Springs.
I've been there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's nice. Oh, how'd you guys meet?
We are Bible college.
Yeah.
Where?
Calvary Chapel Bible College in California. Murrieta, California.
Oh, out there.
Oh.
Want to see my little Connie doll that somebody made?
Oh my goodness.
Isn't this so cute?
That is cute.
Wow.
Who gave
Do you
that
want-
to you?
Gosh, you know what? I should remember her name. Who did? I don't know. And I have another set of crocheted dolls I bought from somebody who only did it for herself. But I said, please, can I buy them? And it's got Wit and Penny and Eugene.
Oh man.
I should know. I'm gonna have to ask my friend Rose. Are you guys part of the Adventures in Odyssey fan club?
Is that the Odyssey Netflix?
On Facebook.
On Facebook, I'm not on Facebook, so I didn't know that there was.
There is there's like 9,000 people in there, and they talk about everything. So one of the whoever was in there, I think, made me this. Somebody in there, one of those 9,000 people.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's great.
I know, and you guys blew my mind when you said you knew Animalia.
Oh, I loved Animalia.
Last week I went and interviewed with somebody, and they're at the office of, I don't know if you've heard of this ministry, Living Waters.
Yes,
Water
Ray
Ministry.
Comfort.
Ray Comfort, and he gave
Oh,
me
I
the
love Ray
best
Comfort.
Bible. Have you seen the Evidence Bible?
Oh,
It's a phenomenal Bible.
Oh my gosh,
It
it's
is
made me want
amazing.
to. I'm actually I'm thinking, I'm going to read this Bible from cover to cover because there's really
It's great.
interesting stuff on all the and it's heavy. You could really kill bugs with it.
Absolutely.
But
Oh.
he was so sweet and he's so funny. Have you met
He
him?
is hilarious.
He happened to be at the office, and then he wanted to give us a tour, and he showed us all. He has this big old dinosaur in his office in the lobby, this head, and he turns it on, and then before you know it, it roars, scares the crap out of you. Yeah. I mean, tell me about your Animalia thing, because you're the first people to ever mention that to me.
Really? Okay, well, I grew up with the show, and I remember the Zoe character and being like, man, her voice sounds so familiar. But then I looked in the credits and saw your name. I'm like, wait a minute, that's Connie. That's Connie. I loved that show. I was one of the
It's a great show. And
but
it's so beautiful,
yeah.
so
Hmm.
well illustrated.
What was it like working on that show? How was that different than Odyssey?
Well, it wasn't really. I mean, we did all record together, like we do on Odyssey, but we had baffles in between us because in animation you have to separate the tracks a little bit
Oh.
more than in the audio. I got Tom Ruger was the director, who's the original director from Animaniacs, who's a really great guy.
Oh.
And getting to know the half the cast was from New Zealand or Australia. So
Mhm.
that was kind of neat. I made some friends, and we had to actually audition for Graham Bass, who was the author of the book.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, and
Oh,
I
so
didn't know
he
anything
approved.
about the book. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's
And
interesting.
then, okay, I'll tell you. Now, this is good. I've never been able to tell this story.
Oh, please.
So
Oh, this
I
is
don't even
great.
know why you guys have a podcast, but I will tell you this story. So, the people who produced Animalia, I don't have my, well, I do have my phone. I'm trying to think what the name of the company was. In Australia, based in Australia. Really, really nice, really great people. Like, we had a really nice cast party.
You guys threw cast parties for Animalia?
Yeah, at the end of when you're done, yeah.
I didn't know that y'all did that. That's so fun.
Sometimes we haven't had our cast party for Odyssey yet, but we did have our one grand party last year in Colorado. Did you go, Josh?
I was not there, but Tim did go.
I
You
did
were
go.
there.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
was
made
it
the trip.
fun?
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. I saw you, I passed you when you were leaving Wits End, and I went
Yeah.
with my wife, who I just introduced to Odyssey. I'm like, that was Connie. I'm like, she was like, oh, oh.
I'm looking for the producers, Ewan Burnett, Burberry Productions. Anyway, we did a couple. I did the Fox's voice. I did Zoe's voice,
And one of the
and I did one of the alligators. Anyway, so that was over, and then a few years later, I got my agent says, "Oh, you have a job." Oh, I have a job. Okay. Yeah, she sends me a script. I go, I just got a job. I didn't even audition for it. Yeah, okay. And she says, you're gonna be playing Ian. Oh, okay. So I'm reading the script, and who sent me? Who knows me and wanted me to do this script? It was really flattering and neat, but I couldn't figure it out. So anyway, at the end of the script, it says, oh, but my name's not Ian. It's Han Solo. And I got to be Han Solo's voice as a kid. And it was the people who did Animalia were trying to do, they were in contention, I guess, is that the right word, to do the Lego Star Wars stuff. And so we did the Padawan Menace,
Wow.
which was a 30-minute Cartoon Network special, but they never
Yeah.
ended up using that company. They used a different company to do all the other stuff. But I was in that one, and that was pretty cool.
I have to say, I loved that show growing up. I was all into the core and the seeker and all
Well,
that.
it was a beautiful, beautiful
Hmm.
story, and it had a really beautiful message. Did you watch it too, Josh?
I watched a little bit of it.
Oh.
I didn't watch a lot of it. But yeah, it's a great show.
Yeah, well, PBS, right? So, yeah. So why did you want to talk to me, and what is your show about, and why did you decide to have a podcast anyway?
Well, Josh and I recently we started asking people to come on the show, and we had Phil Lollar on like Saturday, and we had
Hmm.
Paul and Marshall on.
Oh,
Yeah,
a lot of
Yeah.
AIO people.
I love AIO. It's my show. I actually
Yeah.
I'll tell you this right now. My son's name is Whitaker, so
Oh, you have a little
I
boy.
have a little boy named Whitaker.
How
So
old is he?
he just turned 5 months. So
Oh, he's a real little boy.
yeah, he's
Well,
petite.
congratulations.
Well, thank you. Maybe at the end I can.
Yeah, we want to see him. I was at Wits End, not this weekend, but the weekend before. We were in Colorado doing an audio drama institute camp. A
Oh,
week-long audio drama camp. John Campbell was there, and J.D. Sutter, and Phil Lollar, Kathy Buchanan, Todd Bastide, just teaching all how to make
Wow.
great audio camp. I said, how can we be in Colorado Springs? We were way up in the mountains. Everyone had a huge headache. We were 9,000 feet up.
Oh man.
But I said, how can we be in Colorado Springs and not go to Wits End? So the last day, and we were all flying out, but I had brought 20 people down to Wits End. It was really fun.
Oh,
Nice.
are you guys ever going to do another audio drama camp, or
I think so, because it was really successful.
I want to go so bad to that one.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what Phil and I are doing next.
Oh, please tell me.
Okay, so there's a fellow named Ryan Baumgartner. He's a ventriloquist, and he does a lot of Christian cruises and things, sing and sail cruises. Well, he's putting together Voyage of Voices cruise in October of 2026, so a year from now. We are going to leave from Galveston. We're on a cruise, me and Phil and Kimmy Robertson and Steve Burns and John Fornoff and Ginny and Donald Long. And we're just going to do live audio drama and enjoy being in Mexico and have little Bible studies and different things. And it's really affordable.
How did you get into voice acting?
I made a demo and I got an agent and I started auditioning. That's how I got into it. Because someone said, hey, you should try voice acting.
Were you into acting before then?
No.
Really?
No, I wasn't. The only thing, after I got out of college, I took some improv classes for fun.
Oh.
And I ended up taking improv 1, improv 2, improv 3, the next class, and then the final one, they're like, okay, well, now we're doing a show and we're going on stage. And I'm like, oh. But it was fun. And that really helps a lot for voiceover improvisation training.
That is so not what I thought your story would be. I thought you would have been like, oh, I've been on stage since 5. I love acting in front of people, but you're shaking your head. No.
No. I like voice acting because it used to be very anonymous.
Really? Did they not credit you usually? Or
They did, but who reads the credit? And where would you find anybody before social media?
Yeah.
The phone book, maybe.
I have a phone book here.
Do you?
Yeah.
They dropped it at my door. I figured, just to be safe, I'm going to keep it.
It will be good for killing bugs, too. Or give it to Tim. He's going to need a booster seat for little Whitaker. Yeah.
Oh,
little Whitaker.
I was just like, I thought you were making a joke that I was short.
No.
I'm like, I'm 6'4". I've never been had a short joke before.
No.
Well, since we're talking about acting, could we ask you some acting advice before we ask you Connie questions and stuff?
Give me those burning acting questions. As you know now, I'm really not a trained professional, but I do have experience. So go ahead.
How do you get into character? Because
I taught a whole class on that up at audio drama camp. And I do coach as well, and I teach, help people with that. How do you do it? You have choices. It's just like making dinner when you're cooking. You have ingredients and you decide which ingredients are you going to put into this character. Or when you read a script or see a picture, you think, oh, that reminds me of something this other person. So you think, okay, that's a good place to start. Because I have a word I coined, voicinalities. We don't do voices. We create voicinalities, personalities. We don't do voices. We create characters.
Oh.
You know, if you see, here's a character description. Here's this guy, Lingufino. Yeah.
Oh.
He's standing on his head. So, you look at the face. You look at the eyes. You try to... Oh, he's got kind of his voice, his mouth is like this. And how old is he? Well, he's like 8 years old, 7 years old. So I'm going to have him talk like that. And it's an educational thing, so he has to speak clearly. You just start playing around and get ideas. What does that feel like? What do you think this personality is? Where is this voice coming from? So you can decide on the pitch, the placement of the voice. Does he giggle a lot? Does he have a lisp? Does you know what? And then how fast does he talk? Is he like a really fast talker, or is he kind of relaxed and oh boy, kind of this kind of deal, or what's his attitude? Is he really excited? Yeah, because we're gonna tell a story today. It could be like that, and you decide, and then you really, what I tell people is, if you have a picture, and this is who you're voicing. This is what you see when you look in the mirror. That's you. So you do your best to embody that, make them come to life.
What was the first role you ever had as a voice actor?
The first role, I don't even know if it went on the air. It was a commercial for a telephone company. No, a TV. Electric company.
Oh.
I think.
Okay.
I don't know. I remember the line. But Channel 7 went out during 8 is Enough, and I need to get it back before 3's company.
Wow.
I hadn't even actually studied. I did get a degree in broadcasting, so that was before I even went back to college. But I had met some people through other people who suggested I do voiceover, so I met this producer, and he asked me to come in, and I didn't know what I was doing, and I just didn't know I didn't know. It was just very foreign to me. And then I did something for Mel Blanc's son is a producer, and he was producing something for the Shriners. And he knew my stepmom, and he needed the sound of a little girl screaming. She gets scalded in the bathtub. And yeah. And I went over to his house and recorded that. People think, it's all glamour, if it's only movies and TV. There's so many ways that voiceover.
Right.
When I used to go to the first time I went to speak at a school, I'd say, where do you hear voices? Where do you think people work? You've got radio, you've got TV, you have toys, you have apps, you have answering machines, you have, audio drama, so many different corporate websites, lots of, books. There's audiobooks. There's so many different types of work.
What's your advice for doing audiobooks specifically?
Don't
do it?
They're tedious.
How so?
No, unless you like reading books out loud, then editing it, you're good. Go for it.
Oh.
I mean, some people love it. They could just sit in a room and just read, and they're perfectly happy. I would kill myself. I tried it. I did it for a friend. I actually recorded Homeless for the Holidays for my friend Peggy Sue Wells. She wrote that book, so I recorded that. And I've done a few other books. I've done some for Brock Eastman. He did kids books. I can do kids books, right? They're super short. That's fun. But anything, no, I'm too antsy for that kind of stuff. And you have to be really good at it too to make it pay. To make it worth your while.
So you also played the voice of the prince in the Temple of Doom, Indiana Jones movie.
I did.
So what's the story behind getting that role? And do you know why they wanted to replace the kid's voice at all?
I have no idea.
They didn't tell you?
I have no idea. I auditioned to match his voice. I went to the studio. I didn't really know what it was. I only saw the black and white print. I only saw the scenes I was doing, and it was only me and the engineer. And I said, "So, Charlene, why am I here? What do you need?" And she said, "I don't know. Did they tell you?" Nope. Can
the director wasn't there?
Can you get Spielberg on the phone and find out what he wants? No, I can't get a hold of him. All right, well, let's see. I'll just try to match his voice and the best I can and just duplicate. Maybe the track's dirty. I don't know why they, a lot of times when you're doing ADR, other sounds come in, or maybe they felt by the time they finished, his voice might have changed, so he couldn't do his own ADR. I don't know. Nobody told us anything. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I probably added some stuff. Like there's a scene where he's putting needles in the voodoo doll.
Yeah.
And I had to make up some sounds for that. And breathing. Sometimes you do that in movies. I've worked a lot on movies. And then my agent, my Comic-Con agent, met him at a Comic-Con. His name's Raj. And he goes, "Guess who I have here?" I'm like, "Oh, I've always wanted to meet you. I'm so sorry. I know that must have been devastating." And, I said, "But do you know why?" "I have no idea why they had me dub." Because I don't know. He goes, "But when we went to the premiere, all my friends said, Why do you sound like a girl?
Oh my God. Every boy's
Uh,
nightmare. They were like, what? So he didn't even know until the movie was released?
They don't tell. Like, I've dubbed other kids in shows too, and I think, I'm doing my job, but I know when that mother and all their family shows up, they're like, it's close, but something doesn't seem exactly right here.
What are your top three favorite non-Connie Odyssey voices that you did? Like that you were on Odyssey, but you weren't playing Connie.
Well,
What are
they don't let me do. I've only done a couple. I just did a couple little boys. Once I did this. I mean, when we do BTV, I get to play characters, but
Right.
I was Malanga in the
Operation Dig Out? Is that it?
yeah, something, one of those, yeah.
Yeah.
But usually they say, "Oh, you're gonna sound too much like Connie," so they don't let me do anything else.
oh
Oh,
man.
I
I
like
did this little Southern boy once. You probably talk like this, but I don't know. That's about it.
I like Silver Saddle Slapper Stephanie. I think that one
It is.
that
Well,
one I
that's fun because that's Connie playing somebody else, right?
right. Where does Connie rank in terms of all the roles, voice acting roles that you've had?
For me,
Yeah, for you, for you. That's what I mean. Yeah.
oh, it's the best. Number one, number one.
I thought that, but I didn't want to just assume that it was. But how come? Why Connie?
Because it checks so many boxes.
Mm.
I've been doing it for 38 years,
Wow.
which is kind of, record. I get to touch people's lives in a profound way, and, I get to share my faith through my work.
Yeah.
And I meet people who are like you guys, grown up people who are, don't feel bad when they meet me and realize I'm not 17 anymore. No, it's wonderful. It was an answer to prayer to be able to do something like that and to think I'm the only Connie
Yeah.
ever. Only one person could do that, and God picked me.
Oh.
How lucky is that, right?
Yeah.
My second favorite is when I worked on the Muppet Babies.
Oh. Was it fun to work with Jim Henson crew?
That's kind of a rhetorical
I
question,
know.
isn't it?
I've always wondered about that.
Yeah, it
Jim
was
Henson
far
just
out, dude. It was far out.
you see Jim Henson Productions, you're just like, man, that must be a fun group to work with. Whether you're doing, animation or puppeteering, or it must be one fun group.
Yep,
Do you
that
need
was another dream come true. So I have had so many dreams come true. I mean, no complaints here.
What's the story of how you got the role of Connie?
Okay, so I'm trying to. I got saved, and I was like, I want to work on something Christian, faith-based projects. How do I find these things? I would love to do that. So I'm driving, and I had an appointment where I'd never been before in Arcadia, a medical appointment. And on my way there, I'm listening to Focus on the Family, and I hear Family Portraits. I'm like, holy moly, that's Hal Smith. They're using professional actors. I got to tell them that I want to work with them. And I was in Arcadia, and so was Focus on the Family. And so I went to a phone booth and got one of those phone books that you have, looked up their address, drove over there, and said, who's doing this family portraits thing? And they opened the door to Phil Lollar and Steve Harris's office, and I introduced myself, and I gave them my demo, and I said I want to work with you guys. And the rest is history.
And how did you get saved?
I went to church, and I heard the gospel. And no, I mean, I grew up in church, but
Okay.
when I got out of college and I was married, I started meeting people my age who actually took the Bible seriously, and I had
Mm.
never had that experience really. And out here, I don't know if you ever heard of Hope Chapel, but I live
hmm
by the beach, and so Hope Chapel was doing church on the beach, which was like, oh yeah, that ticks all the boxes too. And we started going to a home group and just, rededicated myself, I guess you would say, because I was baptized as a kid, and then I got baptized at Hope Chapel, and
Hmm.
that was it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Nothing really radical, except taking God seriously.
What have been some of the most emotional episodes of playing Connie? Like the ones that actually struck emotion within you?
Probably the ones where you hear me crying.
Really? Is that close to genuine? Do you actually have to get to like a place of literal crying to play those roles?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, what were you expecting?
I don't know because I never can tell because I'm sure there are some actors out there who just like,
He was
yeah, I
probably he was
cried, but
probably
inside my head I was thinking about lunch. I don't
I'm
know.
I
I'm
don't
just
think
picturing.
most people do that. They may not, because you have to connect. When I
Yeah.
teach, I tell people our ears are lie detectors. You can usually tell if somebody isn't really. They could be thinking about lunch too, maybe, but they're also thinking about whatever it is they're experiencing. If we don't feel it here, you guys are not going to hear it here.
Is there any
I'm
difference?
doing an audio drama workshop ensemble thing next week. I work for the Global Voice Acting Academy. If anybody's really interested in voice acting, this is like an online group you can join to learn about voice acting and all the different genres and get coaching and help you make your demo. So I'm one of their coaches. I have a website, katieleigh.com. I also do a show called Tell You Later. Have you guys watched it? I have my own show. I started with Will Ryan and I just kept doing it. So we're on, I think, episode 174 right now. And so there's Patreon supported. So those people get a lot of unedited content, uninterrupted content, I should say, and bonus stuff. And we've had people supporting us from day one, which is amazing. I don't think anybody's, maybe one or two people have dropped off. They've just been so dear. But the Tell You Later show, I'm starting to put more of the older episodes on YouTube now so everybody can watch it. So that's kind of fun. And you get to hear me, and I have friends, other voiceover friends on the show. So it's a good way to learn from other people besides myself.
So the purpose of the podcast is kind of to talk about voice acting?
Nope, there's no purpose at all. It's where you learn so little about so much, and vice versa. No, it's voiceover, pop culture, and beyond, we like to say.
Oh.
Actually, I'm going to try to interview Andre next week.
Oh, really?
Said he would do it, but I got to get out to his house, so... Yeah, and Chris has been on a lot. Kimmy's been on a few times, but I have a lot of other really interesting people who have great stories, and it's what we've been doing for too long now, 4 or 5 years actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so there's some really fun content. I've written some books.
Adventures in Oddity.
Adventures in Oddities one I did with Will, yeah.
Read that one.
I still have 2 copies with both our signatures on it. I'm not sure how to sell those books. Because I'd ask him to sign ahead of time because I'm the one who had to mail everything out. And then I have one, Itty Bitty Book of Codependency.
Right. And that's a children's book. Is that,
Nope.
or is it not a children's?
No, it is not a children's book.
first
How
one.
would you know? How would you know? You want me to show you what it looks like?
Yes, please. Okay.
Anyway, and that's my book.
The Itty Bitty Book of Codependency.
Yes. I didn't do the drawings. Another wonderfully talented person did. It's like a bathroom book. It's a humorous, just to, a little nudge for some of our behaviors that maybe need a second look. Yeah, I like this one.
My kids need me. Oh, and he's like a full-grown adult.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Interesting. Well,
It's available on Amazon, but if you want an autograph copy, go to my website. If you want an autograph copy of anything, I also have some Connie candles left. I don't know if I'll be
I was going to
making
ask you about Connie candles.
Well, I don't make them in glass anymore, but I keep this one in that's my
Oh my goodness.
ripple.
Wow.
But when I looked on the website, it was
Just the tins, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't make these anymore because they couldn't find the jars. My candle guy is a little bit, it just keeps changing. So I have little tins, and I took some to camp. We have chocolate and raspberry ripple scent.
Are they scented?
Yes, very much so.
Because the one on the website said unscented.
Because there is one that is unscented because people are going, I like candles, but I don't like smells. Like, fine. Here's an unscented one. There's a Connie candle that's unscented, but the true Connie candles smell like chocolate or raspberry.
Oh, now I want one. Oh,
they're so
That's
good.
just kind of weird. An unscented candle?
like, what's the point? Now
some
there's light?
people don't like smells.
Oh,
They
that's
just,
true.
but they
That's
like
true.
the you
The
know,
ambiance.
ambiance. Yes.
Oh.
We try to please everybody, Tim. And my candle guy, he keeps changing my product on me, so I think I'm done. It was a fabulous idea.
How long did it go?
Had them for a few years.
Man.
Yeah, it's on. If you go to Merchulator, you can see Merchulator.com, where we also have our Scrubulators. And everyone who's a Patreon gets their name in the drawing at the end of every month. All our patrons get their name in there, and somebody wins a Scrubulator. So I have to crochet those.
Oh.
Yes.
So you crochet?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
What's your favorite thing that you usually crochet?
Baby blankets. And, of course, Scrubulators.
Scrubulators, those are important.
Yes. That's
What's a scrubulator? I feel so lost. I'm like, I've never heard about this. And you
Well-
both are like talking.
well,
and I'm
our
like,
show is called Tell You Later.
Oh, okay. Well, is it
So-
like a scrubby?
Oh, I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Actually, I sold all of them at
Oh.
camp. Woo! So I have to make some more. But here's an example of a scrubulator.
Okay.
Unique
Uh-huh.
design. I haven't made one this way, you see.
Okay.
Well, that's such a unique design.
Well, they're all different. I don't know if you can read it.
I can't read it right now, but
I love it.
is it a
Anyway,
brush?
it says, Tell You Later Show, official scrubulator, handmade by Katie Leigh.
Oh man.
So
Wow.
you can buy them on my website, or I got to get back at making some more. So you can do dishes with them. You can
Okay.
wash
Yeah.
your body with them.
Because I've
Had mine for 4 years. It still
Mhm.
doesn't smell. I'm not
They're
even
the best.
kidding.
Oh wow.
They are the
Really-
best.
Josh, I love you, bro.
Well, I mean, my grandma makes, she crochets and knits. I'm starting to get into the crocheting and knitting.
Oh, yeah,
But my
I made
grandmother
a new-
crochets.
I made a pot holder when I was at camp for myself because I realized I didn't have a good pot holder. So
Katie, do you know what Josh's nickname was in college? I'll tell you, it's Grandpa Josh. His nickname was Grandpa Josh because he
because he likes
appreciates.
stuff.
Well, because he watches
like the old-
news, he likes
yeah.
NASCAR.
My
like,
husband does too. He likes handmade things. My family didn't. My father didn't. He wasn't
Oh.
like that. He would call it, he'd have all kinds of bad names for things that we would make. But I like to make things, and so I hate to waste it. I like to make something out of nothing. That's what voiceover is too. You just
Yeah,
make it out of thin air, right?
yeah.
Well, in this case, thin yarn.
Sorry.
I
don't know
just
why
made a
that
be-
made me laugh.
I just made a beautiful baby blanket.
So besides voice acting, besides doing your podcast and all of this
Crocheting
stuff,
and coaching, and I just retired from substitute teaching
You substitute teach it where?
school.
the public school.
I keep
wow.
on asking such dumb, obvious questions that lead.
You're a great straight man for me, Tim. I'm sorry. I just can't
No,
help
you're-
myself.
I'm usually not a straight man, but no, well, that's to think that I'll edit that out. I can't believe that I might keep that in just because that's such a bad blunder to make on such an important interview. I have a wife and a baby. I clearly. All right. Well, that was. Oh my gosh. You performed with your son. And he played Cal. How did he get the role and what was it?
Because I'm his mother. I said, no, I told them. Actually, Adam started coming with me on some ADR sessions. It was really good. And I said, hey, he's pretty good. And I'm sure he auditioned. But yeah, I had a little influence.
Was it weird doing scenes?
I'm not above getting my kids jobs. If they're good. If he couldn't do it, I wouldn't. No.
Wasn't he just like born right when Odyssey was starting?
Mhm.
Your son?
That's how I know how old the show is, because I know how old Adam is.
Oh wow! So he's like 38 now. That's for whatever
He
reason.
will be in October, yeah.
For me, I keep on imagining him as like the 14-year-old boy that he was in the show, but that's not.
And he was so cute.
But
Now
what's
he's
the-
this 38-year-old man. He has a podcast himself
Oh, what's
with some friends about Indian movies, Bollywood
Oh,
movies.
Oh,
Called Fear
that's a-
of Stairs. Yeah.
That's a
Oh,
good
And
genre right
he
there.
lives in Bangkok, and I'm gonna go see him. I just bought airline tickets. I'm gonna go in November to see him. Yeah,
oh, for
Wow.
Thanksgiving?
for whatever.
Oh, okay. I was just like November, family.
Yeah, I mean, I think actually we will be there for Thanksgiving. Oh, it's my other son's birthday. I forgot.
Oh no.
It's
We'll
too
edit
late
that out.
now.
Will we? I don't know. But oh my goodness. This
Oh,
is
snap. Okay.
what are you
Well,
gonna do?
I don't know. What does anybody do? You send the money.
Send the money in a FaceTime
Oh
video.
my goodness. Yeah, I don't know, but he's married too, and I never know what my kids have planned, and they have, but it is his birthday. But we'll be back a week after his birthday. I forgot.
He'll
But
be
see, it
fine.
is Thanksgiving week, and that's why he hates his birthday too, because people are
Um,
always doing family things.
That's the same with my brother.
Oh my gosh, it's my grandson's birthday too. Vinny didn't even. I
You
didn't
too.
even think about that. Oh, yeah.
Like,
Well,
don't be
everybody's
surprised.
got birthdays. Yeah, Mateo's gonna be 5.
Oh,
Oh well, you know what? It's okay. It's all
Josh,
good.
you take the wheel. You got some highlighted questions. I'll be the co-host for right now.
I don't know why their birthdays weren't on the calendar when I made the
Oh.
reservations. I can't take those tickets back. They're like non-refundable. Oh, well, now you can see what a bad grandma and mother I am.
No, no.
Well, I don't know. I'll figure out the birthday things later.
Josh, you have to pull us out of this. You're the only one who can ask a
Oh,
question.
Josh,
Tied
what?
to my
What?
I'm
word.
trying,
One
man. I'm
last question,
trying.
man.
I
It's
gave
almost...
you questions that you could ask.
Your favorite fan experience when you had a fan come up to you at either at Comic-Con or Adventures in
I have had
Odyssey.
people come up to my table, not just once, that they say, oh, Dumbo Circus or oh, Gummy Bears before the Disney Channel. Like, I tell people about these shows and they don't know what I'm talking about, but here you are and it's real and you're validating my life experience and just cry. Yeah, I've met a lot of Odyssey fans at cons and I can always tell when they're there and I feel like, oh, my little Odyssey family showed up, so I'm always happy to see our Odyssey fans. One brother and sister came dressed like Connie and Eugene in Kansas City. Yeah, that was really
Wow.
sweet. Yeah, it's just always, especially when, you do the voice for somebody and they just. I'm a big fan of people too, so I just fangirl out too when I meet people. So I know what it feels like, and it's just so fun to put smiles on people's faces.
I've never been to a Comic-Con, but I think it's really cool meeting other people. Do you meet a lot of voice actors in
hmm
Comic-Con, or are they primarily just more normal actors?
Well, I don't think any actors are
Well,
normal,
no
but
actor's normal, but
yeah, that's what's great. It really is. You go, it depends on the nature of the convention. Like in a couple weeks is Alpha Omega Con out here with put on by the Christian Comic Artists Society, and it's very little. But you always meet somebody new and somebody interesting, and it's con stands for conventions of you
Mhm.
or even conference. So when you go to things like that, you're meeting other people, like-minded people. You're making friends, sharing stories, reconnecting with people you might have worked with in the past. And so there's always a new and different experience because you never know who you're going to meet. And you hear their stories, their actor stories, and you're all eating lunch or whatever. And it's fun. And we miss it because we don't work together as much as we used to. So this is the only chance you really get to be around other people.
Yeah.
You talk about how your faith and your relationship with Christ is really important, especially in your work, in your line of work. Which Bible character do you identify with the most? Like, who's your favorite Bible character?
Well, my favorite one, let's
Can't
just
say
take
Jesus. That's
Jesus
a
off the
homeschool.
list, right? I know. Joseph.
Mm.
Oh,
I mean, he's like one of the only good guys in the Bible. If you think about it. Anybody who would actually want to model yourself after, right? I mean, Daniel's pretty good too. Yeah, for sure.
If
Role
you were
model.
gonna voice Joseph, what do you think his voice would sound like?
As a
Oh.
kid, I don't do grown-up men.
As a kid.
Yeah, so
Like he just received his coat of colors.
yeah. I just had this dream and I couldn't believe what I I dreamt, and you guys were all like bowing down to me. Can you imagine?
Oh my goodness. I
That's
love
great.
that.
What's your favorite genre to voice over?
Oh,
Drama,
I really
comedy,
like preschool stuff.
stuff for little kids. They're a
Yeah,
blast.
and
I
things that are
love
educational, because I like to teach.
when you were subbing, what was your favorite subject to teach?
Science.
Oh yeah, can't go wrong with science.
I love science. Yeah. And my worst? PE. I don't do that.
Don't do that either.
It's
I
not that
took
I
the
don't
whole
like
test thing.
PE. I'm very athletic myself, but
Yeah.
don't give me a class of people and have them go out onto a field where I'm supposed to keep track of 30 people I've never met before.
Yeah. I took a test because I took a PE class for school, and I took the test to see, if you're fat or skinny or what. And it said I was fat. I'm like, I'm not.
I don't think so. What kind of test
I don't
was
believe
that?
this.
You put in your wrong height.
I
or
think
something?
that test was weighted.
Oh my goodness.
I was like, what's going on here? Well, the question was like, how often
I want
do
to
you
know,
eat
where's
fast
your
food?
wife right now, Tim?
My wife?
Yeah,
She's right out there with the baby. She didn't want to. Would you like to meet her?
of course.
Well, you want to know something? Her name is Katie too.
Really? Well, good. That'll keep it simple.
Wait a minute, just a second. This is her.
There she is. Hi, Katie.
This is Whitaker.
Hi, Whitaker. Well, you look just like a Whit.
Oh.
Too. Hi.
Hi.
Oh,
He
how
doesn't even understand the
fun.
significance of this moment, but he will one day.
Well, I feel very honored.
Hi.
Hi.
Well,
Maybe we'll see you on the cruise. Who knows?
Oh. Could we invite you to do one bonus segment?
Okay.
This is a segment called Audio Ad-Libs.
Okay.
And in it, we're given a improv prompt. And then in post, I go and add sound effects and music and turn it into like a little mini Odyssey.
It's like a whose line is it anyways?
Okay.
Kind of like that.
All right, let's try it.
All right. Well, we got two prompts. You get to choose one. The first one is a librarian is mad at two college kids for making noise, or two kids get advice from a high schooler who works at an ice cream parlor.
Okay, I'll take two kids get advice from someone who works at an ice cream parlor.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh boy, look at this ice cream parlor, Josh, teenage Josh.
Oh yes,
teenage-
in my teenage
So,
voice
hey, what
sounds
can I-
normal.
What can I get you guys?
Well, advice, really. We're at a
You
cross.
want advice from me?
For sure.
All
We're
right,
kind of,
okay. What's bothering you?
I'm trying to figure out whether I should buy a car or not, or I should put the money into mutual funds.
Well, first thing I would ask you is, do you even have a driver's license?
Well, I'm 14 and a half, but
Okay, so you're working towards it,
yes.
and you need that car, don't you?
I want the Ferrari.
Well, okay, honey. I think you need to maybe lower your expectations a little bit there. But I
That's
do
what I
think,
was saying. I said he should go
And
for
you
a
know-
Fiat.
well, something like that. Something else that starts with an F will be fine. But I don't know about that Ferrari. But what I would say is this.
All right.
All right.
Oh.
Now, do you have a job? You're making money?
I'm a paper boy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's excellent. That's very good. I think that's excellent. So, what my advice to you would be to save your money for
Okay.
the car, but also there are 3 things you need to do with your money, son.
Hold on, let me write
That's-
this down. Let me write this down.
All right,
Okay,
good.
write this down
I'm
for
glad
me,
you brought
Sean.
your secretary with you. That's important. Okay.
Okay.
So
okay.
these are 3 things. First of all, you got to tithe. You know what that is?
No. Is it like flossing?
No, it's not like what. Well, let me think about that. In a way, it is.
Okay.
But I
okay.
don't want to think about that right now. What I do want to say is you're supposed to give 10% of everything you make to the Lord.
Okay.
All right, you do that. Then you take 10% or 20% in your case, since you have a big goal, and put it into savings.
This
All
sounds
right.
very Dave Ramsey-ish. I'm loving this. Continue more and more.
Well, the thing is, it works. Because if you want to buy a car, you're going to have to save your money. In your case, you could have a savings for your car, and you can also have a savings for your future.
Okay.
So you could have 3 buckets if you want to think about 3 ice cream buckets. One is for the car, one is for the Lord, and one is for the future.
Okay.
And then whatever left, you can bring in here and buy ice cream. How's that sound?
Well, tickle me pink. I think that's great advice. What do you
Well,
think?
I'm sorry I do not tickle any of my customers, but what would you like to order?
Vanilla chocolate. No,
All right, you know what? You just hold that thought and think about it. What does your friend want?
I'll go with the cotton candy.
Cotton candy, you got it. You got it. All right.
end scene. Oh my gosh. Katie Leigh, thank you so much for being willing to do that. Katie Leigh, thank you so much for being on the show. You blessed
Thank
us.
you so much.
You're welcome.
So long.
Awesome.
Bye.
Bye.
This week on the show, I interview Phil Lollar, the co-creator of Adventures in Odyssey and 321 Penguins. This week on the Tim and Josh Show.
It's the Tim and Josh Show, starring Josh and Tim, and it's starting right now.
Hi.
How are you?
I am doing excellent. And how are you today, sir?
I'm fine, Howard. I'm glad you're doing excellent.
This interview is making my day. I appreciate you taking your time.
Wow, we haven't even done it yet, and it's making
I
your day.
know.
That's pretty amazing.
I'm already excited. So, how were you recruited to work on 321 Penguins back in the day?
Well, recruited is not really the right word. So, Jeff Parker, Nathan Carlson, and I started Jungle Jam and Friends, the radio show. And Jungle Jam itself existed before my involvement with it. It does all relate back to Odyssey. Jeff and Nathan both worked on Odyssey. Jeff very briefly. He did one episode, I think, wrote one script, and played a role in that script. The Barkley Ski Vacation is which one it was. And
okay.
so, yeah, Jeff is actually the ski instructor in that, but he wrote that script as well.
So he wrote himself to be the heartthrob?
Actually, he didn't. He didn't want to do it, but I said, I don't have anybody else to play this, so you got to play it. And he's like, oh, all right, go ahead. So that's the way a lot of it works, actually. You know, whoever's in the studio at the time gets to play the role. At least it was. I mean, now that we're union, we got to jump through a few more hoops. But at any rate, Jeff started. So Odyssey was in motion. Jeff started working at Focus on the Family. Nathan also started working on Odyssey, playing Richard Maxwell and some other parts before that as well. So Nathan's an excellent voice actor. It was kind of all at the same time. We just sort of converged. And when we found out that we had a lot of things in common, Jeff and Nathan were doing something. We're doing Jungle Jam itself on record albums back then. There were actually vinyl record albums that you could play with songs, and they had Buddy Miller and Julie Miller who were doing the music, who were just phenomenal. They're just great. And so we were all together and we were talking about what to do. And so I said, why don't you take Jungle Jam, turn it into a radio show, a weekly radio show, because they were starting to be, more and more, because of Odyssey, more and more groups and ministries were starting to do audio drama. So they said, okay, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Yeah, what do we do? How do we go about doing that? And so we started meeting together and talking, and I added a few characters to the mix. Millard the Monkey was one of my characters, and still is, and Weatherby the Owl, and some other characters. Nathan did the bulk of the voices, and so we had a blast. We started doing some great stuff. Had a really, really good time. Meanwhile, VeggieTales is going like crazy. That's big idea stuff. It's the flavor du jour. Everybody, a bunch of college kids really love the silly songs, and that's what made VeggieTales actually work, actually take off. And so it got really big. And then at some point, Phil Vischer, who created VeggieTales, got sick. He got very, very sick, and he ended up in the hospital. And so everybody around him was saying, if we're going to maintain this, and because Phil was the one who understood VeggieTales better than anybody else, if we're going to maintain this company, this big idea company, we need more product. We need something else. We need other things that are going on. So there was a lot of talks. I will spare you the gory details, but there were a lot of talks that went back and forth between us because they contacted us. So we really liked for you guys to create something for us. And so we went back and forth. They wanted Jungle Jam, but we didn't want to give up Jungle Jam to them. So we went back and forth and said, we'll create a brand new series. It gets a lot more sordid than this, but I'll spare you the gory details. That's all business, and business to me is just like so uninteresting. But it's just like the most uninteresting part of show business. It's like, why do we have to have business involved? But we do, and it is. It was contracts, and it was claims made on property, and blah. It just went back and forth and back and forth for the longest time. So in order to get sort of extricated from Big Idea, because we were doing Little Dogs on the Prairie, and so we were, in order to get sort of separated from Big Idea, we agreed to make a new series for them, and then that would be it. That would be the fulfillment of anything that we were going to do. And so we started talking, and we came up with 321 Penguins. And so we created it. We created the premise. Actually wrote because we were all really busy. I took the bulk of the writing on that one and wrote 12 scripts for them. And they only used the first one. They didn't use any of the other ones. I don't think so. But that fulfilled our contract. That fulfilled all of our stuff. So then we could concentrate on Little Dogs on the Prairie. But those 12 scripts are floating around somewhere. I don't know where they are, but they're floating around somewhere. They were a lot of fun too. I had a lot of fun writing those things, but I don't think they were ever used.
You got me really curious though, as the other 11 are. So that was actually one thing I wanted to ask about with on Planet Wait Your Turn.
Yeah.
You're credited for writing it, but also five other people. Why were five other people credited?
That's frequently the way. I guess they did use some ideas from it. So that's frequently the way these things work. Okay, so if you're familiar, if you may be unfamiliar with how Hollywood and how also movies sort of work and television shows sort of work. The writer, let's put it this way. In most entertainment venues, the writer is the lowest form of life.
Really?
Yeah, they're just considered they're kind of down on the totem pole. Writers are down below, but kind of buried in the ground. You maybe see this much of the writer's head on the totem pole. So that's just the way it works. So now television is better because television is a writer's medium. Sitcoms especially are a writer's medium. So writers carry more weight with sitcoms. Movies are all about the director. They're all about the director, and so it really doesn't. Whatever the director wants, even if it doesn't make sense. We're going to cut out these three scenes. Those three scenes are actually the heart of the screenplay. I don't care. I don't want it. I want the visual to be this. And I'm like, okay, whatever. And there's nothing you can do. They bought your screenplay. They can do whatever they want with it. So most writers are not the producers of the shows, even though they originate the ideas and the scripts and write the scripts and originate the stories and write all of the episodes. And even though you can't do anything without that, okay, you can't do anything without a script. I mean, you got to have the story. Somebody's got to write that. This has been the way it has been ever since entertainment began. But as is usually the fashion, I mean, the writers are more interested in creating. Right. The writers are more interested in delving into the world and creating and getting all that stuff, and have virtually zero business sense at all, virtually. And then it becomes a world of politics, and politics is about power. Whoever has the power makes the rules. And so when you sell your script, I mean, this is just the way it works in the business. You sell your script, you really don't have any say over what happens in it anymore. So that's just the way it works. But and sometimes, by the way, I mean, it was really nice of Big Idea to actually credit me, because a lot of times the original writer doesn't get credit at all. They just knock them out.
That's ridiculous.
It is. It's crazy. It all depends. There's a lot of. I'll tell you a story about another show that I worked on. It was from out of New York. It wasn't a Christian thing at all. It was. Well, I wonder if I should mention it. I'll go ahead and mention it. Whatever. It was a show called The Webulous World of Dr. Seuss, and I worked on that show. That was for the Jim Henson people who were doing it. And Will Ryan and Will actually got on the show first, and then he said, "Hey, this is a great writer. Why don't we bring him out?" Because they needed writers. And I met a whole bunch of people and went out to New York and worked on that. Did a couple of episodes, but for that show, and then worked on a whole bunch of others. So you work on a lot of scripts, but you'll get credited as the main writer. If it's a union gig, you'll get credited as the main writer because the union protects you, and they'll make sure that you're up there. But they don't have any control over how many other writers are also listed. Okay, so so a lot of this really depends on how connected you are to the people in power. So there were another couple of writers on the show who their agent their agent wanted them really pumped. They were trying to sell these two people as writers. They were trying to sell these two writers to everybody else, right? And they came in and actually all they did was just do kind of a punch up to one of the scripts, but they got the main credit for it because the agent brokered the deal with them. And the main writer, who also had the same agent, by the way, the main writer had the same agent as these two other guys who were just trying to, but the agency was really trying to bump them up. And so the main writer of that script just kind of got pushed down. And so he said, "You're my agent too. What's going on?" "Yes, we know, but we really want to bump these guys up." "Why? At my expense?" "Yes."
Oh,
That again, that's just the nature of the business. It's the way the business works. And it's really bad. It's really unfortunate. It's very stressful. Obviously, I mean, at first it is early in your career because you haven't written a whole lot of things, and you finally get the credits, and it's like, oh man, this is my work. This is how am I going to get other jobs? Everybody's going to look at my scripts. But after a while, you realize, well, that's just this is the way it is. And I've always been a very big fan of the Godfather movies, and I said to myself, this is the business we've chosen. I didn't ask who made the hit or anything like that because it had nothing to do with business. Okay. So I tell all my students when I used to teach, I used to tell my students that understand the business that you've chosen. If
oh,
you're a writer and you want to be a writer, understand the business that you've chosen. Show business can be very good, it can be very wonderful, it can be very lucrative. You can make a lot of money doing a script and not work again for 2 years.
hmm,
That's the business you've chosen. Don't rejoice and be wonderful and everything's floating. When everything is great, don't rejoice and joy. And everything is fantastic and wonderful and whoop-de-doo. And then also, when things are really bad, start complaining about things being bad. That's the nature of the business. Get
right.
busy and start doing something else. Okay. And this whole thing with scripts and who gets credit for them and how much power writers have, that's the business. That's the way it works. It just is. I mean, I don't think I'm telling any tales tales out of hand here. I created Adventures and Odysseys, one of the creators of Adventures and Odyssey. I have very little say in what happens with it right now. I
Oh,
mean, that's just the way I'm not in charge. It's a product to focus on the family. I created it for them. It was a work for hire. It's the way it is. And other people are in charge of the program. And because other people are in charge of the program, I'm one voice. I have one voice, but I'm one voice of like 10 or 15 people, and my voice doesn't carry very much weight. A lot of people think it is. Why don't you just do this? I don't have any. I wish I did. That would be lovely, but I don't, this is the business. That's the way it works. Now that I've completely depressed everybody about even wanting to get involved in show business, which is my job, by the way. My job is to try to talk you out of it because it's a hard business to be in. And even in Christian circles, I mean, I hate to say this, but even in Christian circles, it's very much that way. It's very much that way. The business takes over, and anytime, because in a lot of respects, you're talking about a lot of money, especially in films. If you're doing films, you're still talking about a lot of money. Even though most Christian films are very low budget is still several $1 million. That's a
right.
lot of money. And it's not like the secular world who routinely spends $100 million on a movie these days. But if you're talking $5-10 million, somebody has to put that money up, and they're going to want to make sure that their investment, they get a return on their investment. I mean, even in even in such altruistic things like Christianity, spreading the word of the word of God and everything like that. The people who are putting up the money are all for that. Don't get me wrong; they're really, really good, and they're very, very sincere about that. But they also want to go, okay, yeah, but this is going to make money, right? I'm going to see a return on my investment here, right? Because it's just a lot of money, and so they want to make sure that, and the old the old twist on the golden rule is he who has the gold makes the rules.
Yeah.
So, and that's just kind of the way it is. The people who are the large donors, the people who have the money, the people who donate the most money, the people who finance things, they usually control stuff. Money changes things. So, yeah, like I said, I mean, depressing you, I know, right
It's
from
a
the get-go.
depressing thing, but I, I appreciate all this information. This is good. I haven't gotten this blunt answers before, so I like.
I don't
Um,
like to sugarcoat it. I mean, there are too many people out there, and I was one of them. I mean, good grief, when I was young. I had a lot of raw talent, and I would do stuff, and I'd perform and do a lot of different things for different people, and I worked some nightclubs even. I was a comedian and worked nightclubs, and I was out there, just killing it for the audience. I mean, I was just knocking them dead. It was just great and getting laughs and laughs and laughs and laughs. But part of my job was also, quite frankly, serving drinks.
Right.
because that's again the nature of the job. And I was like, I don't want to do that. I'm out to make people laugh. And the bartender said, you only get paid if people are buying drinks. I don't care how funny you are. That was the first rule. That was the first lesson I really ever had in this. It
Wow.
doesn't matter how funny you are. It doesn't, if I can't stay open unless people are buying drinks, and which means I can't pay you unless people are buying drinks. So, as funny as you are, be funny and push drinks. And it's like that's sort of the way that's the first business lesson that you learn. Money has to come from somewhere. It's just not floating around out there.
How old were you when you started writing professionally?
Writing professionally, well, let's see. I always wrote stuff when I was young. I wrote a lot of stuff. I started out as a performer. I tell my VBS story. When I was really, really little, I was in VBS. Everybody's in VBS occasionally, and so I must have been like 4 years old or something like that. I don't remember. I was very, very young, but it was one of my earliest memories. And in the VBS, when you're that age, what they do is basically have you memorize a Bible verse, and all the kids, so 10, 12, 15 kids, whatever it is in your classroom, each of them memorize a Bible verse and they recite it in front of the whole crowd at the end of the week. So we did that. We had that, and I recited my verse, and some of the kids were having problems, and some of them were like really, really scared, and I was like, no, this is not a problem. I love this, fine. And so I recited my verse, and then everybody else was finished, and there was this pause, and nobody was doing anything, and nobody was saying anything. The crowd was just sitting there. Everybody on stage was just sitting there. Nobody was doing anything. So all I did was this. I went and turned around and walked off. But that got a laugh. The crowd burst into laughter. And I took 2 steps and stopped. They're laughing. I did that. I made them laugh. And I'm like, I'm bit. That's it. I got the bug. I want to do that again. Can I make a big crowd laugh again? So that was me, the first part. That was my entree into being in front of people and performing in front of people. And so as I grew up and went through high school, we did a lot of sketch work, a lot of writing, a lot of plays, and I usually performed in a ton of them. I mean, we probably did 200 plays during my high school year. We were just performing, and then went into local theater and started doing. I'm here in Arizona. I moved back to Arizona after about 40 years in California, but we used to have a group called the Southern Arizona Light Opera Company. We did musicals, and I did a bunch of those. And then I went off to school and did a bunch of stuff there. And I was still always writing, always writing, always writing. But then finally, I moved out to California. My wife and I moved out to California. Everybody said, "You got to go out to California. You have a unique look. Nobody looks like you, and you're talented, and they'll hire you." So there used to be these papers called Dramalog. And Dramalog had all the plays, the local plays and the local productions and the local independent films and the casting notices for all of them. And I would read a casting notice in Dramalog that described me. It was me. It was like your height, my skin color, my complexion, blonde hair, blood, glasses, the whole bit. It was me. I'm like, this is me. And I would go there, and there were 50 other guys who looked just like me. So, so I went, okay, all right, maybe acting is going to be a little tougher than I thought. But I didn't know why writing would be any less tough. It wasn't. But I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed writing. So I thought, well, I'll do both. I'll act and write. And so I took some courses in writing, and I was working at a film services company to pay the bills. People would make movie trailers, and we cut the trailers actually onto the feature film. That's part of what we did, and stuff like that. So while I was doing that, we also put back when film was actually film. Now it's no longer film. I mean, 35 millimeter was actually 35 millimeter film, and it was projected. Wow, old school. But what would happen is you'd have a kind of a cellulose side to the film, and then the picture itself was called emulsion, and that was glue kind of married to the cellulose. And the emulsion would scrape off when it goes through the film gate. It goes through a projector, it goes through a film gate, and sometimes little bits and pieces, hair and stuff like that would get in there, and it would scratch the film. And that's the reason why if you look at really, really old films, sometimes you'll see these scratches that go right across the screen and whatnot. And so we would put a chemical process on the film that would fill in those scratches and make it look like a pristine copy of the film again. And so I thought, well, this would make a good article. Why don't people know more about this? I mean, filmmakers, they should know more about this. And there were these things called magazines back then that people actually got, and they opened them up, and I know that some of them still exist, but not very many. So I said, well, there's got to be, I had happened to know It's not in existence anymore, but there was a guy who ran a magazine called Box Office Magazine. It was about the business of film. And I thought, well, I'll pitch this to them. I think that'd be a good idea. So I got permission from the owners of the company, and they were like, yeah, good grief. Let's advertise this, free advertisement. And I said, I'll write that and I'll get you guys' approval on the article and everything. And I pitched it to Box Office and they said, yeah, send us a spec. Okay, we'll see what happens. And I said, fine, fine. So at the same time, I was also doing story writing. And so I had written a short story and I sent that into a magazine that actually printed short stories. I sent it both at the same time, same day, both of them. And about a week later, I get a letter from the narrative magazine, the story magazine. And the letter is like one sentence. It had my story sent back to me with a big red X's all over each page. And the cover letter was, break your pencils, you will never be a writer.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah.
What?
That was it. Break your pencils, you will never be a writer. And so I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's pretty bad. All right. And so that was a devastating day. The next day, mail comes in. I have from Box Office Magazine. I open it up. It's like, we love your article, great writing, fantastic stuff. Here's a check.
Wait,
Right after that, I made my first sale right after I was told I would never be a writer. So that's another story that I try to tell everybody because yeah, this is a brutal, brutal business. It's really awful and brutal. But I made my first professional sale right after I was told I would never be a writer. I made my first professional sale as a writer right after I was told that I would never be a writer. And so and then it started from there. I started trying to write more stuff. And it's hard life. It is. You don't make a lot of money. So you have to know that's the business. You don't make a lot of money. And so that was the first professional thing. And then from there, a couple of years later, I think it was a couple of years later, that's when Odyssey started. That's when I was hired to do Odyssey.
would you consider Odyssey one of your like big breaks, if that's the terminology we're using?
Well, I guess so. I mean, it was the first. I was a working writer, for goodness sake. I mean, how many of those can you? Very few people in the world can say that about this thing. And made a living. I was made a living doing writing. So yeah, I was actually working at this film services company, and then things was starting to fall apart there. And I had a really good friend who worked there. He's a friend of mine still. After all these years, nearly 40 years, we've been friends, and I think it has been 40 years at least. And he went out to Los Angeles to be in film as well. He was going to film school, and then he got the call to the ministry. I don't know how that worked, but suddenly he really felt he had to call the ministry. So he changed everything right out, just redid everything, and went back to school to the Master's College, is now the Master's University, got his MDiv degree, and wanted to be a pastor. And he was working there, he's trying to be a pastor. I didn't listen to Christian radio. I had no idea Christian radio even existed. And so he said to me, because he knew I was looking for work, trying to make it as a writer and as a filmmaker. I'd gone to film school then and had graduated from film school. And so I was looking for any kind of work. I wasn't working even at the film services company. I had quit that job because that was bad. And then right after I quit that job, I found out with my wife and I found out, well, we're going to have a baby. Isn't that great? I'm unemployed. I've got no work, well, possible work. And now I got a pregnant wife who's in the kitchen, making me dinner. That's great. Whatever you want, God. Whatever you want. You got something going on here. So my friend Wayne Wilson is his name, and he said, have you ever considered writing for the radio? And I said, writing for the radio? Who writes for the radio? Radio's of music. Nobody writes for the radio anymore. He goes, well, all I know is that on this Christian station I was listening to, they were advertising a program called Focus on the Family was advertising for a writer. They need a writer. And I was like, I never heard of Focus. I never listened to Christian radio. I never heard any Christian broadcasting at all. But I said, okay, what kind of writing? And he said, well, they want a creative writer. They want like somebody who writes scripts. I took my film script that I had accomplished, that I completed my film school studies with. I'll send this in. So I did. I sent that to them, to Steve Harris. He was the one who was advertising. And I didn't expect to hear anything because, when you do that, you get inundated with scripts. And so I didn't expect to hear anything. It took about a week and a half. It was Christmas time. It was approaching Christmas time. And I was like, why does this stuff always happen during Christmas? All these sad stories always happen at Christmas time. I was down on my luck and I was down and Christmas was coming. And Ulysses S. Grant tells a story about he had to sell his watch one year. Things were so bad for him, he had to sell his watch so he could buy Christmas presents for his kids, and it's like, oh my goodness. So I get a call from him, and he wants to come in. He said, well, let's talk. I read your script. I really liked it. Let's talk. Let's come in and talk. And so that was in late 1985. And I went in and we had an interview and we talked about it. And he said, "Yeah, I think you're our guy." So he hired me, and I started in January of '86. And I was hired to do audio drama. That's what I was hired to do. But I did a lot of other stuff first. There was a newsletter that I wrote, and there was a bunch of other stuff. And I worked on the magazine for a while, and and wrote a couple of audio dramas. Worked on I think three. Wrote one of them that was not Odyssey. It was prior to Odyssey. And so, but then I started working on Odyssey in earnest, and started, you know, pulling all the elements of the town and John Whitaker and Wits End and all that sort of stuff together. And then I took it to Steve, and he was like, I like this, I don't like this, I like this, I don't like this. And we yelled and screamed. And that's another part of the business you got to get used to, creative differences, iron sharpening iron. And then finally we launched in the next year. We launched in January of '87 is when we launched Family Portraits, which is the precursor of Odyssey. Right. And that ran for 13 episodes, 13 weeks on the Focus on the Family broadcast every Monday. Got all the data. We asked people, please send us data. Do you like this? Do you want more of it? What can we do to help improve it? What would you like to see? And took all that data, and then over the next several months, put it all together, started writing scripts, and the Adventures in Odyssey was born and was debuted in November of 1987.
How did you come up with the idea of Odyssey? Like, what parts did you contribute to Odyssey, and what parts did Harris contribute to Odyssey?
Well, when you're working on a collaboration, it's hard to make that kind of separation. We worked on it together. Steve was in charge of the special projects department of the broadcast division of Focus on the Family. The special projects, by its very nature, had tons of projects. And Steve was in charge of tons of projects, and Odyssey was just one of them. And Steve's specialty is getting things off the ground. He's really very, very good at that. He's a very, very, very talented. He's to do that. You want something, a prototype, you want a pilot episode, you want something like that. He's great at that. He's really super at that. And so he was busy working on a lot of other stuff. So during the daytime, I was like coming up with a bunch of stuff and doing the background and the history and all that sort of stuff of Odyssey and trying to put all that together. And then I would go in toward the end of the day, like the last 2 hours of the day, present it to him and say, here's what, because he was my boss, present it to him, and he would go, okay, well, let's do this. And then it was, okay, how about this instead of this? And how about this instead of this? And how about this instead of this? I didn't want to do Odyssey as it is now first. I wanted to do a variety show. I wanted to do something like the old Jack Benny show. Oh. And he said, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to do a narrative thing. And at first, Focus wanted us to do a daily show.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I was like, there's no way we could do a daily show and maintain any kind of quality. So it would have to turn into a soap opera, and it would only be 15 minutes long every day. And the first 10 minutes would have to be a recap of the previous day. So we'd only have 5 minutes of new material a day. And I don't think anybody's going to want to do that. They said the way radio works these days, it's got to be a daily program, or it's not going to work. Nobody's going to listen to a weekly program on the radio. That was the standard gospel back then. You just don't, nobody's going to do that. And to Focus on the Family's credit, and to Steve's credit, for fighting for it, saying, look, we've got to maintain doing this, no matter what, they stuck around. And then Dr. Dobson got behind it, and he said, okay, here's how we'll build an audience. We'll make the cassette available for free. If you want a free copy of it, you can get a copy of it. Later on, we've been doing that for a while. And it built an audience. I mean, a lot of people then were like, hey, great, that's wonderful. And then he found out, about 6 months into the program, he found out we were still giving away the cassettes for free. And he goes, no, I only meant to do that for like a couple of weeks. You guys are, no, what happened? Been giving them away for 6 months? What are you talking? What are you crazy? So we had to go back and retool all that. But that, again, that's all the, the business part of it. But Steve and I worked on it together a lot. I chronicle some of this in a book I wrote about Odyssey, and the Complete Guide to Adventures in Odyssey. I wrote a book in the '90s. But that was only when we had not even 400 episodes at that point. It was like 300 and some odd episodes. And but I talked about the creation of it and how it all came about and whatnot. Steve and I were really we collaborated a lot on John Avery Whitaker's name. I gave him the background, basically. It's sort of the creation of the character. Steve said, I want a grandfatherly figure. And then, so I said, well, who would that be? And then I started picking things from my father's life. World War II guy, greatest generation guy, this, that guy who was a signalman in World War II, so it was wit and, stuff like that. And started putting some of those elements and the stories that my dad told about his upbringing during the Great Depression and stuff like that started going into Wit's character and the wisdom that he had, things like that. And so we were sitting around trying to figure out what's this guy's name going to be. And that's I chronicled that in the book. And it's like we finally picked the phone book. We just started going through. We started at A, and none of the names were hitting. Went all the way to W, and literally going through all the phone book. I mean, it's almost page for page on the phone book, and finally got to W. And when Whitaker came around, I thought that'd be a great first name. I wanted his first name to be Whitaker. And Steve said, no, I don't think Whitaker's going to be right for a first name. How about, And I went, okay, hang on 1 second. I got to go to the bathroom. This is not the story that they want me to tell, but I'm going to tell it anyway. I'm going to the bathroom, and as I go into the bathroom, I'm passing a storage closet, and in the storage closet there were Avery labels.
Huh.
Okay, so I went, Avery, that'd be a great name. That'd be a great name. And so I went to the bathroom. I came back and I said, Steve, how about Avery Whitaker? And I said, and if you really have to be a more common first name, I was just going to the John. So how about John Avery Whitaker?
Oh my gosh.
So,
You serious?
yeah, well, for me, that was, I mean, again, they don't like me telling that story, but that's exactly the way his name came about. So,
That's
so,
funny.
so yeah, so that it was John Avery Whitaker. And Avery was Tex, if you know anything about cartoons, Tex Avery was a great animator. Back in the classic Warner Brothers cartoons days, Tex Avery was this wacky. He had such a great sense of humor, and if you ever get a chance to see any of his animated films, you'll know him instantly because he'll do things like characters running so fast that they run right out of the frame. So you see the sprockets of the he said they run right out of the frame and they're like, wait, and then they have to run back into the scene. He'd do stuff like that all the time. It was just crazy stuff. So the Avery was part Avery labels and part honoring Tex Avery. I think he had died right around that time too, so we're sort of honoring him. And so so then that's the name, and then I created the family, Jenny and the three kids, all with J names, and the oldest died in Vietnam, and then Jana, the middle daughter, was rebellious and got caught up into the rebelliousness of the 60s and 70s. And Jason was like me, Jason was like my age, and I was like, we all looked at our older. We're all boomers, but the boomers are divided into two sections. There's the older set of boomers who were all the hippies, drop out, try drugs, do all that stuff. And then the younger set of boomers who were like more responsible, cleaning up after our older cousins and our older brothers and sisters, not wanting to cause any problems. We were really trying to be good people, And so Jason's like that, and I said that's me. That's who I am, So he's much more bold than I am. I mean, I would never be a secret agent or anything like that. But and Townsend Coleman, who plays him, he's definitely, I mean, just very much like Jason. Townsend tells these stories about what he's done in his own life, and you go, you really are, Jason. You really are a secret agent. This is incredible. What are you talking? You did that? And he goes, oh, yeah, I did that. And he was like, oh, it's not a big deal. I did that. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's not a big deal. So anyway.
That actually makes me really happy to know that there's some similarities to him.
Oh, yeah. He was we had a different actor play Jason at first when Jason first appeared. And then I only found this out recently that Townsend, who was very well known in the business, he's a very successful voiceover guy. He was actually a large donor to Focus on the Family. He was supportive of Focus on the Family. I didn't even know this until he just told me. He said, yeah, for a long time we were on the big donor list for Focus, and so we really appreciated everything that Focus stood for. And then when this role came available, we wanted to say, hey, let's get Townsend. Good grief, he'd be great. There was a lot of stuff that a lot of people contributed as the years went by. And then, of course, once the foundational stuff is done, then, a year into it, Paul McCusker starts in and he's adding stuff. And, once everything is actually done, then Paul comes in, he starts adding his stuff. And then later on, Chuck Bolte comes in as executive producer, and he has his influences. And our two sound designers at that point were Bob Luttrell and Dave Arnold, and both of them contributed. So it becomes this mishmash of a lot of contributions in the early days as far as that's concerned. But the foundational stuff was like, okay, Phil, go do this stuff. when you're done, come in, we'll talk about it, we'll hash it over with me and Steve, and then once we get that approved, then we'll go over to the next step. This is kind of the pattern for the first while. It was like, okay, I'm writing this stuff, and I'm going to go in, we're going to talk about it, and then from that foundation, we'll build on to other stuff.
What, in your opinion, do you think made Odyssey work to the point where it has like 1,000 episodes?
I think the secret sauce for us was that one of the things that I really, there were two things that I had that were sort of mandates for me that I really wanted to see happen. If you had to write a manifesto for Odyssey at that point, we didn't do that, but I was thinking about it. The two things were, one is we decided to take a Warner Brothers cartoon approach, what I called the Warner Brothers cartoon approach. And the Warner Brothers cartoon approach was there's something in it for every age.
Ah,
There's something in it for every age. So we said our target audience is going to be 9 to 12-year-olds, kids just going out of elementary school into junior high. We know that. What do kids like to do? When they really like something, they play it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And where are they usually playing this? In the car with their parents, who have to listen to it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And I said, if the parents are going to have to listen to this over and over again, we might as well give something to the parents too. Let's do something for them in every episode as well. So we'll really fashion the stories so that anybody listening to this is like, you can get a different thing out of it at each age. And so then we said, let's go the other direction. Let's give something for the really young kids too on every episode. Every episode, the younger brothers and sisters of these kids of our target audience are going to want to listen to it as well. And so at every age, you can listen to Odyssey and get something out of it that's appropriate for your age, from little kid all the way up to adult, all the way up to old adults. And I've been very gratified. Very few programs have this. We've been blessed because we've been around for so long. Very few programs and program creators have an opportunity to witness this. But I see stuff posted on Facebook or get fan mail or every once in a while, especially stuff posted on Facebook. Social media has really done this a lot. But people will write in and say, in this episode, blah, blah, blah happens. I never caught that before. I must have listened to this episode 30 times and I never caught that before. Isn't that amazing? Do you think the writers knew what they were doing when this when this is going on? I was like, well, yeah, we kind of did. We actually did know that that was going to be something that when you hit a certain age, you would get the joke.
right.
You would get the reference. You would get this thing. Okay, it wasn't just an accident. It wasn't. We planned it that way, and it's really great to see that you've grown up with the program. That you were listening to by the time you were 9 years old. Now you're 25 or 30 years old, and you're going, oh, I never caught that before. And I'm like, you have no idea how that just thrills my heart. So that's the first thing. The first thing was that, and the second thing was a real devotion to the quality of the production itself. Again, I was just I was hired to do this, so it's not like I had any say, certainly not like I had any authority. But in the conversations that we had, I was very emphatic about we need to elevate the level of audio drama. We need to elevate the way stories are told audially. I had worked with a company that did old-fashioned live radio dramas. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a great thing. There's still a very famous one out there that I won't mention that's still going on after. It's even older than Odyssey. It's been around for a long, long time. But they do the whole live sound effects, live cues, live sound effects, and an organ doing their music and stuff. So it's all very live, and that's great. Don't get me wrong. That's really fine. But I said I really think we need to elevate the production sound-wise, so that what we're hearing takes it a level above all of that to the next level. And we can do that because we have the capability now of multi-track recording. We can play with it in the studio. We don't have to do one take, one thing, one take all the time. Right. So it's very much a Beatles kind of thing. The Beatles would do the same thing. They would go from everybody, the song has to be done in one take we only got this take and we got to do everything together, to saying, wait a minute, we have the capability now of multi-track recording. So why don't we add this and let's play with that and let's put a sound here and a sound there. And let's separate the sounds. Let's do one thing over here, pan this and pan that. And so we really started saying, let's do live, let's do Foley, let's do sound effects that are really appropriate. Let's not just find an effect somewhere and then kind of put it in and try to make it match. Let's do custom stuff. Let's do the same way Foley artists do for music, for movies. Our sound guys should be doing that. It's all live stuff, and it's all they're in the studio. They're making the sounds as they go along. And for things that don't exist, well, guess what? You guys get to create the sound. It's very much like Ben Burtt did with lightsabers, where in Star Wars, he's listening to the hum of a television and then the hum of a wire, and when he hits it, it does certain things. It's like, oh, let's combine all those things together to make a brand new sound. So I really wanted to give the sound guys something that they can sink their teeth into as well, creatively, and then say, okay, well, if we're going to do that, because we're going to get really, really good sound guys, which we have, then we got to make sure the stories are worth telling
Mhm.
that way. So a lot of what we did in the early days, Paul and I did in the early days, especially much to Chuck Bolte's consternation, was talk. We did a lot of talk. We had a lot of long, long, long conversations about theology and about philosophy, about writing theory, about how stories are told. One of the things that we did that I really want to get back to with a lot of people, as a matter of fact, not just the Odyssey team, but everybody else, was we would watch just about everything, all the movies that we could, all the television shows, listen to audio dramas, anything that was out there, books on tape. We called them books on tape back then. They're audio books now. Television shows, reading books, and we would do that during the weekend. Just pile up on those things during the weekend, and then on Monday we'd be like, "Did you see that television show? Did you see that moment that happened? That thing that happened there? Wow, that's fantastic. Let's analyze it." Now, how do we do that on Odyssey? What do we do on how do we make that work? Not copying the exact same thing, but why did that give us the reaction that it gave us? And now let's see if we can do the same thing like that and put it into an Odyssey script. So that way it works that way. And we did a lot of that. I mean, we talked and talked and talked and talked. And Chuck was very much like, if you know anything about Harry Warner, who started Warner Brothers, he would walk around the writers' rooms. He had a big room that was filled with nothing but writers writing screenplays all the time. If he didn't hear any typing going on, he assumed no writing was going on. He said, "I was all typing. I don't hear any typing. I don't hear any typing. Why isn't there typing going on? You guys aren't working." He's like, "Well, most of the writing goes on in your head. Most of writing goes on in your mind. The real writing happens. This is just typing. This is, it could be typing gibberish." So they quickly learned to make recordings of them typing, so that when Harry Warner walked by, he would hear typing and go, "Okay, at least they're working." you know. But we didn't do that with Chuck. Was just like, he would walk in and go, "Are you guys going to do any work today?" I'm like, "You don't understand. This is work. This is what we're doing. This is exactly what we're supposed to be doing." But we had to try to convince him of that. To his credit, Chuck was very good with managing creative people, because he was a creative guy himself. But that was something that we did that helped us both as writers to really understand the nature of storytelling, how storytelling worked, and how you put stories together and how you present them, and then those emotional moments. It's the same thing with the directing. So a lot of it you'll read on the page, but you won't get the emotion out of reading a script or out of reading. But see, this is the other thing I always said. And I'm reading a book, and suddenly a passage in the book moves me emotionally.
Mhm.
Okay, and I think, and when I stopped after the emotional reaction, I'll stop to think. I'll go back and say, this is just squiggly black lines on a piece of crushed wood pulp. Why did that make me cry? Why did that make me laugh? Why did that make me angry? Why did that inspire me? Why? So after I get the emotional reaction over and I kind of read it, I'll go back and say, let me read that passage again. And I really, really want to break it down. Now, of course, in breaking it down, it loses all of its magic, all of its emotional magic. As soon as you start analyzing anything, it's like analyzing a joke. As soon as you start analyzing a joke, it's not a joke anymore. It's just, word. But that was what I would really try to do all the time. And in fact, we just had an audio drama intensive camp up in the Colorado in the mountains. Just last week we were there, or 2 weeks ago we were there. And this is one of the things I wanted to do with him too. I started bringing all the people together and saying, why did that happen? Why, if let's listen to something, let's watch something, let's read something, and then say, why did that make me cry? Let's analyze it. Let's break that down and say, what was it? The order of the words? Was it the specific way it was laid out? Was it? It's obviously contexts, but how did they get into that? I'm reading up to this point, and I'm okay, but I read that sentence, and wow, that sentence just blows me away. Why does that happen? Same thing with audio drama, same thing with movies, television. Now we have the ability to rewind and go back and take a look at it again. Let's look at that scene. Why did that do that? What was it about that? Is it music? Is it the performance? Is it just the nuance of the face? And so I think that's really important. That's a writer's thing for me. That's really important for storytellers to be able to understand how to do that, to break that stuff down. If you get an emotional reaction, if you read something, hear something, watch something, see something that moves you emotionally, go back and analyze it. You have the ability. Rewind it. Go back and analyze it. What was it? What was it that made me break down? The words, the performance, what was it? And really try to do a deep dive on it, so that way you can figure out. And then you put that in your arsenal. Right. Now all of a sudden that's part of your writer's bag of not tricks, but it's your arsenal. It's part of what you do as a writer, because then you start recalling all that. Oh, this is that moment. You'll see it in your own stories. Oh, this is that moment. This is that thing. This is where it can really turn. or this is where it can really affect somebody emotionally. Now, sometimes, you'll do that. You weren't intending on doing that at all, but it ended up that way, which is great. Those are serendipitous moments. That's when something like that happens is not expected. But for the most part, you can start controlling a lot of what you're doing, and a master storyteller, whether it's a director or writer or audio drama or whatever, will be able to guide you. You want to guide them through to this conclusion. You want them to go along with you to that conclusion. So anyway, I know that's wow, long-winded way of just saying this is kind of how things work.
You answered a question I was going to ask later about how to get an emotional punch in writing.
Yeah. That's really, really important because it's been there before. It's been there since the Greeks. Good grief! I mean, you can go back to, to Greek tragedies and see stuff that just breaks your heart. Read the Iliad, read the Odyssey. There are things in there that happen, and you go, "Whoa, wait, whoa, what happened?" I'm right now going through the Iliad, and I got a copy of the Iliad, and then I'm reading along with it as I'm listening to it. Okay, I'm pointing to my iPad. It's right here, focus right there. But I'm reading along with it. If you want to know how to write graphic scenes of death and dismemberment, read the Iliad. I mean, it's all about war, and it's about this person. Ulysses went out and thrust his sword into this guy's guts and pulled it back out along with his liver, which came splaying out of his guts. I mean, it's just passage after passage after passage of gruesome death. And it's like, this is the most, and you respond exactly how you responded, which is like, but then you look at it, it's just, well, these are just words on a piece of paper. So why is this making me react that way? Well, the way Homer's a blind poet. He had to memorize all this stuff. So he's like recounting all of this stuff that he's heard before from somewhere. And he's telling this happened here and that happened there, or this guy's arm was lopped off and the sword skidded down Ulysses' ribs, flaying part of his flesh away, and like, wow. And then if you read the Odyssey, I did the same thing with the Odyssey before I did the Iliad. It's such an emotional tales. It's like the throwaway lines, but they have the most like either horror or emotion to them. When they get trapped by the Cyclops in his cave, the giant Cyclops in his cave, a whole bunch of them from Ulysses' ship get trapped inside there, and immediately the giant eats two of them.
Ooh.
Yeah, two of the crew. He just eats. We lost this person because the giant ate him, and then this person as well. And they ate him until he herded the rest of us, and he's going to save us for meals later on. It's like that's just a throwaway. The way it's presented is sort of like a throwaway, like, oh, it's no big deal. No, the giant just ate two people. And how are we going to get out of this guy? How are we going to get out of the clutches of this giant? So it's very emotional. It's on the edge of your seat. And I look at that and say, if I'm going to write a suspense story, I'm going to go back to Homer and I'm going to figure out how in the world do they get out of that situation? What do they have to do? The cleverness of getting out of that situation is really, really great. You really need to study all of these things. Read as much stuff as you can. The good is the bad as well as the good, because if you start reading bad stuff, you realize, oh, okay, I want to avoid that.
Yeah.
That's not what I want to do. This is really bad prose here, so I don't want to do that. But then you could look at really bad prose and try to figure out, well, what is this person really trying to say here? Because that's another thing. You can look at it and say, maybe they're just really bad at prose, but they have a good point. How would I say it differently? How would I do it differently?
For people who are like, I'm aspiring writers wanting to write, apart from the Iliad, is there any other books that?
Oh, I would try to read anything that has been touted as great storytelling. Okay, so I know for Christians, a lot of them don't like to read Harry Potter, but J.K. Rowling is a great storyteller. I read them like every 2 years. Go through the whole series, just because she's such a great storyteller. Some of what I just talked about, you'll read in the books, she'll say something or do something, and you just realize, oh my goodness, I'm crying because of this emotional thing that just happened here. And it's just one line.
Right.
The line I'm thinking of is it's like in the sixth book, when Dumbledore, they have to go to get the locket. So they go through all these trials and they come back and they get the locket. And Dumbledore is like really affected. He's like, he had to drink all of that terrible stuff and Harry has to bring him back. Right. And the line that ends they don't, I think they may have put it in the movie, but they did it differently so it doesn't have the same emotional impact. But the very last line in that chapter, when they come back, is, it'll be okay, Professor. It'll be, Harry saying, it'll be okay, Professor. It'll be okay. And Dumbledore says, I know it will, Harry, because I'm with you. And I'm like, oh my gosh, Harry. I mean, just the way that line comes down, Dumbledore's the most powerful magician in the world. He's the most powerful wizard that ever lived, and he's saying, "I'm okay because I'm with you, Harry." What? What? So it's stuff like that where when you get that kind of a reaction on stuff, you go, "Oh my goodness." Read those kinds of books. How does she do that? How does she weave this tale? How does she keep, first of all, how does she keep all these details? Because these things are unbelievably plotted. They're so thick with plot. How does she keep all these details in order so that and explain them so that you don't forget anything? You know exactly who this is and exactly what's going on with there and exactly. That's great. That's just masterful storytelling. Do that. Same thing with Tolkien. I would read Lord of the Rings. I couldn't read the Lord. It's really funny because I had to listen to it before I could actually read it. I used to try to read the Lord of the Rings, and I would try over and over and over to read it, and I'm like, we're 200 pages into this book and they're not even out of the Shire yet.
Yeah.
Like, ugh, so then I said, you know what? I'm going to listen to it instead. I'll do the same thing that I'm doing with the Iliad. I'll listen and read along with it. And that was much, much better. If you get somebody who really knows what they're doing, reading wise, then they'll start playing the characters. And you realize the story is about Sam. I mean, Sam is the main character here. It's not Frodo. It's not anybody else. Sam is the one who's like coming down. He comes into his own throughout this entire book. And the other thing you realize is that always read the forwards. That's another thing. So always read the forwards because Tolkien says in the forward, I wasn't really doing a novel here. I'm more interested in the language. He was a person who loved the language. He loved creating the languages. He loved messing around with languages. And so that was one of the things that always got me because, like every 5 pages, somebody's breaking into a poem or a song or something at the very beginning. And I'm like, why is this so much poetry and all this other stuff? And then I realized when you hear somebody read it, somebody's really good, you realize, oh, this is the way all of these different cultures communicate with each other. Because he's created like the Ints, which are tree people, and he's created the hobbits and the elves and the dwarfs, and all of them have their own poetry, and that's how they communicate with each other. That's how you know who they are and what they stand for. And I know a lot of Tolkien people out there probably listening to this going, well, of course, duh, but I didn't get it. I didn't get it until I was listening to it. When I was listening to it, then I was like, oh, okay. I really get it now. I understand now exactly why that's there. And I love it. I couldn't figure out who Tom Bombadil was. Why is he even in there? For the longest time, I was like, why is this guy even in? Until I listened to it. And then when I listened to it, and I also read another book that was called In the House of Tom Bombadil, which is a really great book about Tom Bombadil. I was like, oh, I get it now. I know exactly why he's there. And it's perfect. He should have been in the movie. He should have been there. He should have been, as a part of the film. Again, I don't fault Peter Jackson for doing that. You have to make sacrifices when you're telling the story, so that's the way it worked. But so yeah, read Tolkien, read Lewis, read C.S. Lewis. Good grief, Lewis was a master of prose. That's the reason everybody loved him in the first place. Just whether you're reading his essays or whether you're reading his narrative books, he just transports you. He just takes you away because he's so good at what he does. Read all of them. I mean, read as many as you possibly can. I always loved when I was a kid. I read books called a series of books called The Boxcar Children. I don't even know if they're out there, but I love The Boxcar Children because it's this romantic kind of story about these four kids who are abandoned by their parents. They're orphans, and they live in a boxcar and make a great living for themselves. She has descriptions. I think that was a woman writer. She has these great descriptions of what they ate and how if they found food and they would cook it. And she describes their meals, and I'm like, oh, just my mouth is watering just reading what they're eating. And they're eating, they're not eating great stuff, but the way she describes it is just they had this and they had that. And it was the most delicious thing they ever had. And you're like, oh, wow, I'm so hungry right now. And I was always fascinated by that. How do these words make me have that kind of reaction? Why are they doing that? So I was very big on that. In fact, and I don't even say that you have to be, I don't want to be a snob about it. Anything that moves you, read stuff that moves you. I'm not a big comic book fan, and I don't really like graphic novels. But if there's something in one that really causes you to have an emotional reaction, if you really do, go back, look at it again, and say, why did that happen? What happened here? Why did that do that? All of a sudden, I'm trembling. All of a sudden, I'm really anxious. All of a sudden, I'm angry. All of a sudden, I'm crying. I'm laughing. Whatever it is, what was it that made that happen? How did that happen? And then you have to realize you're gonna analyze what came before and just what comes right after too, because that's all a part of it. The moment itself is just part of it. You got to analyze how you got into that moment and how you come out of that moment. So that's all. Like I said, anything and everything. Scripture is wonderful. When you look at Scripture in that light, all of a sudden scripture just is completely different. Two things about scripture. When you start looking at it as that, you're reading it as a story and you're getting the emotional impact out of it that way. It changes the way you read it. And then the other thing is realize that everything that you're reading is goes there's so much depth to what you're reading that you don't even realize how much depth there is. Most of us, because if you grow up in the church, if you grow up as a Christian in a Christian home, you read it and it's sort of like you stay at the surface level and you're like, okay, well that's what. But you don't even realize how much depth there is to all of these stories, to everything that's going on. I mean, it's just so much. Jordan Peterson has been great about this. I mean, taking this story of creation and just going deeper and deeper and deeper, and the story of Abraham sacrificing Isaac, and the story of Jonah, and the story of Job, and all of these. You go, wow, there's so much more to this than I even realized, and that opens things up for you too.
Let's say you analyzed all the emotional scenes and you're trying to write a scene with emotion.
Mm-hmm.
How can you test the quality of your own success in your own writing? Because it's hard to react if you already know what's about to happen. Like if so, it's hard to analyze your own work. So
I would say that there are two things about that. First of all, you probably know when you're mapping out everything, you're outlining or mapping out stuff. You probably have a good idea where you want to go, what you want the big emotional push to be. I mean, that's all part of it. You got to build to the climax. The climax is going to be the most emotionally charged thing that you do. But along the way, then there are other things that you can do to make the emotion come alive as well. There are two things that I would do. First of all, I'm an inveterate outliner. I really like to know what my story is before I start committing it to script. So I really take a lot more time than most people ever do on the outlines. I mean, most people don't like the outline; they want to get to the script itself, and I get that. But I'm like, I got to know where I'm going, and especially if I'm thinking about a story, and I come up with a great line, suddenly something that the character would say. I'm going to put that in the outline because I don't want to forget about it. I don't want it to. I'm going to describe that moment so that way when I go to script, I know that I have that moment in there. So there's that, and that's just experience. That's just a lot of experience. Where the emotional moments are, you kind of have a feel for it. It's a lot of experience. But then the other thing that you should do, I think, every once in a while is try to surprise yourself. So go with stream of consciousness. Just write whatever pops into your head. Don't, you're working on a story. You kind of know what the parameters are. Just let yourself go. Let's let it flow. And it's very difficult to get into this mode, but once you get into it, you just start letting it go, writing anything that happens, letting it flow. Speak it if you have to. If you don't want to write it, because writing, it takes a little bit of analysis to get from here to here. If you're just talking it doesn't necessarily do that. So just, record what you're saying, talk it out, talk it out, talk it out. And you'd be surprised how many emotional things you can come up with when you start doing stuff like that. Because every once in a while, something really hits you and you go, wow, I never really realized that before. How can I put that into this story? Maybe I need that. That's what I need into the story. There were a couple of scripts that I had written. This has happened several times, actually. But the most memorable one, I wrote a script for Odyssey called The Toy. And it was about Detective Polhouse and his nephew. And he was like investigating. He seemed like he was investigating a crime, and he would go from different characters in Odyssey, and he wanted them all to meet him at the station house at the very end. And he was going to really, and everybody thought we're in trouble. And again, spoiler alert if you haven't heard it, but he was basically saying, look, it was about this toy, and he was saying he basically wanted to go. Anybody who was involved with that toy, he wanted to thank, because his nephew was dying of cancer, and he had that toy with him the whole time. And that toy was what comforted him, what comforted the nephew as he was going through this horrible thing. And so Polhouse just wanted to thank everybody who was involved in the making of that toy and in getting that toy to his nephew. They didn't even know they were doing it. They didn't even know what was going on, but he was just investigating as a police officer. And it was very, very emotional. And as I was writing it, I was sick as a dog when I was writing that thing. I had the flu. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm going to die here. But as I was writing it, I was just weeping as I was writing it because it was just so emotional, And that was just kind of a spur of the moment thing too. That was not, hadn't planned on it happening that way, but it did. It just kind of unfolded that way. And as I was writing, I was just like, oh my goodness. And then I would, okay, wipe the tears, put it away, come back. And that's also when you know you got a good emotional moment because you put it away, you come back and look at it again, and the same thing happened. And it's like, oh, this is really, really, this is a very emotional moment. So I think this is going to be really good. So you can tell. I mean, after a while, you can tell where they are and where they're not. And again, it's really just a sense of story. Stories have good stories have an ineffable quality about them. You know how they're going to unfold. You know what the rising and falling action is. You know where you need to have the hook. You know where you need to have the uh-oh moment. You know where you need to have your reversal of situation, your peripeteia. You know where you need to have your scenes of suffering. You know where you need all these are Aristotle. You know where you need to have the revelations, these things, you know, recognition of something. The character didn't know something here, now he knows something new, and it has affected him. The more you do it, the more second nature it is. It just starts, you start thinking about it, about life in general in that way. And I think that's the best way to do it. You just got to do a lot of it.
How do you go about incorporating spiritual and deep truths?
Yeah, we talked a lot about this at this camp that I just came back from. What was interesting about it, I'll try to answer that by telling you what happened there. What was interesting about that camp is it was an audio drama camp. It was all about audio drama. How do you make them? We did a really deep, intensive, and on the whole aspect of the whole process of making an audio drama. Everything from idea through story, outline, scripting, polishing the scripts, getting the actors together, directing them, recording them properly. Then we brought in Todd Bastide, who is a really great audio drama producer. And he brought all of his equipment and showed everybody exactly what he does in the process, you know. And it was great. It was really wonderful to see because a lot of people never see that. You never see what the post-production guys do. You never see what the sound designers do. But they have how do you cut the tracks together? How do you make sure the timing is right? How do you put this sound effect here and that there and this here and that there and everything? So that was great. And then we brought John Campbell, who was a great composer, our Odyssey composer. He came up with all of his equipment and he said, okay, once all of this happens, now it comes to me and I have to compose stuff. And he put it up on the screen and he showed everybody exactly what he does. You know, here's this. I think what I want here is an oboe, and I'll put the oboe with this clarinet, and we'll put these things together. And it was like, wow. And both Todd and John, especially John, was like, people want to see this. This is boring. I said, no, you don't understand. Nobody ever gets a chance to see this stuff. And it's really great to see a professional, somebody who really knows how to do it. He goes, but I'm not a teacher. I said, no, you did more than teach, man. You showed them exactly what to do, and that's fantastic. But the thing that came out of that was we were there focused on that. Okay. That's what we were there to do. We were there to talk about audio drama. And what was really gratifying was the spiritual aspect showed up anyway. Now, I'm sure you have too. I've been to a lot of places where it's supposed to be one thing, but then let's force Bible and church and Christian stuff and praying and stuff into it. And then we're trying to make it, and it turns into a kind of a quasi-Bible camp. Nothing wrong with Bible camps. There are plenty of them out there all around, and you can go to one if you want. But when you're going to do something else, what I thought was, like I said, was really gratifying to me was the fact that we were there focused on trying to do great audio drama, figuring out what those elements were, and the spiritual stuff came through anyway. And I said, okay, that's because we're living it. We're not just trying to say that we're living it. Okay, we're not forcing it into anything, and we shouldn't worry about trying to force it into anything. If you're actually living it, it'll show up anyway. This is what C.S. Lewis meant when he said, we don't need more Christian writers. We need more writers who are Christians who write about everything. Your Christianity, if you're living it, if it's absolutely part of who you are, will show up anyway. And so I did a speech, I did a lecture to a homeschooling group, and they wanted me to talk about writing and stuff. And somebody asked that very question: how can you make sure? I said, I never worry about spiritual stuff, about putting spiritual stuff in my work. I never worry about that, because if I'm doing what I'm supposed to do as a Christian, it's going to show up anyway. It's going to show up in the way the characters behave with each other. It's going to show up in how a good person treats an evil person. It's going to show up on how the evil person responds to that. It's going to show up anyway. It's going to be there. So that's why I would say never force it. Never try to force anything like that. Just live a good Christian life. Be devoted to God, and then do your work. Augustine said, "Love God, then do as you please." That's the thing. If that's the first and foremost thing, anything else you focus on is automatically going to be a part of it. The spirituality will always show up. So we never really worry about it. Now on Odyssey, of course, this is a program that has a Christian basis, and we do need to make sure that we're actually applying in a very real and very present, pragmatic sense, here's the scripture that you need to go to because this is what happened. When we did Jungle Jam, there were some folks who said, maybe you should try to bury that Christianity stuff inside the story. And Jeff Parker, who was producer, said, we're not ashamed of who we are. You know, so we're going to say right from the get-go in Psalms 23, verse blah blah blah, it says this. And that was a lesson the Jungle Jam characters had to learn on today's episode. And then we go on this great, funny, wild story about that thing. So we don't, we present it to you right up front and basically, saying, yeah, but wouldn't you get a greater audience if you just kind of hid the stuff in there and here? I mean, what you guys got is great. I said, why should we do that? We're saying to you, this is who we are. And if you can get over that hump, you're going to go on a really fun ride. And you'll learn something at the end too. And it'll be something that's really important. And so I feel the same way with Odyssey. I mean, this is again, it's not something that you have to force into it. We're all Christians and we're all accountable and we're all trying to live the Christian life as best as we possibly can. And it's just going to show up. You out of the heart, out of the heart comes the good stuff. So that's my advice for that. If you fancy yourself a Christian and you're a writer and it's not showing up in your work, no Christianity is showing up in your work, maybe you better reevaluate your Christianity. Maybe you better stop and think, okay, who am I spiritually actually? Maybe I need to get a little deeper walk going on here because I can see some of this stuff show up in my work naturally.
What is your advice for creating likable characters?
Yeah, I wouldn't go for likable or dislikable. I would go for interesting. Always try to create somebody who's interesting. Audio drama, we have dialogue to do that. I mean, that's basically it. We have dialogue and some sound effects, but we tell the story through dialogue. And so you have to make sure that you write really interesting dialogue. A lot of people interpret that as funny. Characters have to be funny. And I'm like, no, that's kind of the easy way of doing stuff if you want to know the truth. I mean, anybody can write silly dialogue and funny dialogue and make everybody sound like they're in a Neil Simon play and they're just with quips back and forth and back and forth. And all that's fine. That's great. But your craft, as you develop your craft, then you realize I'm a wordsmith and I need to fashion these lines to blend with the character and reveal what the character is of somebody through subtext and through what I'm not saying actually, what I'm not actually saying on the nose. And so you start figuring out ways then to do that. How do I make these two characters have a scene and they're talking about one thing, but the whole scene is about something else completely.
Right.
Okay. And they both know it. And now we know it. Because they know what they're really saying is not what they are really talking about. It's something else completely. It's all subtext. So that's harder. That's more difficult because now you have to. But we've all done it. In our real lives, we've all done it. There's something that you need to tell somebody, but you don't want to come right out and say it because it might hurt their feelings or it might give a bad reaction. So how do you tell them that you're displeased with something they've done or blah 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 without actually coming out right out and saying anything bad? So that's where the subtext comes in. That's where the inflection comes in. That's where how do you do it? Less is more. That's another thing. So how do you say a line that has great meaning and weight with the fewest amount of words possible? Now maybe you have a character who that's impossible for them. Maybe you have a character who takes, like in a Jane Austen novel, instead of saying things in 5 words, let's use 50. To say the thing. But she was doing that for a specific reason. And so it was part of how she revealed the character. So all of that, all of that is the research that you do, the reading that you do, the study that you do, where you see these great masters. Charles Dickens was great at this too. He was really wonderful at how he would craft the sentences. And you hear something or you read something, you go, oh, that's so funny. Why wouldn't he just say this person is this, this, and this? Instead, he says this, and then he goes here, and then he comes back there, and he comes, it's just really wonderful how he does stuff. And that's what you want to try to do too. How do I do that? It goes back to the same kind of thing. That makes your character interesting. Then you'll know who your good characters are, who your bad characters are, who you want us to follow. So you don't make them perfect. This is the hero, but you want to make sure the hero is multidimensional, so you don't make them perfect.
Right.
And you don't make your bad guy completely evil. You give your bad guy something that's kind of interesting. Now, if you look at scripture, I don't remember the specific kings, but I forgot who the king. Maybe I have it written down here somewhere. you'll see through the litany through the of the history of Israel and Judah when the kingdoms were divided, who the good guys and who the bad guys were, and it's usually the kings. I had it written down here somewhere, and let me see if I can find it. Yeah, okay. So we got um, Josiah was 8 years old when he started his ruling Israel, and he did what was good in the eyes of the Lord. That was one of the things that was described right there. But he was only 38 when he died. So he reigned for 30 years, but he was so that made him 38 when he died. And at the end, he did evil in the sight of the Lord. So he was good throughout all of his reign, but until the very end, he did something wrong. And then and that's why he was killed. Okay, so villains, Jehoiachin, now on the other hand, he was 8 years old. He's described, he was 8 years old when he started to rule. He was either in Israel or in Judah, I don't remember which one. And it says, and he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. At 8 years old, at 8 years old, he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. So two 8-year-olds who are ruling, both one is the kingdom of Judah, one is the kingdom of Israel. One is good. He did what was good in the sight of the Lord. The other was evil. He did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. You go, wow, how does that work? How does that, the storyteller knows. So then you also have Hezekiah. He was a good king. He did what was good. But then all the way through his reign, and he reigned like 50 years, all the way through his reign, he was good. And then at the very end, he did something bad. He did
Right.
something displeasing to God. Okay. Then you have his son. I think it was either his son or somebody close following him, Manasseh, who was evil all the way. He lived like 50 years. He reigned like 50 years. All the way through his life, he was evil. But at the end of his life, he did what was pleasing to God.
Hmm.
So you go, you see, these are real people. So if somebody were to describe your life in a capsule, would they describe your life as he did what was pleasing to God, or did he did what was evil in the sight of God?
Hmm.
And then you have to think of them as people. Did they know they were doing evil in the sight of God? Did they know that they were doing good in the sight of God? How? How did they know this? Okay, so there must be some way for us to know whether we're doing good or evil in the sight of God. And I think it's our conscience. I think that's part of how we deal with. I think that's how God talks to us is through our conscience. And if we decide, though our conscience is telling us we better not do that, I'm going to do this anyway. I'm going to go this direction. I'm
Mhm.
going to do this anyway. Maybe we're going against what God wants. And our lives then could be described in a capsule, in a nutshell, as he did what was evil in the sight of the Lord. I don't want to be one of those guys. So,
Oh, let me see here. Overcoming writer's block. Any advice?
yeah, that's a hard one. Um, you try to get in as much inspiration as you possibly can. That the quick and easy, the quick answer that I have to that is research.
Mhm.
If you have writer's block, you haven't done enough research. So go do some research. You're stuck because you haven't done enough research on this particular thing that you're writing about. And subconsciously, it's hampering you from moving forward. You know you got to solve this problem. Whatever this problem is, you got to solve it. I say that, and I'm just about finished with a book that I've been working on now for more than a year. And I was stuck in one place in that book, one section in that book for like 6 months. I could not get past this place. I'm like, why can I not get past this? I'm trying. I know where I want to go. I know where how this story has to wrap up. I'm right there toward the end of it, and yet I cannot, for some reason, these words are not coming together in the proper way, at the proper thing. I don't know what to do. Now, sometimes you write anyway. One way of getting over it is, even if you're writing gibberish that you're never going to use, just keep writing because you get in the habit of writing. You're still working on something. You're still putting stuff down, even if you know you're not going to use it. And you, like again, like I said, you might be surprised. You might just be working on stuff and suddenly, oh, there it is. That's what I was looking for. I found the nugget of gold in all of the mud and slime. Okay, and I'm going to take that out and I'm going to put that in there. So just keep working anyway. Sit down, start working. I know that's easier said than done, and I'm like physician heal thyself because I don't do that, not as much as I should. But that's one way of overcoming it. So research. Another thing is just to make sure you have plenty of outline story to go on. You've already got a lot of background. You can always go back and read through some of the stuff that you've done before to give yourself a running start to see if you can't get right through that block. See where you did some good things, where you did bad things, where you want to shore stuff up and then start getting that running block. One trick that a lot of writers do is, I don't do this in particular because I'm afraid I'll forget it when I'm sleeping, but a lot of writers will end the day knowing where they want to go in the morning, but not writing it yet. So in
Mm.
other words, they write up to that point. They know exactly what they want to do in the morning, but they stop because now when I get up in the morning, I come back to this, I can do the running start and know exactly where I'm going and continue on. I
Interesting.
don't do that because again, I'm afraid when I'm sleeping at night, I'll forget it. You
Yeah.
know, I don't want that to happen. Another way of doing it, Doug Wilson up in Idaho wrote a book called Plodactivity.
Plot activity.
Plod, yeah, plod activity. He's great. He said, I'm a great believer in plodding. You
Oh,
plod along. He said, so you write 100 words a night. Everybody can write 100 words a night. 100 words is not that much. Take
oh,
10 minutes, write 100 words.
yeah.
Okay, so the first night you've written 100 words. And the second night, now you've written 200 words. And the third night, he said, by the end of the week, you've written 700 words. That's pretty good. Okay. By the end of the month, you've whatever, 7 times 4, 2,800 words, 28. And then by the end of a year, you've written nearly 30,000 words.
Right.
And you're doing this in your spare time. It's taking 10 minutes a day. So you just do a little at a time, then a little at a time, then a little at a time, and you can finish your work. And you don't really get writer's block because you're just working, you're committed to 100 words, 100 words a day. That's what I'm going to do. So that's another way of going about it. Kathy Buchanan was up at the camp with me, with us up there, and she did a little seminar. I don't want to take her thunder away, but she did this great seminar that really has helped me about how to write a script, a half-hour script in 2 weeks, from idea to completion. 2 weeks. She has to do this because she's a widow with 5 kids.
Right.
Okay. I have so much respect for her. I mean, I just have, she's a remarkable person because she lost her husband. She has 5 kids. They all have needs. She has to pick them up. She has to take them. I said, how do you do it? How do you do it? I said, I told everybody while I were up there, I said, that's her situation and she triples my output.
Hmm.
She writes 3 scripts to my 1. Now, I'm old. I don't have the focus that I used to have. And I'm kind of toward the end, I'm in the decline. And she's like right at the top of her game. So we'll take that into account. But besides that, she still does it. And I'm like, I don't know how you do it. How do you do that? And she says, I write in whenever I have a moment of spare time. She
Hmm.
said, I can write a scene in 10 minutes. If I have 10 minutes while I'm waiting for my kids, while I'm waiting to pick my kids up from school, I have 10 minutes of free time. I write a scene in 10 minutes. Boom, boom. She said it's not the greatest scene in the world, but I wrote the scene. I'll know that I'm going to go back and redo it later, but I've written the scene. It's there. It's done. Now I can put it away, do what I need to do. I get another 10 minutes, pull the computer out, write up another scene. 10 minutes, boom.
My gosh.
And I'm like, so I said, literally, you just piecemeal. She goes, yeah. I mean, what am I supposed to do? My kids are going to take priority. I'm going to make sure that my kids are where they need to be, which means that I write when I can. I get up a little bit earlier, go to bed a little bit later, and that's when I write. But she said, I'll finish it. And she mapped this whole thing out. And again, I'll let you talk to her about this because that's her thing. But she mapped it out. She had 2 weeks. She had 14 days in a block on a grid. And she said, the first day you do this, the second day you do this, the third day you do this, the fourth day you do this. Get down to the writing, you make sure you're writing this many pages per day, and in 2 weeks you got your script written.
Man.
Like, wow, that's phenomenal. It was really, really an eye opener for me. Um, and she just knows how to do it. She's that kind of person. And so, for me, overcoming writer's block is again a lot of research. I just go back and do a lot of research. Now, the problem with research, of course, is you can get carried away with it. We've got the knowledge of the world at our fingertips, and I'm like, oh, that's really cool. Oh, that's really cool. Isn't that really cool? Oh, that's really, really cool. Look at that. And, the whole day has gone by and I've done nothing. So for me, though, the research is the thing. Woody Allen, there was a great documentary about Woody Allen and how he does, and he says he never worries about writer's block. He brought the camera into his writer's space, which is his bedroom.
Oh.
And he said, here's my bed. It's my apartment in New York, and here's my bedroom. See over there in the corner. And he has this little bitty desk. It's not very big. It's a very small desk, and on top of it is nothing but a manual typewriter, an Underwood typewriter. He said, that's where I write. That's where I do everything. And so he said, when I complete my whatever I'm working on, book or whatever it is that I'm working on, I'll complete it. I'll make sure it's all together, complete the way I like it, and I'll send it to the producers that we're going to produce the movies. He said, once that's done, then I walk over here, and you follow him over to his bed. And I sit on the bed. He has a dresser, chest of drawers next to his bed. Pulls out the bottom drawer, and it's filled with notes of ideas, little snippets of ideas that he's written on the back of napkins or on pieces of paper or whatever. Dumps it out on his bed, sifts through it, finds one he likes. Oh, that's the good one. Puts all of them back in the drawer. the rest of them back in the drawer, goes over and starts working on the next one. He said, I never worry about running out of ideas because ideas are everywhere. So it's just the discipline of doing it. This manual, this Underwood typewriter, he bought like in 1945 or something, or 1948 or something like that. It was ridiculously early on. There's only one place in New York that actually makes ribbons for it so that he can still work it. So he bought a bunch of ribbons to make sure he never runs out of ribbons. And that's what he works on. He doesn't like working on computers. He's kind of a Luddite as far as that's concerned. He's not really into modern technology. He writes old school and he writes really fast, and that's what he does. And I'm like, okay, see, I mean, this is great because all of this stuff is helpful for writers, but use what's helpful for you. Don't try to use somebody else's methodology. I don't like to talk about methodology a lot because it's different for everybody. Everybody's going to find their own methodology. A lot of people say, do you write better in the morning or do you write better? Yes. I mean, to me, the answer is yes. There have been times when I found I'm very productive in the morning. I get up early in the morning and I work. And then that season will run out. Suddenly, when I'm up in the morning and I can't work at all, it's just nothing. So I said, okay, now I'm switching to the afternoon. I'm very productive in the afternoon, 4 or 5 hours in the afternoon. That's it. Great. I'm really until that runs out. I've written where it's midnight. I get up I go to bed. I get up at around 11 o'clock or 1 in the morning, and I'll write for 4 or 5 hours then, and I'm very productive then, and then I'll go to bed. So I've done it lots of different ways. There's no one perfect right way for anybody. No one way that everybody's going to stick to. I know that there are a lot of writers who said, "Oh, I've done this for years and I just stuck to it and this worked for me." Great. I mean, if that's the case, good. God bless you. But most people are, not that way. I think so. Do whatever works for you. When you find that groove, like I said, Kathy does it in 10-minute chunks.
My goodness.
Boom, 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 10-minute chunks, and now it's done. So it's going to be different for different people, and you just have to figure out what is your way to overcome. Take a good walk. Take a long walk. Take a nap. That's a great way to overcome. Take a nap. Go do something really physically exhausting. My wife used to say the bathrooms are never cleaner than when you're stuck on a story. Because I'll go in and clean the bathrooms. Because I'm thinking about as you know, writers. Ray Bradbury said this years and years ago. He's a famous science fiction writer, and he said this years and years ago. If you choose to be a writer, say goodbye to holidays. Say goodbye to birthdays. Say goodbye to special occasions, because part of your brain is always going to be working on a story.
Right.
You're never going to be 100% there. Okay. Unlike all other professions, so you can just kind of toss it aside and say, nah, we're not going to talk about that. I'm done with it. And now we're going to have our meal. We're going to have Thanksgiving. We're going to do this. I can take my work and I can shove it aside and I don't have to even think about it. Writers are always constantly thinking about a story, some story that they're working on. It's constantly there. And so you just have to say, okay, part of my brain is with you at your birthday and celebrating the birthday, celebrating Christmas and celebrating it, but part of it is always going to be working on a story, some story beat, something in the back of your head. I found this out. I have massage therapy twice a week, and I'm lying on the table, and you would think the whole purpose of it is to relax my muscles and make the arthritis that's creeping up in my bones to relax. You'd think of all places I would just kind of let it all go, let it all melt away. Nope, I'm still working on a story, still working on a dialogue. I got a dialogue section in my head, and my massage therapist will go, "You're tensing up. What's going on?" Oh, sorry. And I'm like, because that's just who you are. This is the business we've chosen for ourselves. This is it.
I know it's different every week, but how much do you write in a standard week?
I love hearing from those people who can say definitively that this is how much they do. Boy, I'm just not one of those guys. I have to. This may be a good way of putting it. I used to teach at Azusa Pacific University. I teach writing, and I would teach beginning composition, which is the basic writing class for most freshmen. And one of my colleagues had written the book that they were using, the text that they were using in there, and he used this illustration. He said, Mozart was a brilliant composer. Okay. And he composed whole symphonies in his head. They were all there. And even if you see the movie Amadeus, he even says this, the rest is it's all written here. The rest is just scribbling. So can I scribble fast enough to get everything down? Beethoven was a brilliant composer, and he would work on a passage of music, one passage of music that was part of a greater symphony until it was perfect. And he would labor over it and labor over it and labor over it and labor over it and labor and throw it away and start over and labor and labor. And when he perfected that passage, then he'd move on to the next one. That passage leads to this passage, and then he would labor over it and labor over it and labor over it and labor and throw it away and start over and throw it away to start over. Okay. Both of them are considered supreme geniuses of music, classical music. Some people are Mozart's, some people are Beethoven's. I'm a Beethoven. I want to labor over that scene and get that scene right. I want the words to be right. I want everything to be right, and then I'll take on the next scene. Okay. Paul McCusker is a Mozart. He composes whole things in his head and writes them down as fast as he possibly can before he forgets them. That's the way that works. Okay. C.S. Lewis was a Mozart. Whole stories in his head, write them all down as fast as he could, longhand, before he forgets them. J.R.R. Tolkien was a Beethoven. He would start over completely. His son, Christopher Tolkien, and when afterwards he took an interviewer or something after Tolkien had died to a warehouse, floor to ceiling manuscripts of redone versions of The Lord of the Rings. He would read it at the Inklings. He would read it. If he got a criticism, he would take it all home and start over again
Oh my
because he
God.
wanted to perfect it. Okay. That was more important to him than getting it done. Okay. So it all depends on who you are. It all depends on and knowing yourself, knowing who you are so that way you're not fighting against yourself. That's a big part of the battle. Okay. Knowing that you're this. See, for years, I mean, when Paul started working on Odyssey, he was a machine. And I tried to match him script for script, and I did for a little while, and it's like, I'm dying here. He's like, and I'm dying because none of the stuff that I'm writing is stuff that I really like. I want to write, want to get deeper into some of this stuff. He didn't need to do that. He just, he was thrown out. And it's like, okay, and finally it took me a long time to realize, okay, don't try to. This is not a competition. You don't have to do that. Okay. You just have to write really good scripts. Write the best scripts that you could possibly write. And if it takes you a while, it takes you a while. That's okay. Okay. Now, having said that, there are these things called deadlines. Early Odyssey, there were only two of us writing, and it was a monster. A weekly series is a monster that needs to be fed. You've got to get something going. There was something really gratifying for me. I loved the idea in the early days that on Monday morning, I would walk in without an idea in my head, and by Friday, we were recording that script. Okay, that's how fast we were moving in some cases. It's like, okay, I got this kind of an inkling of an idea. You develop it, you write it, you get it all done, and then the session is scheduled for Friday, so you better have something ready by Friday. Yeah. Boom, boom, get it done, put it in the script, and then a week after that, it was done, it was finished and out. It's playing on the radio. Right. And I'm like, we were that tight with with everything that was going on at that point. I love that. Most everybody else hated it. They absolutely hated it. But see, to this day, I'm one who likes to go right up to the edge of the recording session with scripts. I really like that. Everybody else hates it. They want scripts done 6 months in advance. And stuff. See, for me, if I'm going to direct something, I want it to be fresh in my mind. I want it to be right there. Right. The excitement. I want the excitement of it. That's part of the excitement for me. If I have to go back to something I finished 6 months ago and go, okay, why did I like that? Now I got to rekindle all the excitement that I had for it. It's that much harder for me to try to get excited about this thing that I already completed, a long time ago. So, but that's just me, and that's a losing battle on my part. There's no way that anybody's going to give in to that. So, and I get it. It's my cross to bear. So, I mean, that's kind of how it works, I think, for me.
What is your advice for, because you created a couple of shows. You created the 3-2-1 Penguins, Little Dogs, yeah. Odyssey, and like probably a whole bunch of other ones. But
oh yeah,
what's your advice for creating a brand new show like from scratch?
You need to have a strong idea. You need to have a strong series hook. If you're going to do an ongoing series, you need to have a strong hook to it that's going to survive several seasons. Now, I say that, and Odyssey really never had a strong hook. So what we did basically with Odyssey, so Odyssey is this sort of very unusual situation where a town was created and a place in the town called Wits End, and then the owner, so that was all sort of created generically and kind of gelled together. So now we have this place, and this owner of this place is a special guy. He is an inventor. He's a multifaceted person who could do lots of different things. And he's basically our Aslan. I know that sounds sacrilegious, but he's basically our Aslan. And he knows what's going on with everybody, and he's involved in everybody's life. And but especially the kids, but their parents too. And so from that, we say, okay, now we kind of have this canvas that has a foundation on it. That's this place and this guy and this town. And now how are we going to populate it? And what are we going to do? So everything else comes from the character reactions to each other, the character interactions with each other, their relationships with each other, how they react to each other. And then one thing that really drives a lot of the storytelling on Odyssey is theme more than anything else. So they're very thematic stories. You don't always want to do that because those can come across preachy after a while. But you do, but for us, the theme has got to be obviously really, really important because it's usually a biblical theme that we're dealing with. So we're saying, okay, in Proverbs it says this, or in James, the book of James, the tongue is a fire, blah, blah, blah. You take a scriptural verse and you say, okay, now how can I make a story out of that? And who would be the best person to tell that story through? That's Odyssey, and obviously, I mean, who can argue with 40 years of, nearly 40 years and more than 1,000 episodes? But you take a show like on television, like Frasier, like the sitcom Frasier, which was on for 11 years, is a very successful show. If you look at Frasier and you start analyzing it, you realize that the five main characters were Frasier, his brother Niles, their father Martin, his healthcare worker Daphne, and then Roz, who works with Frasier at the radio station. Those are the five main characters. All of them have a problem with every other character. So the hook is that Frasier, who we all knew from Cheers, moving back to his hometown of Seattle, where he has to live with his father, where his father has to come and live with him because his father is, 30 or 35-year veteran on the police force, got shot, and now he's an invalid, and he has to live with Frasier. And the two of them could not be more different. Frasier is an uppity, snooty, Harvard-educated psychiatrist. His father is a workaday cop and likes the things that workaday people like. And the two of them clash constantly. Okay, Niles is Frasier's brother and is just like Frasier, even more so. Okay, which creates conflict in and of itself because how many of us would like us if we were somebody else? It would be very difficult for me to live with me. Okay? Yeah. I just know that. Okay, so that's what they did with Niles. Now Daphne comes in and she has her interactions with each of the characters, and Roz comes in and she has her interactions. So each character has this conflict, some sort of conflict with every other character on the show, and that's why for the first 5 years the writing is just brilliant on that show. It's absolutely brilliant. It's wonderful. There's not a flaw. There's not a bad script in the lot for the first 5 years, which is why for 5 years in a row it won the Emmy for best television, for best sitcom. Well, what happens after that is it's very difficult to maintain that for the creators and for the showrunners and for the movers and shakers. And they have ideas and they go, you know what, I kind of played out here. So a lot of them, even though they were still executive producing, went on to other projects and they brought in a whole other bunch of writers who really didn't have the same depth and understanding of these characters as the original writers did, which is why the quality kind of went. But right. Every once in a while, one of those original writers would come back in and tell a story, and it was just great. It was just like wow, suddenly it just shot up into the stratosphere. It was equally as good as any of those first 5 years, but they only did that one script for that one season, and then the quality went back down to this. So it really does depend on who has the heart for it too. Because somebody who's creating, when you get a group of people who are creating, they have to all really believe in it and all really understand all of the characters. This is why a lot of the movies that were made, for instance, from the Jay Ward cartoons, Rocky and Bullwinkle and all of those kind of George of the Jungle, that was not too bad, but Dudley Do Right and all of those kinds of they made movies out of it, and the movies all just tanked. And the reason why is because you didn't have Jay Ward, and you didn't have the guys who created them they couldn't, they had died. But right. Trying to reboot that stuff, no, you don't have the same sensibilities as those guys did. Okay, so now it's somebody's interpretation of their sensibility. You may love them, and not to say that they didn't love those things, but you just don't have their sensibilities about how all of this stuff worked, what made that show work when it was on originally. Right. And so that's a very difficult thing to do. So you should have a hook. You should try to have a hook if you're creating a new show. It depends on the kind of show it is, but you really want a hook. You also want, if it's a fantasy kind of show, you want to build the world. You want us to understand what the world is and what's possible in the world. Now, world building is a very tricky thing because you have to maintain the integrity of the world that you've created.
Mhm.
What happens with a lot of people is they'll create the world and then they'll write themselves into a corner, and suddenly a new aspect of the world emerges. That suddenly they can do something that they've never been able to do before. And it's like, okay, that's the reason why it doesn't work, because now you've created the multiverse is like one of the worst creations I've ever heard of in my life. Okay.
You're talking about the Marvel.
Yeah, just the multiverse in general, it's just awful. What a terrible storytelling. The reason why is because if a character dies in this world, well, we can always go into a different multiverse and bring back another character.
Right.
You know, nobody ever really has to die, and nobody ever really has to be, you know, have something bad happen to them, because we'll just bring a new one in. And it's like, well, if that's possible, then storytelling is over, because who cares? Who cares? You know, who cares after that? You don't have to have a character show integrity, the integrity part of their character, you know, or making bad choices or sacrificing stuff like that. Well, we're just going to go, you know, one of the worst things that I saw, this Disney is terrible with this because they bought up all the Marvel stuff, and they're just awful at this. When they did the Loki series, okay,
Oh,
so one of the first things that happens, we go through this whole movie thing about those stupid 5 stones that Thanos has, right? And they're the most powerful things in the universe. They're amazingly powerful. They're unbelievably powerful. He can, by a snap of his finger, kill half of the population of the entire universe with a snap of his finger, right? Because of those stones. Then Loki comes along. Now Loki's in a little higher plane, and he sees the 5 stones on somebody's desk and steals them. And we realize, oh, if they open up a drawer, there's tons of those stones. So all of that stuff that we just saw, all of that stuff that just built up in all of those movies toward those stones being the most powerful things ever and causing all of this stuff to happen, well, these people don't care about the stones at all. They don't care. Stones are just, you know, little nothing. And it's like, okay, so you just ruined that whole mythology. You just completely ruined that whole thing because of this. Same thing happens in the Star Wars movies, okay, when J.J. Abrams took over the Star Wars movies. What happened? Rey finds a lightsaber, and it's the biggest. She's really, she goes through all sorts of stuff to take that lightsaber to who? Luke Skywalker. And he presents it to him, and that ends the first movie. And at the beginning of the second movie, he takes it and throws it over his shoulder and goes off and does something else. And it's like, so you're just going to destroy all of the stuff that was built up in the previous movies. You're going to just destroy, toss it all out, and then come up with whatever silliness you came up with on, you know, movie 7, 8, 9. Why do that? You're live in the world that has been created, okay? Live in the world that you helped create, and then especially if you're the creator, don't just change the world arbitrarily on us. Don't just make it suddenly possible that somebody could do something.
Right.
That they've never been able to do before. Okay, they've never been the world was never this kind of thing until now, when the writers need it to happen. That to me is the difference between a story unfolding organically, so that what happens in it happens of necessity, the necessity of the story, versus what happens in it happens because the writer wants it to happen.
Right.
You can tell the difference between the two. You can
Right.
always tell the difference. When the great exceptions have been the Andor series. I thought Andor was very good, very well done, and some of the early Mandalorian stuff. Those were the two. Everything else that they have done, except for the Obi-Wan story, was like the last 3 episodes were really good. But for the most part, everything else that has been done in that universe, as far as Disney is concerned, it's all because the writers want it to happen. It's not because of the storytelling. It's not because stuff is happening, rising up out of the universe that George Lucas created. And that's a big universe, by the way. That you could do a lot in that universe. But now suddenly people are doing stuff, or belittling stuff, or getting rid of stuff, or trashing stuff, or erasing stuff. Why? Because we need to have it happen so we can rebuild something else. No, don't do that. Respect the world. Respect the world.
Is there anything in the world of Odyssey that you're hoping will happen in the remainder of the series?
I can't really think of anything that I'm hoping will happen. We have a lot of stuff. We have stuff in the works that will. We've been doing things recently that have taken characters on a long story arc. Okay, and so a lot of them are now those story arcs are now coming to a conclusion. we have another big story arc coming up, deals with stuff that's happened previously, and we want to resolve that story arc. It's a big story arc that has to be resolved. Beyond that, I think that what we're really kind of thinking, I don't think anybody's thinking beyond that, honestly, and I'm not really thinking beyond that. I'm kind of like, I think we need to go back. We are doing that prior to this big story arc happening. We are kind of going back to we're just going to do the nice. It's not going to be a big arc dependent thing. We're going to do individual episodes. We're going to do one-off episodes. We're going to do some of the fun stuff that we used to do, like the history episodes and going into the imagination, stuff like that. Doing some of those kids radio and the history episodes. And there's, instead of BTV, we now have something called Knox On, which is Pastor Wilson Knox. He does his own version of BTV, but it's like a Bible study, but he does it online, and he has a lot of characters and tells stories. And so stuff like that. We're gonna do more of that one-off kind of thing, slice of life and one-off kind of thing for a while, because we have really been involved in multiple story arcs now for a long time, and It's sort of like we're sort of arced out. We're sort of arced out. We just need the rest, so that way we can again regroup. Writers need to regroup the same as everybody else, and that's very important to replenish. And before we go into the big, huge push on this new arc, we all just kind of need to take a break and reassess and kind of do the more kinder, gentler, as George W. Bush would say, the kinder, gentler stories that we used to do. So that's what we're going to do. And I don't really have any, burning desires to see anything happen with any of the characters necessarily. I do think that, I believe that we'll do this. I do think that we need whatever needs to happen in the future, whatever's going to happen in the future, really needs to happen by design. I don't think we should just do it by accident. I think we need to plan it out. We need to plan where we're going to go with these characters and what we're going to do with them. But no, I haven't really given it that much thought. I mean, to me, that's another thing about Odyssey. Odyssey is sort of like, you can almost do anything on it, really and truly. Any kind of human interest story you can do on Odyssey. If you come across a good one, you can tell it. So I think that's kind of what we're doing more than anything else.
Is one of the big arcs you're talking about, one of them the Renee arc?
That is one of the arcs, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes. It's one of the arcs. It's in the process right now. We actually recorded the episodes that involves last month. And so her story is progressing nicely. And
Okay.
so we'll see. Those I believe will be airing, I think, in the fall. I think those stories will be airing in the fall.
Okay.
And we'll go from there with that as far as those stories are concerned.
Right.
So that is one of them. That's one of them.
What was the inspiration behind introducing Renee?
The inspiration behind Renee was Eugene was moving on.
Hmm.
Just the character of Eugene was moving on, and then Will Ryan's illness kind of forced our hand on this. The character of Eugene seemed to be moving on in terms of his life. He got married, they had adopted Buck. He was doing more stuff at the university or at the college than he had done before. He was still around wit's end, but not as much. And so I felt like we needed to have somebody to come in who was his equal intellectually, and also had his interests intellectually. So computers and machines and things like that. Her specific character always goes back to, and this is the way a lot of stuff happens on Odyssey. It goes back to the original Star Trek, the original series, which is, if Wit is Captain Kirk and Eugene was Mr. Spock and Connie was Dr. McCoy and Wooten is the red-shirted guy who gets killed in every episode, then we needed a Scotty. I looked at it and we said we needed a Scotty. And so I wanted to create a character who is from Scotland, who is an engineer. And that's basically what Renee is. She handles mechanics and computers, and she's an engineer, and she's got a Scottish accent. And I named her Renee Carter after Rene Descartes, who is the philosopher who came up with the Cartesian number lines and stuff like that. So her name is Renee D. Carter, and her dog was named Cogito, which is Descartes' famous philosophical project, which was cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. That's why her dog is named Cogito. Even the mechanical dog is named Cogito. The computer dog is named Cogito. She was very much, I was a philosophy major. I have a couple of degrees in philosophy. I taught some philosophy. Philosophy is my mistress. If I wasn't, philosophy is sort of my intellectual mistress. If I'm not doing entertainment and that sort of thing, I'm reading philosophy, and I love philosophy. So, and Rene Descartes was a very fascinating guy, and so I wanted to name her. And the character was sort of created so that we could use her as a vehicle to talk about philosophical constructs. And she's done that very much so. She's done that in her scripts. I mean, the recent script was My Hero Renee, where she's actually being she's the faculty advisor for a new atheist club on campus. She has to deal with the fallout of that. But I wanted her. I really wanted her, and Whit has done this with her a lot, where he takes on a philosophical construct and then has her talk through it, and then she'll also deal with a very deep religious construct, and she wants to know intellectually how that can play out. She's a great vehicle for that. She's actually better. She's as good, and perhaps in some ways even better than Eugene was, as far as that's concerned, because it's very intentional on her part. She's actually going out asking the questions. Eugene kind of fell into religious discussions a lot. Renee is like, no, I want to know what's going on. I want to have this discussion. We're going to talk about this, and it's going to be a big deal. So and I really like her character. I hope that if I'm ever not writing on this show anymore, I hope they continue on with her character. Very very few of the writers have picked up on her, and I think that it's because she has this philosophical bent, and most people hate philosophy. They just don't like it at all. So I think that's why some of the writers have shied away from it. Let's not have to do that. But I really like it. So
Well, I did had a few questions concerning the Blackguard Chronicles,
yes,
the book series that's coming.
yes,
Yes. So
yes.
just wondering, what was the inspiration behind putting it into a book series instead of, was this your idea, or did I focus on?
No, actually, it was one of the vice presidents at Focus on the Family at the time, Bob DeMoss, had come in, and he had he had taken over. He was a vice president at the time, and he was looking to kind of put into warp speed product development. He wanted to really put into warp speed product development. So Dave, Arnold, and I had an idea for a Young Wit series for a long time, like 25 years ago. I really wanted to do a book series on Young Wit. Never got it, never developed it. Dave also along the way, he wanted to do a Young Wit series, and so finally the time was right, everything was good, and we said, let's do a Young Wit's book series, and so they were amenable to it. So we sat down and we started writing the Young Wit book series. At the same time, Bob DeMoss said, hey, he called me up one day and he said, hey, what do you think about this? And I said, there's got to be stuff that happened in the Blackguard series that you guys didn't have a chance to put on the air. There's got to be scenes and stuff that you just didn't have time for, or you wanted to do and didn't do, and so I said, yeah, but I mean, some of that was 30 years ago. I'm not quite sure. 25, 30 years ago. You think you could write them up as a book? And I said, okay, yeah, sure. Listen, I would love to do that, because I always like that anyway. I like novelizations of stuff. So again, I go back to the original Star Trek. I always loved the novelizations of those episodes. I thought that was always really cool, because they were told slightly differently. They had some nuance in there, and you could get inside the character's head and figure out what they were talking about, because books can do that. So I said, yeah, I'd love to do that. It'd be great. And he said, okay, well, let's do it. And he said, okay, we'll do the Chronicles, and we'll do the whole life. We'll do the whole situation of Blackguard as much as we can possibly do, because there are a lot of stuff that happened because of Blackguard, but it only happened in a small part of one episode, and I really don't want to deal with the whole thing. That I couldn't put that in a book. The little things that happened because of Blackguard that are not directly the Blackguard story, that are still not going to be talked about in the books, but most of the stuff. So, and then I realized, okay, well, if I'm going to do this, I've got to kind of actually start. The major players in this are, I have to have Connie and Eugene. And so I thought, well, while I'm here, let's go ahead and recap how Connie became a Christian and how she did her thing, and how Eugene became, what happened with him, because Richard Maxwell had to be a part of all that too, and that's part of the Blackguard Chronicles. So that's really kind of how it came about. It was really ready to do something like that, but it was Bob DeMoss's idea. He was the initial push for that. And fortunately, he was a vice president back then, so he kind of got his way. And so there are 10 books. There are going to be 10 books total. Right now, the first 5 are out. Mm-hmm. The first 5 have been released, and 6 through 10 are in various stages of completion or about to be completed. So the book I said I had trouble with a while back, and the book that I was reading, that's book 9. I was stuck on book 9, and in one aspect of book 9 for like months, and it was just driving me absolutely batty. And then I realized also I have to add one more book to the series, because, well, if you look at the Blackguard if you look at all of the stuff that happened with Blackguard, you go through the first 5 books are basically him going through applesauce with all of that stuff and the battle and everything, Tom's barn burning down and all that sort of stuff, and the Electric Palace going, or the Blackguard's castle burning down and all that sort of stuff, which is the next big Blackguard thing. Book six, when it comes out, will be A Name Not a Number, which
Right.
deals with Blackguard's next step. And then books seven, eight, and nine are Darkness Before Dawn, which basically chronicles Darkness Before Dawn. And then book 10 will have to deal with Blackguard's Revenge. I couldn't fit the Blackguard's Revenge into the Darkness Before Dawn stuff. Well, I was only supposed to do eight, but there was no way I could fit everything that I wanted to do in eight books. So I went ahead and did nine. And nine is like, again, like within 3 paragraphs of being finished, if I can actually finish it. And then I got to do book 10, and I'll get book 10 done. But see, with one of the things that's going on here is that books 8 and 9, especially 7, 8, and 9, but 8 and 9 specifically, I realized that part of the reason we did Darkness Before Dawn, the whole Darkness Before Dawn series, was because Hal Smith died. And what we were trying to do at that point was close the series down. That was going to be our big finale, big finish, close the series down. But then God had other plans, and he sent Paul Herliger our way, and we had more stories to tell, and so we kept going. But now I'm doing this book series, and I'm realizing, well, just because we don't know what was happening with Whit in the audio drama, we do have the opportunity to find out what was going on with Whit in the books. The books will tell you what Whit was doing and where he was doing and why he was doing it and how it relates. Because the one thing we never had, obviously, until Blackguard's Revenge, really, but the one thing we never had while Blackguard was alive was a face-to-face, head-to-head confrontation between, it was actually Jack and Blackguard that was in the tunnel at the end, not Whit and Blackguard, okay? So there's got to be something that was going on with Whit at the same time, where he was and what he was doing, that relates to what's going on with Blackguard and Odyssey and going back. And I'll give you a hint. Whit was not in the Middle East when this happened.
Oh my goodness, really? Dude,
No,
dude,
no, he
this
was not in the Middle East. He was on his way to the Middle East, but he was not in the Middle East when this happened. He was somewhere else. That's all I'll say.
Oh my gosh, you got me hooked. I have read all the Blackguard books that have been released so far. In preparation for the interview, I did notice that book 6 is supposed to come out on October 7th.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, what was the reason for the gap between 5 and
Me. It was totally me. I was just like, I got to figure out how to make this stuff work.
Right.
And you know what? I mean, it's all on me. I have to say, this goes back to our earlier discussion about business and how I didn't. There was no real reason for the gap except just me. I just didn't get them done like I wanted to get them done, and like everybody wanted to get them done. I mean, I was working on 2 book series at the same time, which is not good idea. So both the Young Wit books and the Blackguard books I was writing at the same time, plus trying to keep a writing load up on the show.
Right.
And it just got to be, like I said, I mean, at this point in my life, I'm older. I don't have the focus that I used to have. I'm good for like maybe 3 or 4 hours a day, and that's about it. Everything after that is like the law of diminishing returns. When you get older, you just can't focus on it as much. So, and that's really what it was. I mean, looking back, I can look back on it now and say, wow, that's okay, great, it's wonderful. But the full story is that it was I was just working on so much stuff at the same time, and I was trying to get everything done, and I didn't do it. So it's all on me. It's nothing else. It's not. There wasn't even like, I mean, God bless the people at Focus and the people who are releasing the books, because they were working around all of that. They were trying to say, okay, how do we do this? And now, in God's good planning and good timing, he draws straight lines with crooked sticks. So the idea behind this now is that actually it's probably going to be a good thing, because we'll have these first 5 has already been out there, and now the big release of the last 5. So we'll get those out, and that it'll be a big deal. And it's a marketing thing that they can do, and they can take and run with it as much as they want and whatnot. I've really enjoyed doing them. I have to say that I've really enjoyed the Blackguard books, and I really love the Young Wit books. I've just really enjoyed them completely. I want to do a whole lot more of those if possible. We'll see how that happens. But there's a new Young Wit book coming out too. Dave Arnold wrote it mostly all by himself. I think that'll be released next year. It might be released at the end of this year, but I think it's going to be released next year. So there's Young Wit 6. The first 5 had just been, it's a world that I love. I have to say, the Young Wit books are a world that when I finished the first one, Dave and I, we worked through the first one, and I mostly wrote the first one. And after it was done, I told Dave, I said, I just love this world. It's the world that my dad grew up in, and it's a world small town and the Great Depression, and it's just this romantic world that, when I say romantic, it sounds like it's really, really wonderful. It was a hard life. It was a terrible, hard life, and I get that. But there's just some sense of romance about it. They had an integrity, and they had all the other stuff that was going on with it. And then to be able to fashion the tales, the stories in them so that they have a lot of mystery and intrigue, and you have to show how brilliant young Wit is. That, I mean, I think we're illustrating why he's so accomplished as an adult, because he was really learning this stuff, heavy, and was really very talented. He was a brilliant, brilliant kid. I think that they really do give a good foundation for his whole character. That's what we've been trying to do, is give this really nice foundation to his character. Well, we'll see how much we can do. I have an idea for one after this. If I can, I got to finish everything else and get to that, about him taking on some Nazis. So we'll see if he can do that.
Oh, there's going to be like a jump in
No, no, no. The Nazis rose to power during this time. So
Okay.
if the Nazis if Muhammad can't go to the mountain, you bring the mountain to Muhammad. So how he gets involved with all of this is part of the intrigue of the story.
See, this is new information to me. I thought,
It's new information to everybody. Actually, I haven't told anybody else that. So we'll see. Again, I can't promise anything, but we'll see. I'm hoping it'll get out.
in the books, Richard Maxwell burned Tom Riley's barn accidentally, but in the audio dramas, it was implied it was more on purpose. What was the reason for this change?
I needed Richard to be a more sympathetic character.
Mm, okay.
I realized, again, you have to leave certain things out in the audio drama. We only have 24 minutes to tell the stories, and not everything is going to be explained. And if you really listen to the stories a lot, you realize, well, I'm not quite clear why Richard suddenly had a change of heart.
Right.
He seemed to be going along perfectly well with Blackguard at some point, and then he just flips. I mean, why? Why did he do that? And so I needed to give him some background. See, once again, you can do this in books where you can't do that anywhere else. So you can go back to his past, you can go back to his upbringing and whatnot, and where he went wrong and what happened with him going wrong and whatnot, and then see that he does have this streak of good in him that actually was there from the beginning. We just couldn't see it on the radio side. On the audio side, we just couldn't see it. But we can see it in the books, where he does have this streak of goodness in him. And that's part of the reason why, his conscience is in the back of his head talking to him, whereas Blackguard doesn't have any conscience. He has a conscience in the back of his head talking to him. And so then he decides to use his powers for good instead of evil. So, and I think, for me, it's also just more interesting for him to, I just think it's more interesting for him to have done it by accident rather than, because when you think about it, I'm burning somebody's property down. That's huge. But
Yeah.
making it look like all they really needed, and we never heard Blackguard say, "Go burn his barn down." What we heard was, what we needed was a distraction. How do we get Tom Riley to not be there during the vote?
Right.
That's all we need. Well, on the audio drama, we're going to go whole hog and have burn Tom's barn down. On the book side, I don't want to burn the barn down. So, this is a lot to ask. If I get caught, I'm going to go to prison for arson. I don't want to do that. So I'm just going to pretend to burn the barn down, make it look like the barn is burning, so that way Tom has to turn back. Whatever gets Tom to turn back, that's okay. And but then things got out of control, as they will, and pretty soon the barn is a conflagration, and then things proceed apace.
Going off, making more characters more sympathetic. I feel like there might have been some more with some Philip Glossman. We got a little bit more of his back.
Yeah, everybody. I think one of the fun things that happens is right off the bat, we're with Glossman, and Glossman is like, "I'm sick and tired of this. I don't want to have. Why do I have to do this? I'm getting out of here. I don't like this. I don't want to do this. I never planned on this for my life."
Right.
And yeah, right off the bat, I kind of really wanted us to see a different side of Glossman. He's a simpering fool, but on the other hand, he does have, even simpering fools have love available to them, and he loves this girl. He loves Lizzie, her name is, and so he wanted to spend time. He wanted to be with her, but Blackguard kept him under his thumb the whole time. So yeah, I just wanted to show. I wanted to show a softer side. That Philip Glossman was not. I think really kind of what I wanted to do is show just how wicked Blackguard is more than anything else. Why I'm always fascinated. Where do bad guys get their henchmen?
Yeah.
why do they do blindly what the bad guy, what the leader says? The flip of this is if you ever watch the movie version of The Shadow with Alec Baldwin as whatever the character's name is, you see why all of his people are devoted to him. Okay, so you see why the Shadow's people are devoted to him. He's got all these operatives working all over New York City. They all have rings. They have a special ring, and when they need him, the ring lights up, and we know he's gonna, the Shadow's gonna need him at some point. But you see it because he saved their lives. They were about to be killed. Something was going to happen with them. Something terrible was going to happen, and he stepped in. The Shadow stepped in and saved their lives. So now they're beholden to him, and they realize they're doing good work, and this is a good thing, and he's the good guy. But I always wondered where the bad guys were. This is even with like the early Batman, Adam West Batman stuff. Where does the Penguin get all of his? Where does the Joker get all of his little minions? And why are they so devoted to him? These guys are getting beat up and killed all the time, and yet they still go back for more. And I'm like, why? Why do these? So I thought, well, we can't. It's not enough. If you really examine the nature of evil, what happens with evil is that it starts eating itself after a while. So if you have somebody who's truly evil, like a Blackguard, and their henchmen are also truly evil, then that evil is going to start fighting against evil, and they're going to destroy themselves. Okay, and so I thought, well, I don't think that Glossman can be as wicked and evil as Blackguard is completely. He's willing to do what Blackguard says, but mainly because he's holding his little love interests over his head, over Glossman's head. Now, Glossman can also take, as frequently happened, can take a certain amount of glee in that when he's doing stuff to Wit or to Wit's End and to all of it, when he's doing that sort of stuff, he's like, well, I'm enjoying this too. I mean, there is kind of a sense of enjoyment, and the power is seducing me, and I'm kind of having a sense of enjoyment about it. But by the same token, in the back of his head, he's like, I've got to do this, because if I don't do this, then something really horrible is going to happen to somebody I love. And so for me, it's kind of an explanation as to why bad people get people to follow them. There must be something attractive about it, or is either something really attractive about them so that psychologically they're just bonded to this person, or this person has something on them that makes them do the things that they have to do in order to protect the people they love. I mean, I'm sure that there's all sorts of other psychological variations in there, that could be examined and explored. But Blackguard has, this is what he did with Richard Maxwell. That's why he does that at the beginning of the Maxwell books. I chronicle how Richard was kidnapped, basically sort of kidnapped by Blackguard, by Glossman, basically took him up to where Blackguard was, and then Blackguard sort of gets him involved in a bunch of stuff too at the very beginning, because he has the whole thing with Nicholas Adamsworth and all that sort of stuff had to be explained. He had to have some backstory and all of that. That's what I wanted there too. But then Richard also has this streak of good in him. He has this strong sense of, at first it's sort of revenge. Right. Which can be a good motivating factor. But I think he also was like, I don't really want to do something that's criminal, out and out criminal, because if I get caught, that's bad. And a lot of not very intelligent people who do follow bad people, that's what they do. They're the sacrificial lambs. They actually do the stuff that everybody else gets caught and they get caught and put in jail, whereas the ringleader doesn't, because he's too smart for that. I haven't done anything wrong. Okay. But Richard is really smart. Richard is a great character because he's really smart. He's a computer guy. He's actually really smart. He's not Eugene's equal, but he's close. And he's managing a really smart kid, Nicky Adamsworth, and now all of that stuff that's going on. So Richard was a great character as far as that's concerned. He was a very intelligent guy. So he's trying to figure out, how do I get out of this clean? What am I supposed to do to get out of this clean? Well, I'll burn down Blackguard's castle. Since I'm already burning stuff, I'll just go ahead and make everything backfire on him and burn it all down too. And then almost dies. But stuff like that. That's always fun. How can you enhance these characters a little bit more? How can you, what couldn't we say on the air that we can now say in the books?
Young Wit, like the main big arc in the first 5 books is the Jesus cloth. Now in album 18, there was a episode. Yeah, you saw where this was coming to mind.
Oh yeah, sure.
Album 18, there was also a possible Jesus cloth. Was this episode an inspiration to the book series? Like, you were like, hey, we did that. What if we did that in this, but in a different way? Or
no, not so much. I don't think it wasn't really that as much as we were just excited at the prospect of Dave had done a lot of research on the whole sub story of the Knights if you've read through the books, like in book 2, it's in there a lot. There's this sub story of these knights who went on a quest to go find this stuff. That's real. That's actually a historical account of these knights. I don't know if they actually found the robe of Jesus, but what they said was that this stuff, it was based on reality. That stuff was based on a real quest that knights did a long time ago. I think we took some liberties with the story and had it a little bit more fictionalized, but it was based on a real idea. The Jesus Cloth had a very specific, the episode, The Jesus Cloth, had a very specific message to it, which also plays into what happens eventually in the Blackguard books and in the Young Wit books. I said what I said, the Blackguard books and the Young Wit books. So those two stories, these two book series are intertwined.
Really?
Yeah. These two book stories are intertwined, so that gives you another clue, and I don't want to say more than that. But the thing that I have to deal with, that needs to be dealt with, is the whole episode, The Jesus Cloth, in light of what Young Wit knows about it. If you stop and think about it, one of the reasons Wit did not get all that caught up in the Jesus Cloth stuff was because he had seen the real Jesus Cloth.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. That's interesting.
So when you stop and think about it, it's like, I mean, he's not gonna tell anybody that, because he's not supposed to tell anybody that. Okay, this is supposed to be something that he's kept to himself all this time. But he didn't get all really excited about it because he'd already seen the real thing.
Yeah, yeah.
So when you see the real thing, the fake thing, the thing, and of course, the thing about it is, in the Jesus Cloth, they sent it off to a museum to be examined and whatnot, and see if it was actually part of, if it actually was right. But the point of the Jesus Cloth, the point of the episode of the Jesus Cloth is, what are we worshiping?
Mm-hmm.
Are we worshiping Jesus, or are we worshiping his clothes? What are we really concerned about? What's really the basis of our faith here? And that's where Wit was kind of like, and this is a hard lesson for him to learn, because if you read the Young Wit books, he had to learn it firsthand. All of it had to happen firsthand. So, and there's more. Again, the Blackguard Chronicles and the Young Wit books are intertwined. There's stuff that happens in one that you got to read the other one. You can not read one, you cannot read either one of the series and still get the story satisfaction. The stories they all end on their own. But when you read both of them together, you realize, it's that kind of thing. You go, oh yeah, right, yeah. At least I hope that's what it is. I'm a big proponent. I don't know. I don't think that this is something that. I don't know that I don't think this is going to happen, but I've always been a big proponent for that all of the media in which we tell these stories should be intertwined. And not just because of the characters, but because of the things that happen in the stories. So in other words, we should bring up something in the book series that's answered in the animated video. And we should propose something in the animated video that you can only get the answer to if you listen to the audio show. And then we should propose something in the audio show that you have to read a certain book series in order to get the answer to. But it's careful writing in that way. You have to still make the story satisfactory. If you never listen to that other thing, well, okay, that's what it is. It's just kind of this story thing this loose thread. But that loose thread should be answered somewhere, and we should answer it in one of the other media. We should figure out a way to answer that stuff in one of the other media. And I've always loved that when that happens. You set up something, you set up something when the character was a kid, and you answer it when they're an old person, in a completely different story. That's why that happened. I got it. That's a very satisfying experience for me when I'm reading through things.
Does the cloth in the books actually heal people, or is it like ambiguous?
What do you think?
I think it does. Like it really does seem that it does in the books.
If you've read all 5 books, I don't see how there's any way of coming to any other conclusion than that.
Right. It's just I don't know. I'm like
I know. That's what's and it can be very controversial. I mean, I'm not we are not unaware that this is the kind of thing that some people will really balk at. And even when we first came up with the idea, we were talking about it. I think I mentioned today, I'm going to say, I think that when people get to the end of the series, they're either going to go, whoa, or they're going to go, come on, that's the dumbest thing ever. I think they're going to be in one of the two camps. We'll see. So far, nobody has written us and said, oh, come on, this is the dumbest thing ever. So I'm hoping what we got is a whole lot of whoa.
You got a lot of whoa. I like supernatural elements in books.
I was very reticent to do a lot of that when I was younger. At a certain point in my Christian walk, I was very reticent to do stuff like that. But as I've gotten older, I'm thinking I really don't think we should ignore those things because I don't think those things are unscriptural. We have to be careful in how we present them. Absolutely. We don't want them, become mythological or anything like that. We don't want that to happen. But I don't think that we can just discount the supernatural that happens in our everyday life. I think what has happened during the last 2,000 years of Christianity, in some respects, is that we've gotten so used to the supernatural, we don't see it as supernatural anymore. And that's one of the things that I really wanted young Whit to talk to when he's talking to, I hope you remember the scene in when Hattie shows up, when Ben Huck's mother shows up, and they're having a talk about this whole thing, and they have a talk about it. He sees an airplane flying over. She sees an airplane flying over, and he's like, well, that's science. And she says, that doesn't make it any less of a miracle. Just because we figured it out. Did you miss the fact that there are people flying in a can above our heads? Did you miss that? The idea that's incredible? That's an unbelievable thing that could happen? Do you think 100 years ago people would have even thought that was possible? Don't try to say that just because we figured something out, that makes it less wondrous. That makes it less of a miracle. And that's really what I was trying to get across. What we really wanted to get across in those stories and that aspect of the books are that we've seen supernatural things happen all the time, but because they happen so often, we just take them for granted. Think about watching television. What are you watching? You're seeing something fly through the air that's invisible until it comes in here. Now, that's just science. Well, yeah, but it's still remarkable. It's still a remarkable thing, One of the comedian Louis C.K. said this about the internet. When they first started putting internet on, making the internet available on flights, on planes, they announced the date of it. This is going to happen. You're going to have internet availability on our flight on this day. And so they did it. And he was on a plane that day, and it was great. He said that was really wonderful. He said, the next day I got on a plane, said I got to go someplace else, and they announced at the very beginning, our internet is down. We're not going to have it available on this flight. And he said, the guy sitting next to me just went ballistic. That's terrible. It's awful. What are you talking about? And he goes, 2 days ago, you didn't have it. 2 days ago, it wasn't even available to you. 2 days ago, and not just 2 days ago, but 2 days ago, and the rest of the history of aviation, it wasn't available to you. And now you're thinking you're getting gypped because this new technology somehow isn't available to you right when you want it. And he said, don't you understand? And to me, I look at that and I say, he understood the miracle of this. This is an incredible thing that's going on here, that you can tap into the World Wide Web while you're on an airplane flying, while you're in a tin can flying with 250 other people, defying gravity in a tin can. This is a miracle in and of itself, and crossing the country in a matter of what, 3 or 4 hours, where that used to take 6 months, a year, on horseback or walking to cross half of the country from St. Louis to California was like 6 months. Now we do it in 2 hours. Getting into a car, commuting to your job, 50 miles you go, and we don't even think to bat an eye at that. Oh, I'm on here. We do it in an hour. You know how long it took to go 50 miles 100 years ago? I mean, that was a month-long journey to do that. Automobiles. And just because we have science explaining it, don't take the wonder out of it. It's still a remarkable, unbelievable thing that we can do this. But we've had them for so long that we just take them for granted. Well, in fact, we complain about the things that we don't have instead of marveling at the things that we do. I find myself doing it. Why don't we have flying cars? We need flying cars. We were promised flying cars. The Jetsons had flying cars. How come we don't have flying cars? How come we don't have transporters yet? We're supposed to have transporters. Energy matter. We're supposed to have that. How come? Come on, Elon, get on the ball. Make us the news. I was like, what? Come on. Think of the miracles that we have that allow us, for instance, to have apples all year around. Usually before it was like the fall. You get apples in the fall, that was it. You run out of apples, the season's over, you don't get any more apples. Now, for whatever technological reasons, whatever scientific and biological reasons, okay, yeah, genetic engineering, which is not necessarily a good thing, but the point is, we have the capability of making apples grow all year long, and we can have apples all year long. That's a miracle. That's incredible. We don't think about it that way because we get it. And if we don't have them, then they're depriving me of something. I'm being gypped. No, you're not. Come on. Wow. We're just ungrateful and we just don't realize it. We don't realize the miracles that are around us all the time. That's one of the things I wanted to get across in the book. I think Dave and I both wanted to get across in the first 5 books was It was the idea that we're living in a miraculous, incredible time. Now, this happens, they happen to come across something that was really incredibly, I mean, the creator of miracles, the creator of all of this stuff. And we wanted to leave it a bit ambiguous, but I don't think that there's any other conclusion that you can come to.
I like it. I like it. I like that.
See, the one thing I hope that other people, I mean, I'm gonna tell everybody this now, but one thing I wanted everybody to think about was why has Wit lived so long?
Oh, wait a minute. No, no, no. You're pulling my leg now.
Wit's 100 years old?
Oh my gosh.
Why is he still able to do the stuff that he's able to do at 100?
I love the thing that you're implying right now. It's it's so, but like that goes along with his character that there's something mysterious with him.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
and why Connie, she spends so much time. I don't know. I don't
Well,
know.
see, I look at that and I say, well, my answer to that is Odyssey is Brigadoon, if you're familiar with the tale of Brigadoon, the musical Brigadoon. The,
No.
the, the musical Brigadoon is about a Scottish village. It's a village in Scotland, only appears once every 100 years. And the people who live in the village only age 1 day during that 100 years. Everybody else on the outside they all age normally. And I say Odyssey is Brigadoon. If you live in Odyssey, you don't age. If you go outside of Odyssey, you age instantly. And that's the reason why Monty can go outside of Odyssey and then come back, and now he's an adult because he doesn't live in Odyssey.
I love this head canon. You're I man, oh, that's never going to be confirmed in the series, but I want it to be. Like,
Yeah, I know. We had all sorts of stuff. Again, when we were brainstorming I don't know if it's still in there, but we were brainstorming the video. We had all sorts of stuff with Nikola Tesla and I don't want to say anything. We were just talking about the idea of what Tesla was able to do and what he did. I don't know if you've ever seen that movie about him where he actually perfected it was like a regenerating life thing. So it was a magician who went to him and he could make things disappear. But what he was doing basically was killing people, but it would regenerate the magician. So there were like tons and tons of bodies. What's it called?
Prestige,
Yeah,
the
I think it's the Prestige. Yeah, I think that's what it was. So we were just talking about that, trying to figure out if we could take something from that and make Odyssey some sort of strange, interesting. Why would this place be so special? Why would it be this place that has, think about it from from the applesauce and the Roku virus. Why is the soil underneath what's in so special?
I don't know. I
Yeah.
man, oh man, the lore is real. It just goes deep
It-
well.
yeah, I mean, hopefully this is what we wanted to leave. To be quite honest with you, this is something that one other thing that I really wanted to happen when we were creating Odyssey, and then as we've gone along, one of the things I really want to do is I want generation after generation to start plumbing the depths of this and try to figure out, we tried to put a lot into it, so that way, you need to listen to it again, and you need to listen to it again, and you need to listen to it again. You need to read the books, and you need to see the films, and you need to do all of this stuff to really get all of the stuff that we've tried to put in it. You're not going to get it on one pass. It's going to have to be something that you kind of do a deep dive into. And that's, that's God. That's not us. I mean, that's the Lord saying, here's what I want. Here's what I want you to do. Go ahead and, put this in. I'm going to put this in for you, and we'll go from there. And hopefully, I told Dave, I said, I want the Young Wit, but I want my granddaughter's granddaughter to be reading Young Wit. I want her to say, my great grandfather wrote these things. They wrote these things a long time ago, and there's so many cool things in them. I mean, how do they even know this? So I'm hoping that that's the case. I'm hoping that's what will happen. But that's up to God. I'll leave that up to him.
Okay, I was debating on whether or not to do this, but since we're talking about legacy and stuff like that, can you just give me 1 minute? I want
Yeah.
you to be really quick.
All right.
All right, I'm back.
All right.
So sorry. I know this seems really random, but
Aw, hi, buddy.
hi.
Hi. What's your name?
His name is Whitaker.
Really?
Whitaker Bevan. That's his name.
Oh, that's so sweet. That's so wonderful. Hi, Whitaker. Hi, Whitaker. Hi, buddy. Hi,
So,
buddy.
but played a part in him being named Whitaker.
Oh, that's incredible. You're touching me to my very soul. That's so wonderful.
But yeah.
Aw.
Just wanted you to meet him really quick. You're actually
That's
the
beautiful.
first Odyssey writer that I've had on the show that I've introduced my son to. But it's like since you were talking about talked about the name, creating the name, and like we were talking about legacy, I just like there's a human being here now who's
And you did it. You named him Whitaker. His first name is Whitaker. Yay!
his first name's Whitaker. He doesn't even have a middle name, so he's stuck with it. There's no wiggle room out. He'll like it though.
Of course he will. Who wouldn't like to be called Wit?
Oh. Anyway, I'll give him back to his mom.
That's so special. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. There we go.
That's amazing. You've just made my week. That's so fun. That's so oh. There was another a couple that named their son John Avery Whitaker.
Oh,
They
really?
named him John Avery Whitaker. Their last name is I think it's John Avery Whitaker.
Oh,
And they had contacted me and said, is that okay? I said, of course. What are you kidding? Of course.
I,
And I said, I sincerely hope that one day I'm walking down the street when I'm a very old man in some city, and some young, wonderful man comes walking up to me and says, Mr. Lollar, I just want to introduce myself. My name is John Avery Whitaker. I said, that would be right then. I would go, okay, it's time for me to go. I've had my life. It's been fulfilled. But now when I see your son, I'm like, oh, what are you kidding me? This is fantastic. This is so incredible.
I tried to get my wife to agree to John Avery Whitaker Bevan, but it's like just Whitaker Bevan. Let's.
That's fine. That's good enough. That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much for sharing that with me. I really appreciate that.
Oh, absolutely. And thank you so much for coming on the show and answering my 1,000 questions.
Love it. Love it. Love it. Let's do it. Let's do it again. I'm fine with that. Anytime you want.
God bless you, Phil, and thank you for all the stories that you write, and I can't wait to read what you got coming next. So,
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And God bless you and thank you. You've honored me so much today just with the showing me your boy, and that's praise God. Thank you. I mean, God bless you all and raise that boy right. Please raise that boy right.
This week on the Tim and Josh Show, Josh and I interview Townsend Coleman, the voice of Jason Whitaker from Adventures in Odyssey, and Michelangelo from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. This week on the Tim and Josh Show.
It's the Tim and Josh Show, starring Josh and Tim, and it's starting right now.
Oh, I see somebody's joined the chat.
hello. You're talking right now. We can't hear you yet.
One moment, please. You got it?
Yep,
We got it.
Okay. You should be able to hear me now. Yeah.
Yeah, Tim,
Yeah.
do me a favor. Say go gadget helicopter hat.
Yeah.
Wait, me?
Go gadget helicopter hat.
There
Well,
you go. See, Tim.
Yeah. See, but I wasn't the voice of Inspector Gadget, so
Yeah.
Oh my
I was
goodness.
only Corporal Cape Man. Oh, I'll help you, Inspector Gadget. Don't worry. Yeah.
But that was like my favorite character.
What?
Yeah.
Corporal Cape Man was?
Yeah.
Dude, Josh, Cape Man was universally, I didn't know this until a couple of years ago. I just happened to stumble across it online, but it turns out that Corporal Cape Man was universally hated.
No,
Like, despised. That character was despised. People just, I don't know why, but they just hated that character. I mean, thankfully, I was only in on the last 10 episodes of the series, right?
Oh my goodness. My goodness, we're off to a great start with this interview.
Well, are we going already? Is this it? Okay.
Oh, yeah, we're starting. We start. Well, it's
All
already.
right. Well, hello.
The first question is a bit more of a basic one, but how did you get started in voice acting, and why voice acting instead of film acting?
Okay. Well, the easy answer to that is I kind of grew up with voice acting-ish type stuff in my family and in my home when I was a kid. My dad, my parents worked when they were working at NBC in New York at 30 Rock back in the early 50s. And my dad had a job where he was the, what was he? He was the boss, the manager of the tour division. Okay, so if anybody wanted to take a tour of NBC at 30 Rock in New York, he was the guy who set those tours up for you.
Wow.
He was also the boss of the pages at 30 Rock. So, but his goal while he was working there was he wanted to be an announcer for the network. And back in those days, you actually had to take a class. You had to go through a program that NBC sponsored in order to, if you can believe it, learn how to announce, which was something my dad dearly wanted to do. So he tried getting into that program. He might have even gotten into the program. I don't remember. But long story short, he ended up not being able to get hired as an announcer for the network. And he was very frustrated. And at the time, back in 1953, he was producing the Bob and Ray show. I don't know if you kids have ever heard of Bob and Ray, but they were a very famous comedy team back in the 50s and 60s. So anyway, he moved us out of New York in 1955 when I was only a year old and moved us to Denver, Colorado, where he got a job at a radio station. And my dad was real big into comedy albums. He was big into Stan Freberg and, who else? Tom Lehrer. I mean, so many great comedians from back in the 50s and 60s. And he was also a big fan of audio drama. And so he had, when he was still working at NBC, he was able to score. NBC in their radio studios back in those days, where they were remodeling their studios, and he was able to somehow commandeer an old tape deck from NBC radio studios that accommodated the big 10.5-inch reels. And he took it with us to Denver, and he had a bunch of old tapes of audio dramas and such. And so he was always playing this stuff. Now, I was just a little kid, like 2, 3, 4, 5 years old when we were living in Denver. And I remember Dad playing these audio dramas, and he had a big speaker box sitting on the floor of the den where he had this tape deck. And this box, the speaker box, had one 15-inch speaker in it. Okay, this is back in the days of mono, not stereo. And I would lie on the floor with my ear pressed up against the grill of the speaker box. And I would listen to the old radio dramas, the old audio dramas that he used to play. And I used to love this stuff. And for me, with my, little 3 and 4-year-old imagination, thought that all this was going on, all these people were actually inside this box. And so I was just like fascinated with this stuff, and I wanted to be in this box with them. So that really is where I think gained my, maybe I was too young to appreciate it, but that's where I gained my awareness, if you will, of, voices and voice acting and audio dramas and different characters and people and stuff. And so growing up with that, my dad always wanted to be an actor too, and that never happened. Well, so he ended up going into a completely different line of work. But as I grew up, I don't know why I was so fascinated with this idea of radio and wanting to be on the radio. So, I remember when I was in 4th grade was when I discovered that I really wanted to be an actor. That's when I saw my first live theater production of Peter Pan. And a friend of mine's big brother was in this production, playing Michael in this production. And I remember they were flying kids and stuff in this theater. And my little 4th grade year old brain was just like, I want to do that. That's me. I totally want to be that. And so that's where my love of theater was born. And I sort of pursued that into high school and then into adulthood, and wanted to go to theater school. When I went to college, my mom wouldn't let me. She said, if I'm going to pay for college for you, you're going to go study something you can get a job in. And I was like, well, okay. I mean, the only other thing that I could think of that I had any interest at all at that time was architecture. So I actually went to University of Colorado in Boulder to study architecture. And that lasted about 2 minutes. And I mean, really, by the end of my first semester, I was already out of that program and spending all my time over at the theater and in the radio studio. So, and I got a little show on this AM radio station just outside of Boulder. And it was kind of cool to actually hear myself on the radio stuff. I wasn't on live. These were little taped interviews and stuff that I was doing, little features that I was doing. And so that kind of got me into that. When I was going to school in Boulder, I was doing a lot of theater. In fact, in my freshman year, I got the lead in a university production. Wow. In the second semester of my freshman year, which was kind of unusual because usually in theater departments at colleges and universities, it's usually the upperclassmen who get all the primo parts, and the freshmen and stuff, if they're lucky to even get a part at all, you're an extra, your background, or probably more accurately, you're working sets, building sets and painting sets and stuff like that. So anyway, that's where all my theater kind of and my radio kind of came together, and quit college after a year and a half. But one of the things that I did while I was at Boulder was I had the foresight to go down to Denver and take the test to get my third class radio license, which back in those days you had to have in order to get a job on the radio, because you had to take transmitter readings. So you had to have a third class radio license, which I got. And the year after I quit college in 74, in early 75, I got my first job on the radio in Cleveland, Ohio, which was my hometown at that point. And so I got a job on the radio working midnight to 6 on weekends. But Cleveland was a main market at the time. And so I just got really super lucky, getting this job on the radio. And then that turned into a full-time gig. And then they ended up getting rid of me after a year and a half or so. And then I went on to work at a second radio station, which in 1976 and 77 was a disco radio station called Disco 92. And then from there, I went on to bigger stations, a big FM rock station after that in Cleveland. I also did morning drive at an AM radio station in Cleveland, Ohio in 78. And then 79, I was at that G98, a big rock station in Cleveland. And then actually tried to quit radio and move to New York to get into theater in New York. And that ended up just not happening. It just wasn't the right time. I was married, a couple of little, very young kids. So then I got back on the radio in Cleveland and worked at that last radio station. I worked there for about 5 years. And at many of the radio stations, well, I shouldn't say many, but 3 of the 5 radio stations I worked at, I was a production director. And so that meant that I was responsible for recording and voicing the local radio spots that we had to do for clients of ours at the radio station. But I was also responsible for getting in these tapes from national ad agencies who were also advertising on our radio stations. And so I would get these tapes and I had to transfer the 30-second spot from this, quarter-inch tape over to what we called a cart, as a cartridge that you just plugged in, and it instantly started. As soon as you hit the button, the commercial started just like that. So that's how we aired them on the radio stations. And so I was responsible for carting up all these national radio spots that came in, which meant that I was hearing these national announcers, these great voices that were coming in. I was listening to those day in and day out. And so I was starting to incorporate some of that stuff, and some of my acting background into my voiceover stuff as I was voicing spots for the radio station. It started to work really well because I started getting calls from local ad agencies in Cleveland saying, hey, we want to hire you apart from the radio station to voice a commercial for May Company or Uncle Bill's or, Stop and Shop supermarkets or whoever, these local advertisers. And I said, wow, really? You can hire me like that apart from the radio station? And say, yeah. And so that's when I discovered the union, AFTRA at the time. And so I joined the union and started working freelance apart from the radio station, doing a lot of this freelance voiceover work. And I had such a great time doing it. I really enjoyed the fact that I was able to make some money on the side apart from the radio station. Because see, when I recorded these these spots for the radio station, I wasn't paid any more money for that. That's just part of my job. So here I was being paid, separate from the radio station to start voicing these commercials. Well, that's where it really started to gel for me. And I went, ding, oh, wow, you can actually make money doing this on the side. And my acting started coming into it as well because I was starting to doing characters on the radio as well. So my morning shows. And so that's where it all, that's sort of a long-winded answer for, how'd you get started in this? But that's where it was born for me. And, before I knew it, I was making more money doing freelance voiceover work apart from the radio station than I was working at the radio station, more money a year. And after a couple of years of doing that, I realized, well, I don't need to be coming in, working 6 days a week, at the radio station when I could be making more money, apart from the radio station, just doing this freelance voice work. So I decided in 1984, after I'd been on the radio for 10 years in Cleveland, that I was done with that. And also, you got to understand at the same time, I was pursuing a lot of theater. I was doing a lot of stage plays. I was doing a lot of musicals. And I was also on the TV at the time. I was going out doing live remotes where I was interviewing bands that came through Cleveland on the local ABC station in Cleveland. And I was also pulling the Ohio lottery numbers on TV every night for 1 minute a night. And I was also doing a lot of modeling. So I was trying to do, on print modeling is, and on camera TV commercials. Really what it boiled down to is I was trying to do anything that I could think to do in the entertainment industry in Cleveland. And I finally got to the point where it felt like, man, I'm not going to be able to go much farther than I felt like I'd pretty much soaked Cleveland dry at that point. And it was time to either go to New York or LA. And I was going to go to New York to try and work on Broadway, or I was going to go to LA to try and do TV and film. And so I opted for Los Angeles and moved out there in over Labor Day weekend of 1984 and just moved there pretty much sight unseen. Although I had been there once before, a couple of years earlier, when I got a job hosting a nationally syndicated dance show that was on the air in 1983, late 83 and sort of into 84, went for about a year and a half, called The Dance Show. And we taped those shows in Atlanta every other weekend while I was still on the radio in Cleveland. And then by the time I moved out to LA, that show had ended. But that was the only time I had been to LA before I moved there. And so when we moved, it was crazy. I mean, I basically knew two people out here. And one of the gals that I knew, she and I had done some theater in Cleveland together. And so I called her up and I said, do you have any suggestions for what I should do? Because I live here now. And she said, this is great. I'll get you an appointment with my agent, my commercial agent, and one with my husband's commercial agent as well. And I thought, this is fantastic. So again, longish story short, I ended up signing with the agent with her agent. And so I started doing voiceovers with them and started doing on-camera commercials with them. And within 6 months of my moving to LA over Labor Day weekend of 84, in the spring of 85, within a 10-day period in like March, April of 85, I got my first on-camera national network TV spot for Kraft barbecue sauce, which was paying a pretty decent chunk of money. I got my first little part in a movie, and my scene was, I mean, when I say little part, I mean, I had like 2-3 lines in this thing. But my scene was with Tommy Lee Jones. So it was a pretty crazy, heady experience doing that. And then also within that 10-day time frame, I got my first cartoon series, Inspector Gadget. And that's when I got Corporal Cape Man for that. And I never even thought of doing cartoons before. That just was not on my radar because I moved out there to be on camera, not to do voiceover stuff. But I knew I could do some voiceover stuff because I'd done so much of it back in Cleveland. And I had a really good demo tape when I moved out to LA. So that really was how all that started. And I'm telling you, that 10-day, chunk of time in the spring of 85 was what really, but it also taught me some pretty valuable lessons too, because, here I was working with some amazing people. I mean, that first session that I got for Inspector Gadget, I showed up in the studio and there were just 4 of us in the studio that day. There's a guy named Maurice LaMarche, who was the brain on Pinky and the Brain, if you ever saw that, and the voice Alexis for a bunch of years, and just I mean, he's on Futurama, he's on so many shows, but he was the voice of Chief Quimby on that. And it was his first cartoon. Then there was Frank Welker, a guy who I'd never even heard of before, but turns out he was like the king of cartoons and I didn't know it. And he's sitting right next to me. And he was also the voice of Dr. Claw, which blew my mind when he opened his mouth and that voice came out, because he super soft-spoken guy with a voice, it's sort of a little higher and it's, kind of lives up here and stuff. So when he opened his mouth and out came the, I'll get you next time, catch you next time. I was like, how in the world do you do that? So it was just crazy to me. And then on the other side of me was Don Adams. And, I was a huge fan of Get Smart. And so I was completely starstruck with Don Adams sitting next to me, so that was my that was my introduction to cartoons and to voice acting, as opposed to, as being an announcer. And so I started learning a ton just watching these guys. But that's what really lit my fuse in wanting to do more cartoon work. And I had so much fun doing those last 10 episodes of the series that I asked my agent to please send me out on more of those interviews and auditions for cartoon and animation work. And they did. And I just got really super lucky and started, booking shows, booking series after series after series, and then it kind of sort of became my career. Actually, it became a third of my career. I've often thought of my career as being like this stool with three legs holding it up. And each of the three legs of the stool of my the stool of my career. That sounds bad. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, no, that doesn't sound good at all. But those three legs ended up being just straight voiceover because I started getting some really great clients. I was the voice of Home Depot for 8 years. I was the voice of Kellogg's Frosted Flakes for a bunch of years. Mattel Hot Wheels, Taco Bell, Colgate toothpaste, a bunch of stuff like that. So just the straight announce stuff was one of those legs. Cartoons ended up becoming a second leg. And then the third leg happened in 1993 when in August of that year, I got this fluke audition to announce a promo. Now get this, okay? Considering what I was telling you about my dad earlier, I got an audition over at NBC.
Oh, wow.
To do a promo for a new campaign they were starting called Must See TV. And I ended up booking this and they ended up putting the promo on the air that night. And it ended up being the first Must See TV promo. Well, again, another long story short, they ended up keeping me as a voice of Must See TV for 16 years.
Wow.
And so I voiced all those promos from Seinfeld, Frasier, Friends, Mad About You, back in the, sort of early to mid 90s. I launched Friends in 94 or 95. And then 3 months after I started there, they gave me the Tonight Show with Jay Leno.
Wow.
And so I was voicing those promos every night for 16 years, so, and then finally they let me go in 2009 when I was doing the promos for The Office, Community. What was the other big one? The Office and, no, I can't remember. Anyway, I'm completely blanking. Anyway,
Was it?
So what's that?
What year was this? It was
2009. And so
2009.
yeah,
I was thinking Parks and Rec, but that would have
Parks and
been,
Rec.
was it Parks and Rec?
I launched Parks and Rec. Yeah.
Wow.
Community, The Office. Yeah, I launched all those, but they ended up getting rid of me. But listen, 16 years, as the voice of pretty much the comedy voice of the network was just a heck of a lot of fun. And so anyway, that was the third leg of my career. So but in all of this, I started doing some on-camera commercials when I first moved here, and that lasted for about 5 years. But then I finally realized, and in the very beginning, I got a what we call a theatrical agent. That's for doing movie and TV. And I got a couple of small gigs doing some TV and film. And to be honest, you guys, I realized I didn't like it. I didn't like the process, but I loved the voiceover stuff. All of it, the straight announce, for commercial clients, the promo announce for NBC. And then after NBC let me go, then I went over to ABC, did the same thing over there for 4 or 5 years. And then they let me go, and I ended up going over to Fox for a year or two.
Wow.
Yeah. And then after that, I was also, I don't know if you remember the show, Live with Regis and Kelly. Regis Philbin and Kelly Ripa. But then when Regis retired and then unfortunately passed away, Kelly was on her own, but then they hooked her up with Michael Strahan. So it was Live with Kelly and Michael. And then Michael went on to Good Morning America. And so then they hooked her up with Ryan Seacrest. So then it was Live with Kelly and Ryan. So I did those promos every day for 17 years. And so my promo career was pretty varied. It wasn't just NBC. And then the third leg of my career, of course, being the cartoons, which I was really lucky to do up until about, I don't remember, sometime in 2010s, maybe up till 2012 or 13, something like that, about 10 years ago. And then, of course, the one that I didn't mention and haven't mentioned yet, but the one that I'm still doing after more than 30 years was Adventures in Odyssey, and for Focus on a Family. And excuse me, I got that gig in 1994 after Hal Smith passed away. Right. And he was the original voice of Wit. And they were looking for They were not looking for a new wit because they realized that they probably wouldn't be able to match him. So they created two new characters. One was Jack Allen, who was ostensibly Wit's childhood friend, and that character was voiced by Alan Young, who I knew as Wilbur on Mr. Ed. And was starstruck working with him. And then the other character they created was the character of Wit's son, Jason Whitaker. Now, Jason had actually existed in an episode or two years before, but only kind of as a minor character, was my understanding. And so I was good friends with Katie Leigh at the time, who was the voice of Connie, of course. And Katie recommended me to them for them to audition me for Jason, which they did. And I just was really blessed to get cast in that, and am still the voice of Jason to this day. Yeah, and that was back in what did I say, 1994, right? So 31 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's not only my longest running gig, but it's the only gig I'm still doing.
Really?
I mean, I still audition every so often, but I'm largely retired. I don't really push it that much, and I don't do any on-camera stuff, and I don't pursue the theatrical stuff. I stopped pursuing the theatrical stuff after just a couple of years after I moved here. I realized it wasn't my thing. So that's it. Okay, so nice talking to you guys. I'll see you. Now that I've told you my life story.
Well, since we're talking about Jason Whitaker, but you mentioned in other podcasts that Name Not a Number is your favorite episode. Why is that? Is it just because it's your first?
It was the first one.
It was the first one, so it's just the nostalgia of playing.
Yeah. Yeah, Name Not a Number, largely because it was my first one, and memorable to me. I was meeting, these great. Oh, so but let me tell you one other thing about the history of Odyssey was that so shortly after Alan, who was Jack Allen, and me as Jason, shortly after we started doing episodes together as these new characters, somebody from up in the Seattle area called Focus and told them that there was a guy on the radio up there who sounded suspiciously like Hal Smith did as Wit. And so they were intrigued. They were able to track this guy down. His name was Paul Herlinger. So when they got him on the phone, they just sent chills up their spines because it sounded so eerily like Hal did. And so they brought him down to LA to audition, and they pretty much booked him on the spot. He became the second voice of Wit and was the voice of Wit for many years until unfortunately he passed away. And then that's when they got Andre Stoica, who's the current voice of Wit now. Mm-hmm. So I started working on Odyssey and really, really fell in love with it. I was not really aware of it. I mean, I was aware of it only by way of Katie, but I had never heard it. I hadn't listened to it. And so when I got it, I started listening to some back episodes to, try and get a sense of what the show was about. Just fell in love with the writing, fell in love with the production. The production team on Adventures in Odyssey is just hands down stellar and probably some of the best I've ever heard. I mean, it makes the show to me truly magical, when you listen to it and, with the music, the music, the sets, the costumes, but the sound effects and, the Foley and all that. And of course the voice acting. And so, yeah, it's just been a really special show to work on, but also not least because the message that we're able to put out there and really try and uplift, first of all, sort of illuminate the word of God, in a radio drama format, which I think is really cool, but not in a way that clubs people over the head with it. Mm-hmm. But they're really they're fun stories to listen to. Sometimes they're really intriguing and suspenseful. Other times they're just flat out hilarious. You get Jess Harnell on almost any project you work on, and it's going to be hilarious. Jess is just, he's a magician all by himself. So they're really engaging. It's really an engaging show to listen to. So I've been impressed with it, right from the very start when I first started listening to it. Anytime I, take the time to listen to an episode, it has never lost its magic to me. Mm. And that's really something to say for a show that now is pushing 40 years old.
What has been some of the most difficult scenes that you've had to play as Jason Whitaker?
Oh, goodness. I was afraid you were going to start asking stuff like that.
Oh, no.
Yeah, no. So some of the scenes that have been have been tough have been some of the emotional scenes, that really deal with some tough issues. Those can sometimes be hard to play because you want to be real with it. You want to be honest with it. You don't want to be campy. You don't want to overact it. You don't want to be chewing the scenery, as they say. You want to be truthful with it. And sometimes that can be tough as an actor, whether you're on camera or you're a voice actor. It's still acting. You got to act those scenes in a way that doesn't sound or look like you're acting them, but that you're taking these words off the page and doing your best to try and make it really real. And so, there have been times when those have been tough. I will tell you personally, and I imagine that you guys are probably aware of the fact that when Will Ryan passed away, and Will was the voice of Eugene ever since the very beginning. He was the only voice of Eugene. And Will and I had known each other since 1973, because this was before I even got on the radio in Cleveland, because Will and I were both from Cleveland. And Will was a radio guy. And he wasn't on the radio as a DJ, but he worked at radio stations. And that's where I met him for the very first time in 1973 at a big radio station that coincidentally, after they changed format a year or two later, became the very first radio station that I worked for. Was the station that when I met Will, I don't remember whether they were either a country station or a top 40 station. I don't recall, but he was the promotions director there. And he introduced me to their program director. And the program director at the time, and this was when I was starting to do that radio stuff out in Boulder, she let me come in after hours and work on making my very first voiceover demo tape and a tape to be a DJ, which is what I wanted to do. I wanted to get into radio. So she let me come in and dummy up a tape to be a DJ to send to little radio stations around to try and get a job in radio. Well, I ended up sending that tape to a place called the Ohio School of Broadcast Technique. And the gal who ran that school sent it to a radio station in El Paso, Texas. And this is in 1974, late 74. And she said, I got you a job as the morning guy at this radio station, this little AM radio station in El Paso, Texas. Well, I was married and I had a couple of little kids and I didn't want to move to El Paso. And actually, no, that's not true. Yeah, I had just gotten married, but I didn't have kids yet. I didn't want to move to El Paso. So I told her, I really appreciate that, but I've decided I want to stay here in Cleveland. She said, well, the chances of getting you a job in a major market in Cleveland like this with no experience is going to be little to none. And I said, well, then so be it. That's going to be the way it is. And then as it turns out, after I got married, my wife's brother-in-law was working. Get a load of this. He got a job as the news director at that same radio station where I met Will the year before, right? And then he told me that he was getting fired in like late 74, early 75, and they were changing format from country, which is what he was doing, to beautiful music. And they were going to hire inexperienced people cheap. And I should go down and talk to this particular guy. And so I called him up, made an appointment, went down, interviewed with this guy, and he hired me. No experience, but I had a third-class radio license. So he hired me to work weekends, midnight to 6. So that's how I got into radio. So I did get into radio in Cleveland at the same radio station I met Will at the same radio station a year later, my future brother-in-law worked at. And then I got the job there in early 75. Oh man, when I think about it like that, it's too weird. So anyway, Will and I kept in touch over the next couple of years that I was in radio. And when I got that job at that disco station in 76, 77, I hadn't seen Will in a couple of years, but I called him up and I said, hey, I need a logo. And I know that you're an artist, which he was. Would you be willing to draw a logo for me? Well, he did. He drew me the coolest logo because guys, don't laugh, please. So I was using my real name on the radio, Townsend Coleman, but I was going by TC. So when I was growing up, there was a cartoon called a Top Cat, and they called him TC. So I called myself TC, Top Cat in the morning. And so he drew me this great logo of this cartoon cat in a circle. And I wish I could show you guys, but in 1977, and I still have the original artwork of this logo, and it's signed in small letters over in this circle. At the bottom of the circle, it says WZ Ryan, 1977. Well, Will used to, Z was not really his middle initial, but he always said it was Zed. And so his name was Will Zed Ryan. And I always thought that was so intriguing because that was a little look into the mind of Will Ryan. He was a really eccentric, unique, just wonderful, wonderful guy. And so here, then I ran into him a number of years later when I was doing theater in Cleveland, and he had already moved to LA with his bandmate, Phil Barron, and they called themselves the 20th Century Troubadours, I think. And he said, dude, and this was in 1980, this was in 1980, or early 1984, and I had just quit radio. And he said, dude, Phil and I moved to LA about a year ago, and you belong in LA. I was like, wow, okay. So I kind of took that as a sign a little bit. And then I got the same message from another guy, completely unrelated, about a month later. And so that's why I decided to move to, or at least come out and look in LA instead of New York. Circling back here, Will and I knew each other since 1973. We're good friends. So when I got this gig, thanks to Katie Leigh on Adventures in Odyssey, there's Will Ryan on this show. And I couldn't believe it. And I thought, look at this, how we've come sort of this magic full circle in a way. It's mind bending to me. And so all these years later, then when Will passed away, and you got to know how heartbreaking that was when that happened.
Yeah.
For all of us, but certainly for me, when they asked me if I would be willing to voice Eugene's character for the last couple episodes where they were going to kind of wrap up the character of Eugene in Adventures in Odyssey using a certain, and I'll specify this in just a sec because I think it's really kind of important, using a certain kind of AI. I was leery at first because I think that AI is a really scary thing in terms of our industry because of how easy it is for them to be able to rip they being anybody. Anybody could rip us off simply by sampling our voice and then putting it through any of these cheap AI tools now, and not just voice, but on camera too. I mean, it's frightening to me. Although I think that there are some really good use cases for AI, but basically I think it's a really scary thing. And so I was leery of what Focus was trying to do and what the producers of AIO were trying to do. But when they explained to me how it was going to be done, I thought, no, you know what? This is actually a perfect use of it in a case like this. And because here's what they do. They didn't just sample my voice and then type all the, put it into the script and have it come out sounding like Will. I actually had to go in and record the episodes of those last few as Eugene, along with Jason, so I had to perform Jason, but I also had to perform Eugene as best I could. Now, you got to understand that I am not a comedian. I am not an impressionist by any stretch of the imagination. I can kind of mimic a little bit. I'm definitely not Will Ryan. Would never pretend to have his smarts and his inventiveness and his creativity and his sense of humor. I mean, all of that was Will. I would never pretend to even come close to that. What I did do, what the producers had to do is they had to put together a 20-minute piece of audio that was just nonstop Will Ryan as Eugene, okay? With like virtually no breaks in it at all. It was just Eugene's voice, start to finish, for like 20 minutes. And they sent it to an AI outfit, I believe in Ukraine, where they trained their computers on this 20-minute voice track of Will as Eugene. And what they did was they took my performance, if you can call it that, of Eugene, where I tried to sort of mimic Eugene's kind of sense of timing and inflections on some things and stuff, with a lot of help from the folks at Focus. Dave Arnold was super helpful because he was directing those episodes, and with a lot of help from Dave would give me line readings about, well, how about if you try it like this, and then he would do it, and I would try and mimic him doing Will. Because I think that they had a much better set, having worked with Will for all those years on every episode, they knew his inflections and his timing and his sense of humor and his laugh and all that stuff way better than I did. I just knew Will as my friend, as well as Eugene. So then they took these tracks of my performance as Eugene, sent them over to this outfit in Ukraine. They put it into their computer, and whatever they do, it spit out my performance sounding like Eugene. And
Wow.
boy, it was uncanny to me. Well, the first time I heard it, I will tell you, I cried. It was a really emotional experience for me. So you ask, what were some of the harder scenes that I've worked on? I mean, those are the ones that pop to mind immediately. I know that probably wasn't what you had intended, but yeah, that was something else, and a super honor to be able
Yeah.
to sort of help kind of finalize Eugene's involvement in Odyssey. I think it's the end, but I can't speak to that for sure because who knows what they might do down the road, but we'll see. Will always used to show up at almost every session with a ukulele. I was going to say his ukulele, but he had probably 20 of them. My favorite one was the one he had that was fashioned out of a cigar box, which is crazy. Yeah, it was pretty interesting ukulele. But he was a musician. He was a Renaissance man in every sense of the word, Will was. He was an artist. He wrote music. One of the most fun projects I ever worked on was an animated version it was called Alice Through the Looking Glass. And I played this little character named Tom Fool, and he was like a little court jester. Well, Will wrote all the music. Will was also in this thing, but they had a couple of big stars in it. And I mean, Jonathan Winters was in this, and I'm blanking. I'm sorry. But Will was also in it, but he also wrote all the music for it. So I got to sing 2 songs in this animated version of Through the Looking Glass that Will wrote and directed me on when we did the singing sessions. It was, stuff like that. I mean, I start just flashing back to these times with Will and just how fortunate I was to have not only been a friend of his, but to have gotten to work with him the way I did.
This is not a fair question, but I'm going to ask you. I'm switching gears a little bit. Which ranks higher in terms of your career, Michelangelo from Ninja Turtles or Jason Whittaker?
I'm going to say it's sort of a loaded question because it's a bit like Sophie's Choice, but it's hard choosing a favorite character of all the characters I've done because they were sort of, in a way, kind of, it's a cheesy answer, but they were kind of all my favorites for different reasons. I would say if I had to pick one, I'd say it was Jason Whittaker, just because of what the show means to me in my heart in terms of really having an impact, a positive impact on people in a spiritual sense. Okay. However, what I have discovered, because I do spend a lot of time now going to Comic-Cons as a guest, making appearances, and I meet fans all the time of so many of the shows that I've worked on. But you guys, I can't begin to tell you the number. And mostly when I go out with the other 3 original Ninja Turtle voices and the gal who voiced April O'Neil. And so oftentimes it's the 5 of us together. So they're turtle-centric appearances that I go out and do. And so I meet a lot of Ninja Turtle fans. Well, you got to understand that I don't know how old you guys are, but the fans that we meet, are now between 40 and 45, which is not to say that they're all that age, but, that really seems to be, it's like 43, 44, 45 years old is like the key demographic from when Ninja Turtles was on. This is the age group now, and I still call them kids, like I call you guys kids. I still think of them as being, the 8 and 9-year-olds who were discovering Ninja Turtles, back in the late 80s. And so I can't tell you guys the number of stories that we have heard over the years about how Ninja Turtles has impacted people's lives in truly life-affirming and life-changing ways, and in some cases, life-saving ways. Now, I know that sounds weird, and it's certainly I was going to say it's no thanks to us. I guess it is some thanks to us because we get these thanks from these fans at every single con we go to. And we hear these amazing stories about how if it weren't for the Ninja Turtles, when my parents were splitting up, or I was getting, bullied in 3rd grade, or I was, overweight and couldn't get on the baseball team, whatever it was, that these kids were struggling with in their lives, they turned to Ninja Turtles. And Ninja Turtles, for whatever reason, and we've come to appreciate this now when we didn't appreciate it when we were actually recording these episodes, Ninja Turtles spoke to them in a way that in some cases, and I mean it literally, sincerely, saved their lives. I'll give you one example. I had this guy who was in the military, in the Army, come up earlier this summer, believe it or not, and he handed me a patch that had Velcro on the back. And the patch was just the head of Michelangelo, and it just says, "Cowabunga, it is." is on this patch. Well, the patch was ragged and kind of shredded a little bit and really dirty and stuff. And he said, Mr. Coleman, I just have to tell you that you saved my life and I have to thank you. And I said, I saved your life? How? And he said, because I was in the army and I was in Iraq and Afghanistan. And when I would go into battle, I wore this patch on my left shoulder. And every time I would go into battle, and there would be heated battles, I never knew if I was going to come out alive or not. And I would put my hand over this patch and I would just thank Michelangelo and just remember, how would Michelangelo, what attitude would Michelangelo have in this situation? And I just listened to this guy and he started welling up with tears in his eyes. And I started welling up with tears in my eyes. And I'm going, I never would have imagined back then when we were recording these shows, we would have any sort of impact on a kid in any sort of way. We thought we were just, doing something silly. Well, it's those kinds of stories that we hear so often that I know what Adventures in Odyssey has met, because I've met so many believers and families, who just love Odyssey and what it means to them and what it's meant to them over the years in their families. But I also hear similar stuff, albeit not in the spiritual realm, from fans of Ninja Turtles. And yet at the same time, I get these fans I did a character called The Tick, which was one of my favorite characters just to perform because it was so outlandish and just out there. It's hard. It's hard, you guys, for me to pick a fave. But I would say that those two, between Michelangelo and Jason, would be my top two faves for those two reasons. Because of the impact that they've had, and I've heard about the impact that they've had on so many people's lives in some pretty profound ways.
I also saw that you voiced characters in Batman, or like some side characters in Batman. What was that like?
Yeah, it was great. And when you say side characters, you're not kidding. They were just very small, one-off characters. It was just an honor to have been cast by Andrea Romano, who was the voice director on those, all the Batman series. Yeah, she was such a champion of mine. And she's the one that I first met when I did my general audition at Hanna-Barbera back in 1985. And she was just such a great friend and a great champion of mine, and would often bring me in on so many of her projects. And so she brought me in on the Batman stuff. And one of the coolest things about those things, of course, not only the fact that I got to work with Kevin Conroy and Seth Green and meet some of these, great people, Mark Hamill, but I got a Batman jacket out of it. So
Wait.
I got this great Batman, what do they call it? Like a Letterman jacket,
Yeah.
The felt body with the leather sleeves and the big Batman logo on the back of it and stuff, and my name on it with I think maybe even my character name. I don't remember, but anyway, so yeah, that was pretty cool.
I remember, like, I was watching Batman on Amazon, and then I paused at one moment, and I just saw your name, Townsend Coleman, as like as Thug #1 or something. I was like, wait a minute, Jason Whitaker's in this.
Yeah, did you say Thug #1?
That is so
right, exactly. It was, we would have been like additional voices, but they actually gave you a name, Thug #1.
Yeah.
I think I played a character named Maury in one of them. Yeah, those are fun. You got to also understand that back in those days, like back in the 80s and 90s and stuff, because people will say, hey, I saw your name in the credits for Captain Planet or, some show.
Yeah.
And what did you play on that? And I go, to be honest, I couldn't even begin to tell you, because the way it worked, and it was probably some little one-line character in one episode, but my name would end up in the credits, excuse me, for the entire season, because the way they did it is they didn't want to redo the credits for every single episode. So what they did was they put anybody who was in any of the episodes in that season in the credits for every episode of that season. So it made it look like you were a series regular on this show, So yeah, I looked like I was series regular on a whole lot of shows, I imagine, back in those days, but that's because that's how that happened. It's like you'll see my name in the credits of, some shows like, not shows, but features like Sing, or what was the other one I did?
Was it The Grinch?
Oh no, it was The Grinch. Yeah. So,
Whoa, good job.
so you're like, Yeah, so you see my name in the credits for The Grinch and for Sing, but it'll just say additional voices, right? Because I was in the loop group for those things. The way loop groups work is they have, let's say there were four of us, four guys and four women who are the loop group. And the loop group is usually a group of sometimes four, sometimes eight, sometimes six group of actors who will provide all the like afterwards, group scenes where you have like a whole bunch of people, milling around in an airport. It's a crowd scene or something like that. So you fill in all that sort of background stuff. But then there will also be very small little incidental characters in that particular feature who will have one line. Okay, so let's say it's a male character. They'll have all four of us guys step up to the mic individually and do that character as we would do it. And then the producers will choose, after all that recording has been done, which guy they like the best for that character. And then that character ends up being that actor's voice. Okay, so people would say, they'd see Sing, for instance, or Grinch, and say, hey, what character did you play in Sing? We love that movie. And I would have to say, I don't actually know, because first of all, I've never seen it.
Wow.
So I've got to go back and watch it and watch for those characters that I know I read on and see if they actually used my voice on that character, because I don't know. So that's how that works. So anyway, I'm giving you guys a little education about how voice acting and showbiz work.
I have a Jason question here.
Yes.
So with the character Jillian, there seems to be now there's like a romantic interest for Jason. What is your opinion as the actor playing that character? What are your thoughts on that ship? Are you like, yeah, sure, or like, well, it's not exactly what I had in mind for Jason?
Yeah, I mean, just as the actor, I would say I'd totally be on board with that. If that's the direction that the producers decide they want to go with that, totally be on board with that. If they decide that they're going to, do a left turn and go in a different direction, I'm on board with that too. I totally trust these people. They understand the history of Odyssey, and they also understand the trajectory of where they want Odyssey to go in the future. I don't. I feel like I'm just along for the ride. So, whatever they decide they want to do with Jason and Jillian is going to be just fine by me.
What was your favorite era to play Jason? Like, because Odyssey is so big that it has eras. You have the Jack and Jason leading but Zen era. You have the era where you're being a spy all over the world. What was your favorite era to play the character Jason?
Right off the bat, I'd have to say my adventurous spy era. Green Ring Conspiracy and Novacom and stuff like that. I really loved that because I felt like I got to do a lot more. Now I feel like I'm just the proprietor of J&J Antiques. Sort of. Although I'm still getting 28 hours was a lot of fun, and so I get to indulge a bit of that again. But I sort of feel like for whatever reason, they have kind of transitioned me out of that. And you got to understand also, as actors pass away and they have to decide whether to try and replace that actor with another actor and keep the character going, or simply to, do away with the character. As that happens, I feel like as I've gotten older, of course, I don't know how long they're going to keep Jason kind of as young as he is. I think I get the feeling they're sort of aging him up a little bit and wanting him to kind of settle down and move on and have to play a different role. I think they kind of want Jason to play a different role within Odyssey.
Kind of like Jack Allen or something?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Well, who knows? Maybe the chairman might come up and you'll go launch into your spy career again.
The chairman, oh my good buddy Brian Cummings. Yeah, Brian was the voice of the chairman, and so great.
What was your reaction to that character coming back?
The chairman, I thought it was great. It was like, whoa, man. And I think the fans dig that kind of stuff. I think the fan, right? Don't
yes,
they?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think right. I think the fans love hearing stuff that it's kind of like what I was saying about Ninja Turtles. If you were younger, let's say you were 11 when you fell in love with Adventures in Odyssey, and that happened to be the era when the chairman, was kind of there, then he goes away and you don't hear from him. You love that character, and then he goes away and you don't hear from him for years, and then all of a sudden they bring him back. You're like, Oh, wow. I mean, this reminds me of when I was 11. This is
Yeah.
great. I loved this character. I'm so glad they brought him back.
How much time do you spend in a year in the booth recording Jason? Like how much of your year is like, because I don't
That-
know how much time. I know.
yeah. No, back in the day, Tim, I would have said, I feel like I spend all day, every day in a booth in front of a
Mm.
microphone recording.
Mm.
Now, because I'm 71, all right? And like I said, I'm largely retired. And I do a lot of Comic Cons, but I audition a little bit. Okay. And each of my auditions takes probably 10 minutes. So, and it's the only time I'm in front of a microphone unless I'm doing an episode of Adventures in Odyssey. Because, like I said, that's pretty much the only gig I still have going anymore and I'm actively doing. So, yeah. So I would say, if in over the course of a year, if I spend not in, let's say just auditions, if I spend 10 hours a year in front of the microphone, it's a lot. It's not that much.
Mm.
But now I'm talking about just auditions. With Odyssey, these are typically 4-hour sessions, and I do on average maybe two, three a year. I'm because they don't have Jason in that many shows anymore. So yeah, so you get the idea here. I'm not working. I don't have the headphones on in front of a microphone very often or for very long any longer.
Oh wow. So it's like a weekend a year you get to right.
Right. I get to say, hey, this is my career. Woohoo.
No.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Tim. Thanks a lot for making me think of it like that. I really appreciate you, dude, so much. You got any more questions for me? No. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I really am.
What is your favorite collectible that they've made based on whether it's a voice you've voiced over or a movie that you kind of worked on? Like, what's your favorite collectible or toy that you've seen based on your work?
All right. My favorite collectible is not going to be, I think, a collectible in the sense that you're thinking of a collectible, like something you could go out and buy. My favorite collectibles are things that either fans have made me, and they've made me some pretty amazing things over the years, or
That's exactly where I was going. So you're
okay,
perfect.
okay, dude. I wish I
Perfect.
had my fan made collectibles behind me because I actually carry them with me. I not all of them, but a good little portion of them with me to Comic Cons, and I lay them out as a little menagerie group, and it comprises probably about 20 or 25 pieces. Okay, so but they could be little cross stitch things that somebody has made me of, Michelangelo's head, or somebody sculpted me the Tick's head, which is a pin that they made me. Just stuff like that is really special to me.
Nice.
But I will tell you this, as much as I love the stuff that fans have made me, and I do, stuff that the creators of these things have made for me are just even more priceless in a way. Just having Kevin Eastman, draw Michelangelo Ninja Turtle original stuff for me. Kevin Eastman is one of the two co-creators of Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
Having Ben Edlund, the creator of the Tick, draw me, original art for me is beyond. But I'll tell you the one, and it popped immediately to mind when you started asking that question, is so I did the voice of, you ever remember the Where's Waldo books?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Okay. Oh, those were drawn by and created by a guy named Martin Hanford over in the UK.
Yeah.
And so I was blessed to be the voice of Waldo in the Where's Waldo cartoon series back in the early 90s. And Martin Hanford, completely unsolicited, drew. I wish I could run out of the studio and grab this right now and just show you because it's so amazing. But use your imagination. He drew, and it's probably about this big by maybe about that high. Just Waldo just standing there waving, right? And it's classic Waldo, and he's got a little inscription under it that just says, basically, Townsend, thank you so much for your wonderful work. And then he signed it, Martin Hanford. And then he matted and framed this little drawing all by himself. Now, I don't know, maybe he had his wife do it, or his daughter do it, or his assistant, but it was clearly hand done. He didn't send it out to a frame shop to have done. And when I got this thing in the mail, because I had no idea this was even coming, when I opened that thing, I burst into tears. I'm like, oh my gosh, look at Martin Hanford. You actually drew this thing for me. It was beyond. And so it has a really treasured spot on my bookshelf in my bedroom. That's like one of the most priceless prizes and treasures that I've ever gotten. So, and I've gotten stuff from fans that are pretty much just as priceless for all kinds of reasons, so yeah.
If you could perform as one biblical character, who would you want to be? If you could pick somebody out of the Bible and be like, I'm going to voice act this, who would you want to be?
Honestly, I'm going to say, and I hope this doesn't sound like bad, but I would say I would want to voice Jesus.
Mm.
Hey.
Yeah. I mean, I really would. I just think that would be fascinating, and seeing some of the stuff that they're doing, with biblical stuff right now, like like Chosen, stuff like that is pretty cool to see. So yeah, that, I think that kind of be the pinnacle, wouldn't it? I was gonna say, I could say Judas, but I really don't want to be Judas.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Although, I did get to work with, was on Odyssey? No, it was on a different biblical thing I was doing, but I got to work with Barry Dennen, who was Jesus in the movie Jesus Christ Superstar. In the original film back in the 70s,
Wow.
he was Judas. And I remember meeting him for the first time and again, starstruck, because he was so impactful in that movie, but he was such a great guy in real life, so. But
Yeah.
no, I wouldn't want to be Judas. I'd rather be Jesus.
So I've been told that you live in a very adventurous life by some of your.
Tim, I don't know who might have told you that, but they couldn't. It probably couldn't be more wrong. Why? So what's your question?
It is like
about
that. What are some of the adventurous things that you do? Because I've been told that you like do a lot of crazy like adventurous things, and then you come back and you're like, oh, it was nothing. It was nothing adventurous, but I did it.
So I'm guessing that maybe you might have heard that from Katie Leigh.
Close. Well, it's in the Odyssey family.
Paul McCusker or somebody.
It was Phil Lollar.
Phil Lollar. Okay. Yeah. Because we did a cruise for was it the 30th anniversary, I guess, of one of the anniversaries. I want to say 30th anniversary of Odyssey or 30th anniversary of Focus on the Family and something else. 25th anniversary of Odyssey, maybe. I don't remember. Anyway, but I can't believe, and if they see this and they go, you don't even remember what anniversary that was for Odyssey, I'm going to have to say, I'm feeling really brain dead right now and on the spot. But so on that cruise, we had these interactions with fans, and we had this Q&A thing where we were in this, we were up on the stage in front of a bunch of fans, and we were doing this sort of kind of what's my line sort of thing. And we had to, each of us, submit something that we did, but it was submitted anonymously, right? And then the host would read, so who of these actors did this? And then the folks in the audience would have to guess which one of us they thought it was. So I'll just make this really as short as possible. So back when I was 19 years old, I went to visit my uncle in New York City. And because I was thinking about moving to New York City, this is during the summer between my freshman and sophomore years at college. And so I went to visit him, and he lived on Lexington Avenue, up just, blocks down from Harlem, and up around 96th Street, I think, in this 12-story apartment building. And he lived on the 11th floor. And his apartment not only looked over Lexington Avenue, but the back of the apartment looked over what was basically a courtyard. This apartment was a square with a hole in the middle, right? And so the bedroom that I was staying in looked out over this courtyard, and I had a fan in the window, and I was leaving. So my uncle and his family had left. They were on vacation elsewhere, and I was just borrowing their apartment for this couple of days that I was there. So then I was leaving, and I wanted to check the mail for them on my way because I was all packed up, ready to go to the airport. I go down to the mailbox, and when I came back up, I realized that I locked myself out of the apartment.
Oh, no.
I had to get to the airport, and I had some time, but I needed to get to the airport, and it involved, taking a bus and a subway and a subway and a bus and yada, yada. So here I am, locked out of this apartment. I don't have the keys. I don't know anybody who lives there. Certainly don't know the superintendent of the apartment. But I went down to the super's office and I explained my situation and could he please let me into the apartment? Well, of course he wasn't going to do that because he didn't know who I was. I could be just some guy walking in off the street. Hey, could you let me into this apartment on the 11th floor? So I was desperate. And what I did, and when I look back on this, I still can't believe I did it, but it was one of the stupid adventurous things that I did. And I went up the stairs as far as I could go. And I realized that there was an entrance, a door that I could go to that was not locked, surprisingly enough. It went up to the rooftop of this building. So I go up to the roof of this building and I'm walking around on the roof and I realize, oh my gosh, there is an apartment up here actually on the roof that's a penthouse apartment to this building that I was not aware of. And so I started walking around and then all of a sudden these Doberman pinchers inside this apartment are barking their full heads off because they see me through the glass door. And I kind of freaked out, but nobody came to the door. So apparently the people who live there weren't there. Right. And so I looked around and I'm desperate now. And I see this coiled up garden hose that's attached to a faucet. And I think, I wonder, now you got to understand too, that around the perimeter of this hole that goes down into this courtyard in the middle of this apartment building and around the outer edge, there's this iron fence that is maybe 3 feet high, 4 feet high, not very high. And so I wonder if I take this garden hose and tie it around this iron fence, because I looked over the edge and I realized I can see the window that my bedroom was in that's got the fan in it. It's open. And if I can somehow scale down this brick wall past the 12th floor window, so I do this. So I tie it around the iron railing. In the other end, I tie this loop that I can get over my head and my arms up and through. So it's around underneath my armpits and I'm holding on to it like this. And I go up and over the edge and I just start letting it kind of inch through my hands as I let myself down this wall as my nose is, like 6 inches from the brick, watching the bricks just go boink, 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 boink as I go down. And I go past this 12th floor apartment window and thinking, I hope no one's home and seeing me go down by their window. I hope none of the other apartments around this, because I'm going down, over the courtyard now, right? Not over Lexington Avenue. And I'm thinking, I'm just waiting for the cops to come and, come into this courtyard and, be pointing their guns up at me. Well, that never happened. And so I got down to the window where my fan is, this box fan's in the window. And now I'm just about to step onto the windowsill when I reach the end of this hose. And I can't quite get my toes onto this windowsill. And I have to start letting myself out of this hose loop that I'm on, which I do, and I get it over the back of me so I can let myself down. And now I'm arm's length like this, and I'm standing on this windowsill and I kick the fan inside the room. And then I have to let go of this hose with one hand and reach down and tuck underneath the window that's open. And then I have to let go with my other hand and reach around and loop it under the. So now I'm just standing on this thing with I'm hunched down now and I've got my arms in and my heart's beating like 9,000, miles an hour. And I was able to, get my feet in, sit down on the windowsill and pull myself in. I collapse on the floor of this bedroom and I could barely breathe. And all I thought was, okay, I'm in. Just close the window, put the fan on the floor and grab your stuff and go. So that's what I did. I just beat feet out of there and I was able to get to the airport in time. Barely made it, but got there. And that was my adventure. Wow. I will say the PS to this all was that when my uncle and his family got back home. So first of all, I can't believe nobody ever saw me, or if they did, they didn't call the cops, or if they called the cops came too late. Whatever, I never saw cops. And so I was able to get out there and get to the airport and make it home. And so that's that. But Now, cut to when my uncle and his family get back from their vacation. That garden hose was still, this was like just a day or two later, that garden hose is still hanging down that they see, the bottom of hanging outside their window, and they can't figure out why there's a garden hose hanging down there. And so I had to explain the whole thing to them. He couldn't believe that I was stupid enough to actually do that. And I can't either. I mean, you guys, I have to say some of the ridiculous risks I've taken in my life that I never should have, and probably never should have lived through. It's just, yeah. But that's probably the most adventuresome that I get these days. I am not adventuresome at all. So let that be a lesson to you. Don't be an idiot.
But
Well, Townsend, how can we look up your work? Give us a few plugs.
So, dude, I've got no plugs for you because I don't have a website. This is how non-involved I am with my business. But no, I don't have a website. I have got an IMDb page. I am rarely, and I hate to say this, but I'm rarely, if ever, on social media because I just think it's not that great for my mental health. So I have now come to the point. I got 4 kids and almost 8 grandchildren. I say almost because the 8th is on the way any day now. But so I used to, want to follow them. Well, they're largely not online anymore either because of what the internet has become and what not just the internet, but social media in particular has become. So yes, I have an Instagram page. It's IB Talkin, IBTALKN, no IN, but IBTALKN on Instagram and on Facebook too. But like I said, you won't find me there. You can find my pages there, but you won't find me there. So anyway,
Well, I'll give you this plug.
Yeah.
80s, in my opinion, 80s cartoons are the best. 80s and 90s, best cartoons. So go check out Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Go check out Inspector Gadget. Those were like the best cartoons of all time.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Yeah, I appreciate that.
So there you go.
I've been fortunate enough to. This is Gobo from Fraggle Rock. Oh, Wembley.
Yeah, Fraggle Rock.
Yeah,
I forgot about that one.
Fraggle Rock. Yeah, he used to go exploring in outer space with his. I can't get it. Oh, okay. Hold on. Maybe this will do it. Yeah, he used to go exploring in outer space with his uncle Traveling Matt, and then he'd come back and eat doozer sticks.
Oh my gosh.
So that's Wembley. That's Riot from Gem and the Holograms. That is the Tick back there, and don't count your weasels before they pop, dink. And of course, Michelangelo from Ninja Turtles. I was Usagi Yojimbo on Ninja Turtles, as well as the Rat King. This is Sentinel Prime from Transformers Animated. That's Jason Whittaker. Oh, you want to see something?
wait. Oh, yes, please. I didn't know.
So I got these cool action figures of all these characters I played, but there is no action figure of Jason Whittaker, right? So Focus often sends me, the folks at Odyssey often send me cool Adventures in Odyssey stuff. And I don't know if you can tell what this is, but it's
Nice.
like a blockhead. It's one of those things that's cardboard and you cut it out and then you fold it together and stuff. Well, they sent me one of Jason Whittaker, and these glasses actually hide his
Oh no! What?
his gorgeous blue eyes, right? So, but that's the only thing that even comes close to being maybe an action figure for Jason. So there's that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being on the show. This is
My pleasure. You guys are delightful. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Townsend. God bless you.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, God bless you guys too. Yeah. Ciao.
All right,
Thanks.
cheers.
Thanks a million. Seriously.